been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey,
I'ma go hard for the win.
win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay,
I'ma go hard for the win.
win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey!
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch, snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan hari ini kita semua boleh cakap hari ini memang sangat special sebab bukan sahaja hari ini ialah Seru Saturday, tapi hari ini MPL Malaysia akan sambut Hari Malaysia dengan semua orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra. Alright guys, so untuk hari ini, since it's Seru Saturday, kita ada match yang sangat-sangat intense. Semua orang tengah kejar top 4 dalam leaderboard. Semua orang tengah kejar nak layak ke playoffs. So with that, mari kita tengok jadual kita untuk hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team Secret yang akan menentang Homebois. Match kedua pula, Todak yang akan menentang RSG MY, and I think semua orang patut stay tune untuk perlawanan ini sebab kita ada special segment nanti. Dan untuk last match, kita ada Red Esports yang akan menentang Lunatix. Dua-dua pasukan nak layak ke playoffs. So, sebelum kita ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, kita semua nak buat vibe check dulu. Hari ni Hari Malaysia, so I nak semua orang all out hari ni, alright? So, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Alright, and with that, mari kita jemput Team Secret ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan pertama dalam 2 musim, Team Secret berjaya membuktikan kekalahan bukanlah pengakhiran dalam sebuah perjuangan. Semangat yang cekal dan motivasi menjadi dorongan. Hari ini, adakah Team Secret akan menunjukkan MPL Arena sekali lagi? Let the secrets unveil. Flame Boys, give it up for Homebois. Berjaya mengekalkan win streak selepas mengalami kekalahan yang mengecewakan, kemarahan pasukan Homebois semakin sukar untuk dihentikan. Mata penuh dicari hari ini bagi menaiki takhta carta Liga hari ini. Mampukah pewaris legenda menghentikan kebangkitan Team Secret yang cuba melayakkan diri ke playoff? Sit back and relax because this match is about to blow your minds. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright. Nampaknya semua orang tengah excited. Tengok Flame Boys dekat level tu kat sana. Kita punya Dewan Sri Putra penuh sebab hari ini full house. Kita celebrate Hari Malaysia dan juga Seru Saturday. I'm pretty sure semua players kita dah sangat-sangat ready untuk start hari ini. Casters pun dah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, it is MPL MY Season 12, Week 5, Day 2. It's Seru Saturday, and happy Malaysia Day to everyone celebrating wherever you are. We have a stacked series today happening. Todak and RSG is the highlight, but of course we're going to start off with Homebois against Team Secret. My name is Husky, and I have 2 experts on the desk with me to celebrate this special occasion, MPNC and Sadafa.
It's good to be here on Malaysia Day, and of course we want to celebrate our unity as a country, but these teams have so much on the line and the pressure is on even for public holidays.
Yeah, there's so much going to be happening right now, and it's going to be intense because we do have, what a wonderful occasion, overlapping with Seru Saturdays here. So that just means more action and more intense brawls here in the Land of Dawn, especially now that we're in Week 5, the playoffs etching ever closer.
Now, gentlemen, I want to set the stakes because Homebois are looking for top 2 with this win. Team Secret are looking to stay out of relegation. They're still in the red zone, but if they somehow win Homebois 2-0, they're going to be in a safe spot. And of course, to start things off, do you guys want cheap epic skin for only 1 ringgit? Do you guys want fast internet to win your games? Well, I have the best of both worlds for you guys with Hotlink. You can get your epic Mobile Legends Bang Bang skin with only 1 ringgit with Hotlink. It is the easiest way to style and upgrade your fashion in Mobile Legends. And if you want to win your games with lightning fast internet speed, get the Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now on Malaysia Day. Get yourself a treat, get some good skins, win some games.
I got it right here, actually. You guys want some? We got enough for everybody. Hotlink hooked this up, you know. We got enough for everyone. We only have 1 on the desk. The rest is stashed in the back somewhere. But you know, it's a pretty good deal.
Alright, all right. No biggie, no biggie, no biggie. I think, you know, overall, everybody loves a good skin. More importantly, everybody loves a good game. And yes, setting the stakes is going to be important because I can, off the top of my head, know a couple of teams who'd be very happy if Team Secret were to able to 2-0 the Homebois of all teams in this match.
Especially when Homebois are sort of on a hot streak, right? Ever since Chibi got unlocked in the jungle with his assassin hero pool, suddenly he became a different beast.
We do definitely like the kind of changes that Homebois have been bringing to the stage, right? There's been a lot of adaptability. We're figuring out, hey, this is a team that notices when something is wrong with their gameplay and is willing to adjust to make sure that those problems are fixed. But if we're talking about that as well, I think Team Secret has been doing a pretty good job.
Honestly, you know, Team Secret, the fact that they beat Red Esports last weekend in a very scrappy best-of-3, they did show some promises, right? When the chips are down, they really do wake up, give us some clean macro play. But as everyone can see on the standings, if Homebois wins this 2-0, they're going to be placed in first place temporarily over Team SMG, who got delivered their second loss yesterday by Team Hack of all teams. For Team Secret, if they win 2-0, they're going to place themselves tied with Team Lunatix at 6 points.
Look, right now, it's a gauntlet between all of the teams. Whether you're in the top 4 spots, you're looking to get higher so that you can skip out rounds during the playoffs. If you're in bottom 4, you're looking to keep away from the relegation zone. And I don't know, Lunatix in this particular position, not exactly the best, but I would say it's even more dangerous for both Red Esports as well as Team Secret.
So you can imagine that there's going to be a lot more desperation for those teams that are currently nearing the bottom of the charts. Team Secret, of course, being one of them. Now, in previous seasons, like in Week 5, we have seen teams kind of completely flounder, no chances to make it in the playoffs at this point anymore. But Team Secret, they still have that opportunity if everything aligns correctly. So they're going to be playing hard, and we're going to see some MVPs, I'm pretty sure.
Speaking about MVPs, get your devices out now, scan that QR code down below and start predicting your MVPs for the day. We have 3 series, which means that you have plenty of players to pick and choose from, and if you get all of them right, at the end of the day, your name might be flashed on that lower third and you will get a reward in-game. So put that expertise of yours to good use, because last weekend, Team Secret fans rejoiced, and I'm pretty sure a lot of winners at the MVP prediction were Team Secret fans, so maybe today is going to be that day again.
Remember, things are shaking up here at the MPL MY. Week 5 has been already quite insane. Friday, we saw a couple of upsets that we didn't expect to see going through, and reformations for some of the teams who didn't do as good the week before.
Absolutely, and for a lot of long-time Mobile Legends Bang Bang fans, whenever you see old-time players like Chiku or Zorn, right? You feel a little bit nostalgic. It's always the same when it comes to playing the game itself. And guess what? We actually have a free skin that you can claim in-game with our Nostalgia event. To earn that skin, you just have to log in and complete the task, and there are 4 choices for you to choose from. You have the Yishunshin Roguish Ranger, you have the Cyclops Super Adventurer, you have the Hanzo Undead King, and the Tigreal Fallen Guard. And I tell you, the best part of this is that it's completely free. You just gotta log in. I've got 3 of them now.
You got 3 of them?
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
2.
I only got 1. I don't know what you guys have been doing. I've been logging in every day, playing my MLBB. Maybe I just need to get good. I'm pretty sure you guys, though, can get all 4 easily, because we all love MLBB. As we're here tuning into MPL, make sure you guys grab some skins so that you can not only enjoy the show, but you can also enjoy the sparkles coming off of your hero in-game.
I gotta stop you there for a bit. You can only get 1 out of the 4 skins. I have 3 because I drew the other 2. I was just a bit lucky.
A bit lucky
that
on the roll.
explains it.
So
I was
choose
like,
your skins wisely, alright?
I was like, was I missing out on something?
You're not missing out. You're not missing out. You're not missing out.
You did the event correctly. I just so happened to have 2 out of the 3. Sorry, 2 out of the 4, and then I got the final one through this event. No, but I like the fact that they have the nostalgia skins, because there's a lot of legacy players playing today.
Well, let's take a look at Team Secret's lineup to start it off, because this team, they have been on a minor rise, and we are looking at them as the complete dark horses of this tournament, going on a potential Cinderella story run with Neo, Muddins, Matt, Max, and Maima. But that role swap with Max going from the mid to the jungle, Muddins coming in as the roamer, and Maima in that middle lane, and they were able to find their groove last weekend.
Yeah, I feel like Max going back to his original role feels very nice, but Team Secret, it's an uphill battle from here on out, right? They won last week, and even then it wasn't very clean, especially against a team like Homebois with Chibi, Zorn, Rizel, Warlord, as well as Suppot. They've kind of reformed and recovered from the initial damage from week 2 and 3.
Yeah, this is the new evolution of the Homebois right here. They're feeling very comfortable. They're looking very strong. It does seem like they've settled on the combo that they want as their first lineup with the Zorn Rizel as compared to the Anil. Barbosa. And so far, they're fulfilling their responsibility incredibly well. Chibi seems a lot more comfortable as well with a larger hero pool now that he's getting into the swing of things.
And the main topic for this series would be, for Team Secret, is it going to be a Cinderella fairy tale or is it sayonara? Because last weekend against Red Esports, it was kind of their best chance to get as much points as possible. The series afterwards are all brutal. They're going to be facing up against Homebois, and then the series after this is Team SMG. It doesn't get any easier from here on out.
I can't imagine what's going through Zico's head, right? He can only control so much at this stage. Prior to that, preparing the team and doing the scrims, VOD analysis, that's all under his control and responsibility. But once you're up on that stage and you're going against like Cypher as well as Pops, doing those drafts, it can get very, very stressful.
Not to forget that they have antagonists behind the scene as well, right? This guy is also kind of like the third man for Homebois, and he has been putting out some pretty good analysis, on his social media, but more importantly, he has been able to integrate it into Homebois gameplay.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of mental dueling happening up on stage right now, and you can imagine that it's tough, right, for these players as well. No matter how much they've prepared, when you're up against a team that has such a storied history behind it, and even for the Homebois, right, you think Secret should be pretty easy for them, but looking at the stance, it may not be so simple.
Yeah, looking at the stats, specifically coming in from Matt, one of our imports here from Indonesia at the age of 20, playing the gold lane so far, consistently going and relying on Bruno as well as Beatrix a majority of those times. If he's lucky, he might get an Irithel.
And the best part is that despite him not having a high average KD, his GPM actually isn't really that bad, right? He's not on the low side. He's getting those farms in. He just needs his team to give him that space. And we've seen Team Secret create that space with Max really supporting his brother, with Muddins also providing that kind of assistance. But today, he's going up against Rizal, and it's someone that he's very familiar with. They've met in MPL Indonesia before.
That is true. Rival squads here, Rizal as well as Matt, both being familiar with that scene overall. If we look at the stat comparison, it's pretty leagues apart. We already mentioned, hey, Matt, his score doesn't look too bad, but look at Rizal, top of the charts in average GPM. KDA is pretty clean, kill participation pretty solid as well. They do share Bruno being on their favorite heroes list, but overall, Rizal does seem to prefer the heroes that want to take a bit more of a step back and farm and then come online to become an absolute beast.
Well, I mean, the thing is, when you're looking at Rizal as a player, at least he's brave enough to flicker forward. He's not a Lolios where all he does is flicker forward, but at the very least, he's very cool, calm, and collected. There are times where he does cost the team some games. I mean, he's made major mistakes in the past, but I would say that's part of the growing pains.
And I think the similarities between these two players is the fact that they very, very much prefer to have space to farm, right? They don't want to attend fights in the early to mid game. We have some players who do the opposite, like for example, Malboy from Red Esports. He is very actively joining fights, but for both Matt and Rizal, they want to hang back. When the team is fighting, they want to get farm on other lanes or maybe take some jungle camps.
Yeah, that is the similarity in terms of the goal laners on both these scenes, but in terms of the differences in the way that they want to approach that, we do see that Team Secret tends to rely a bit more on snowballing, where they really need to create that space in the early to mid game. Otherwise, they find themselves faltering and not really having the sort of strength and experience needed to come back from big deficits. Whereas on the side of the Homebois, they literally started off the season with one of the most intense comebacks we have ever seen. So they don't quite as rely on a really powerful early game performance. So going into this game, that's going to be the dynamic we want to keep an eye on.
Personally, for me, I think I'm just looking for Secret to really just get their stuff together. Just put it in a plastic bag, tie it all up, and make sure that they are looking clean. Whether they win or lose, we need to see a performance that Team Secret can be, as well as their coaching staff on top of their players can feel proud of.
And most importantly is, I remember when we talked to Chibi a week ago, he did say that when we finally broke the lose streak, the most important part is we need to learn how to lose first, right? If you win too much, you forget how it feels like to drop games, and that's how they recover. For Team Secret, they have been on a losing streak for the longest time until last weekend. This Game 1 draft is going to be very pivotal in determining what the momentum is going to be. You see the Edith and Joy banned by Secret, followed by the Terizla, and Homebois bans out Kaja and Valentina.
I think it's really important for Team Secret specifically, because in the majority of their best of threes, their Game 1s actually don't look that bad, and sometimes even taking control of the early stages of the game, but then eventually making like one or two mistakes, and then it all goes downhill. Game 2, Game 3 afterwards, you can definitely see that it's affected their mentality.
Mentality going to be very important here. We do have a bit of a birthday boy in the crowd right there. So happy birthday to the man. Hope you have a good day here joining us at MPL. And hope that these teams will have a good day as well. I do like what Team Secret has gone for here. Getting rid of the Edith to make sure that there's no flexibility for the Homeboys. And the Terizla is always going to be scary. It's been the hero that sets up fights a lot. And like we mentioned, Team Secret going to want to mind their rotations, make sure they create enough space early on in the game. So make sure that the EXP lane matchup will be cared for. Considering that so far, Neo has not been having the best time because a lot of teams will focus on his lane specifically to try and disable Secret's playmaking capabilities.
And I'm glad you brought that up because Secret has been piling in a lot of resources to get Matt online, and Neo finds himself shafted in the side lane very, very often, and he has a lot of struggles across the group stages. And today he's going up against Sepat, who is one of the most solid XP laners, so it's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Team Secret, again, focusing on Matt, they pick up the Bruno.
They pick up the Bruno early on to make sure that Rizal doesn't just have just a strong laning phase, right? As a Bruno, you're looking to bully your opponent out 9 out of 10 times. And more importantly, if you can zone him out from level 1, away from the wave, even better for the Bruno. So I think Homeboys in this position, it's either A, they go into Beatrix, or if they want to pick a marksman super early on without any setup whatsoever, at least they can go for Claw, which is a safe lane.
Yeah, the Claude would be safe, especially in the hands of Rizal, and Secret seems to want to lean in that position for the Homeboys. That's why they go for a more aggressive goal lane matchup. But Homeboys are obviously not going to show their hand that quickly here. They want to make sure they have the heroes that sets up a strong foundation for them. We see the Fredrin, we see the Paquito, and then Team Secret comes out with the Gourd, which we did see in all 3 games in the matchup between Team Hawk and SMG yesterday. Currently sporting a pretty solid win rate, this hero.
Interesting. So Grok Gourd is going to be the pick for Team Secret. Homeboys look to respond. If they don't pick their goal laner here, it's going to get banned out later down the line. With the double flex pick that Homeboys have, I like the position that they're in because, yes, they are willing to say, we know how Team Secret likes to shaft Neo. They like telling Neo, you're going to have the worst matchups possible, but if you kind of flex around the jungle to make it a little bit easier for someone like Chibi, if he gets a snowball on something like Paquito, then maybe we can start influencing the map more often than not.
And to be fair to Team Secret, they also have the Grok as a flex if they really want to put Neo in that position. And we have seen Muntins being really effective on heroes that have suppression, right? In this case, Franco is still up on the table. And we're going to go into the second ban phase and see if Homeboys deal with that because they will lock in Warlords Novaria for the mid lane.
Okay, Homeboys draft certainly seems to be shaping up here. Novaria go for the long-range sniping since they already have a pretty solid front line with that Fredrin-Paquito combo. Homeboys did specifically put a lot of pressure onto Maima's hero pool in the bans there, getting rid of Valentina and the Kadita to make sure that their backline cannot be easily dived, perhaps trying to force him into the Farsa position, but the Gore did get picked up instead, which is a really good counter to the Fredrin as well, so that's something they will want to keep in mind. As Hellcat and the Cho are removed, both teams going to be prioritizing different parts of the draft going into the second phase.
I think it seems that at least for Homeboys, they're focusing on junglers specifically. I thought they were going to go with a 1-in-1 ban, looking to ban out something along the lines of maybe even EXP laner, but I think at this point, it's pretty straightforward. If Team Secret decide to go for export, they're happy to deal with it. Team Secret, on the other hand, looking for any ways to get to that backline, looking for any ways to get displaced, and that's why we see Cho and Franco being the follow-up bans from TS.
And this really only shaped up because of Team Secret being on that blue side, right? They don't really have the advantage of considering the Franco for Muntins, even if they want to, and it also might suggest that Muntins is going to be on that Grog and Neo will be shafted again. We have the X-Borg available, and it is a hero that Homeboys don't really have the luxury to go for in this game one, so maybe Team Secret can lean towards that.
I mean, even if he does get X-Borg, it is a pretty annoying matchup, especially when you're against Paquito, who can close the distance very often and trade efficiently when you have Quantum Charge. So I think locking in the Kufra from the side of the Homeboys to make sure that, hey, even if you want to get aggressive with the Lancelot, if you want to be able to play an assassin in that jungle, it might not necessarily be the best idea in the world.
Yeah, the Kufra gonna be very solid here to dive the backline, catch out the Gourd when he's using that Mystic Gush, and in the Grok versus Kufra matchup as well. Kufra will have a lot more utility, while Martins will just mainly have to look for those engages in the front line, leaving the back line kind of exposed. For that reason, I do like going for the Baxia here, providing a bit more solid tankiness to make sure that Team Secret doesn't get too easily dived. And then they will lock in the Lapu as the EXP lane matchup. Quite curious. I actually feel like Xborg would have been pretty good here.
I mean, Xborg, it could have been Zong, it could have been a number of things, but I think at least with the Lapu, the anti-CC, when you are using the Raging Slashes, can get you through, especially if Zoran on this Kufra uses the Bouncing Ball to peel you away. Not being able to close the distance is one of Lapu's biggest counters, and if you manage to waste his passive so that he can't actually close that distance, then he has to expand the Flicker. He has to use some other utility to try and reduce that gap.
The craziest thing about Lapu is that his whole kit, when you go into from the mid to late game, he's most effective when he has a flicker to follow up with the land shaker. That ultimately is to get him into place, but that land shaker stun is very, very crucial in getting his team online, because Lapu does fall off in the late game. You look at Homebois draft, it's not the easiest to kind of just jump in and start dealing copious amount of damage, and with Ryzo on the quad, I think Homebois are going to be in a very comfortable spot as this game progresses.
You know, in this game, I think, you know, as volatile as the EXP is, it's slightly favored into Sabat, right? We've seen him in previous seasons when Lapu was in meta against a Paquito. Sometimes he gets really far ahead of the game, like 4 kills ahead of the game prior to the second turtle.
He is definitely an ego challenger. He likes those 1v1s. He's got that aggression, and I do love these lineups from both these teams. Very balanced, very much to their strength. Secret wants to play strong early, try and snowball, while Homebois, they just gotta wait for Ryzel to become that beast.
And both teams having a lot of focus in that goal lane as well. It's a matchup that we featured for the series, and we're going to get that for game number 1 between Team Secret and Homebois.
All right, let's jump right into it. First game of Seru Saturdays here. Team Secret on the blue side, Homebois on the red side, with Max starting on his purple buff, Chibi starting on his orange.
So talking about the dynamics we already discussed, with Team Secret having heroes like the Bruno as well as the Baxia, their early game rotations are going to be stronger in comparison to the Homebois, which means they need to make things happen at that point. Chibi gonna be forced to use the retry there thanks to a little bit of aggression, but I do like that Homebois realizes this. Secret wants to run circles around them, so what do? 4 quantum charges.
4 quantum charges, and more importantly, the way that they're handling the Lethal Water, they're like, we don't need it, give it to your mid laner.
Martins is around the power of nature, but Max actually shows up. If it had a bit of assistance, I believe he did take the purple buff away. That's what we like from a Baxia.
Exactly. This is how you should be playing Baxia, right? You walk in, you're looking to do one thing and one thing only. Invade that jungle, steal everything away, oppress from the beginning up until the end. Never let go of the gas.
This is what's important for Team Secret here. Like we mentioned, Baxia, this is what we want to see. But for Secret, this is what they need to see. They need to keep this pressure onto the Homebois, because they know that all they want to do is hold on, wait until Warlord becomes strong, wait until Ryzel gets his itemization, and Secret doesn't quite have the scaling they need to be able to play against it, especially if Matt gets pressured a bit too hard. So those are going to be the matchup we want to pay attention to. This gold lane gonna be quite volatile, as the Bruno needs to get a solid lead against the Claude.
Yeah, eventually, once they kind of clear up this top side of the map, they can look to rotate towards Turtle side, and when they're in this alone position, oh no.
Now Martins will be caught out first, but he will be fine. Turtle will spawn, and I believe Chibi, he's going to hit level 4 off of this gold crab, but he will be 1 level behind Max, thanks to the fact that Max did take the purple buff earlier on. Neo will provide a bit of that contest. You also have Maima showing up as the Gourd. Landshaker will be used very early. Neo into the Raging Slash, forcing Chibi away, so he won't hit that 4 in time. And Zorn also under a lot of pressure, thanks to Martins. Neo continuing to provide that aggression, and Homebois will have to give this away.
Interesting. I definitely thought Team Secret was going to get pushed off, but Homebois, the oppression that we've seen from the side of TS, especially on towards Chibi, he was a level down. There was no way he could actually contest. This is a free turtle.
Neo is going to keep on contesting, and this time, thankfully, Chibi will be able to secure his own purple buff. Sabat once more will steal that camp away on that bottom side of the jungle. The fact that you have this early level lead for Max is always going to be a good sign. Zorn can't find engage.
Yeah, this is great right now from the side of Team Secret. We do see Homebois doing some really nice rotations across the map. Sabat, though,
wants to somehow get this orange buff, but gets resetted.
Slight reset.
I love it. I love it. Slipbot is just being an annoying EXP laner, right? He gets, if he dies here, that'll be sad. I don't think he should.
Oh, flicker forward, Neo.
Slipbot still has flicker. It's all good. He flickers right at the very end.
Middle lane, Muddiz also drops low. The Appraisal's Wrath will miss. Matt shows up. The Worldy. All things considered, this is a very stable start for both teams, right? 3.5 minutes in, no kills just yet.
I think this is actually still beneficial for the Homebois though. Like they've been able to keep that net worth difference at around 1k. Not too sure if Warlord did steal that away. But Max is still maintaining a pretty solid level lead. As long as the Homebois make sure that their net worth lead doesn't fall too far behind, like maybe 2 or 3k more, less than Secret, they are in a totally comfortable position throughout this game because that's just how Claude plays. Secret needs to put the pressure on continuously, and I like that the Homebois are doing really good rotations here, switching out their EXP lane and mid laner, making sure that the waves are being caught by the people in the best positions to do so, is just cutting the bleeding and making sure that Secret doesn't get that lead they need to close out the game early.
I mean, it's band-aiding the problem, right? Right now, Homebois, if they go even or at least...
Full combo onto Zorn to get the flicker out of him.
All right, so no flicker out of him, but we want to see the compounding damage in the economy being developed by Team Secret, right? If you are putting the GB behind, somebody else has to sacrifice EXP and gold just to get him back to even.
They'll continue doing that. I believe Max will take that camp. So again, still a full level ahead of Chibi. As the second turtle spawns, Team Secret will be able to call dips on this. Remember, Zorn does not have the flicker for more than a minute and a half, so no cheeky flicker engage this time. Muddiz also in a perfect position. Power Nature, lovely stuff to cancel out the Tyrant's Revenge, but Muddiz is taking heavy damage. Who end up going down first, but claimed by Subbot as they were trying to run him down the side of Team Secret. Subbot will be traded back thanks to Neo, who joins the fight. Chibi will be around. Warlord trying to snipe the members of Team Secret, but Max will get the turtle. Chibi still wants more. Zorn re-engages, misses the knockup, and Maima with a lovely stun to stop any sort of aggression.
Clinical coming out from the side of Team Secret. Oh no! You're sending in your members wanting to try and trade Matdins away? No problem. I'll take as many of your battle spells. Punish them for every move they make. If they take a trade against you, you better be even or you better get some kind of profit. Because in Team Secret's position, every slight advantage is going to set the opportunity to use their level lead to set up dives.
It was a good option for the Homebois there. I like that they're still trying to look for their possible chances of initiation, but they have to recognize that Secret are in a much more comfortable position to fight right now. And even if it's just buying space for Rizal, Matt is perfectly fine in this 1v1.
That Matt had no faith in Matdins to block that there. He walked away and he was just like, I'm not going to auto-attack the turret no more. And Matdins is like, bro, come on.
And Max looking to extend their lead. Razor Reviews very early, and Max still gets the purple buff. Now Chibi in danger. Neo just shows up, forcing Chibi to dash away to safety. And Matdins, alongside Max, have been doing a fantastic job in keeping Homebois at bay.
They got to be very clear on the communication. Nice raging slash coming out from Neo to make sure that he doesn't get locked down by Kufra overall. But so far, Team Secret, we've seen them in this position many times before. Early game goes well. One bad fight, they tilt, and then their opponents take it away.
They just gotta avoid that one bad fight here. They're already starting to build up that net worth. As I mentioned before, if Secret can get a lead that's stronger than 2 or 3k, then Homebois will have a difficult time catching up, and they're definitely being able to achieve that right now. I think the fact that Neo got a hero that was able to fight 1v1 in the lane and wasn't actually pressured lets him contribute so much across the map.
Max will be able to push Warlord out of his own jungle. Mad, meanwhile, in danger. Muddiz, what a flicker wall charge, keeping Zorn at bay, and now Chibi will take the full brunt of the damage. Max finds the kill, and Team Secret keeping the ball rolling.
That's it. Just chip slowly away at them. This compounding damage in the economy is starting to really show itself. Here we're already seeing that Max is 2 levels ahead of Chibi, but now if Chibi wants to get ahead, he has to start power farming in the lanes from somebody else. So take a wild guess who that's going to be. I'm confident Subbot's the one who either has to get shafted or in this case, Warlord.
Ooh, that's an unfortunate timing. I was really keeping an eye on Subbot there. He really wanted to go for that hurdle. I thought he was going to get the timing right. Then the pause comes out. I hope that doesn't affect him once the game resumes here, because that could definitely be the difference. But looking at the state of the game right now, Secret have been able to build up that 3k net worth lead. If they get any more, it's going to be really hard for the Homebois to catch up. And they have a lineup that, yes, wants to wait for that late game, but a lot of that depends on whether or not their front line can tank damage long enough for Warlord and Rizal to get a bit of assist damage in. And right now, Chibi is so far behind that he is just getting bursted down, which means that strategy is not working for the Homeboys anymore.
And for our viewers, it's a type 1 pause, so minor issue. Sadafa, earlier on, you did talk about Team Secret. They just need to not take that bad fight, right? And now we have some time to talk about it. I think Team Secret, they've completed step number 1. Get ahead with this Baxia, and he's almost 3 levels ahead of Chibi. What comes after that?
What comes after is just continuously putting pressure onto the towers in the side lanes with Matt. He is more than Oh, he got it!
No, dude.
Oh my goodness!
Why is he allowed to do this?
And then Max even had the retribution. I mean, he ended up using it onto Subpart of all people.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys, they're known for stealing these neutrals away. It doesn't matter who it is, it's just in their blood for some reason.
Just don't greed out, just press your retry.
Yeah, I mean, he did. It was just like slightly off. It was just a couple of numbers away. I think that in this position, it's not the worst in the world that you lost it. It does slow down your momentum, but it doesn't change the fact that Team Secret is very clearly ahead.
Now Max doesn't. He does have the retry, so he was
got it.
traded back at the orange, but for himself.
Warzone!
Into a Tyrant Strange. Ultimate slam into the wall, and this is a bad fight that Team Secret wants to avoid. My and Matt both go down, but this, the third to follow, Homeboys have found that opening.
That is a disaster. That is an instant swing. That is Homeboys reducing a 3k net worth lead to less than 1k. They are now the ones in control of the game. The AI winning prediction still leaning towards Team Secret, but they've lost their entire snowball. The Homeboys are now the ones in the driver's seat.
You know, he's got to clear this wave. He's probably going to use his Raging Slash just to do so, but he's waiting in case Zorn tries to make a second attempt. Max, he's going to sacrifice this tier 1.
Neo, he's going to get sacrificed at this point. Zorn's sticking on him. He forced the flicker out, but you still got to be aware of wall or snipe, so Madins will have to do the blocking. And Neo, he's running the Quantum Charge, so the healing not as much if he uses those abilities. He's starting to struggle a little bit. Zorn will be found out, but Team Secret, they got to somehow find a response to salvage the game.
I don't think it's the worst still, because keep in mind that Rizal, we have to compare Rizal to Matt right now, and Matt overall has a higher DPS unless Rizal is at max Art of Thievery stacks and then goes for the Blazing Duet. I mean, it can be difficult to imagine a situation where they can set up another huge Tyrant's Revenge like that, but we'll see in the impending future, because the neutral is up, and this is usually where teams start to crumble.
The thing is, I don't feel like they need to set up a Tyrant's Rage like that anymore. They literally just needed one good fight, and as long as they're able to keep net worth even, Homeboys can easily extend the game until the late game, where they will absolutely outscale Team Secret. And that's what's happening here.
He's just gonna flicker to take out Maima. Team Secret starting to fall apart. Martin is next on a chopping block. Wall charge into Flicker. Subpart is going to be kept at bay. The top wave is pushing in favor of Homeboys as well. Team Secret, they don't have much to work with. Matt! This tackles over the wall. He's dead. What was that movement from Team Secret? Even though Max is 2 levels ahead of Chibi, there's no way he gets this far. There is no way this is gonna work. Homeboys, they have just broken Team Secret apart. In the span of a minute, Neo also falls as Zorn finds the passive blast hit on him. Homeboys right now finds the Lord in a 3k lead.
This is just bad communication from Team Secret. There's nothing you can really say about that. Matins is going to die here. Everybody's going in one by one. Maima isn't kiting back with the rest of his team. Decides to split off in the middle of the jungle. For some reason, Neo did not spot out Subpart actually going for that flank angle, even though he was going to check the bushes himself. Zero communication about that. Didn't spot him out at all, somehow. And even then, there's still no reason for Matt to be in these spots. Just give it up.
Absolutely. Just no communication, no map awareness there. Team Secret was just falling apart at the seams. Homeboys have gotten into their heads. They've completely outscaled them now with a 5k net worth advantage. Instantly, I'm calling it. The game is over. Secret no longer has a win condition.
Unless it... We'll see first. Let's see if they even survive this first initial attempt at this Lord push.
Depends on how much of the base is going to be taken away. Zorn will finally engage, only getting Madis slam into the wall. Neo will now jump in with a Raging Slash. Lovely Mystic Gush to finally take out Zorn. That is the start. Want to keep chasing though. Max is going to lead the charge. Mad with him. Cannot go any further. Subpart now shows up. Gets stunned by Max. Huge. They need a bit more damage. And Subpart bobs and weaves out of there, and they find 2 kills instead.
Ooh, that's stun. That's stun. I mean, I can bet that Thwart was sweating there. He had the champion stance. He was stunned. He was just waiting to actually use it to take out Matt, who pleaded out a little bit longer, but I think even Matt recognized that he was dead no matter what. His flicker, 3 seconds until it was coming back up from this point, but even then, that's just too much time to waste.
Yeah, we have to give props. Matt is using that Wind of Nature in really opportune timings there, and Thwart would have been nowhere near threat of death if not for that item usage, but it's still not enough. The Bruno is getting caught out way too often because Team Secret doesn't have the utility anymore to be able to buy space for Matt to do this damage. Homeboys are the ones that have the tanky frontline right now. The dive comp is online. Ryzel is still farming 0 deaths so far. Homeboys are in a very comfortable spot. Warlord providing covering support 17 times, hitting that Star Shatter throughout this entire game. Team Secret are on a timer here.
See how long that timer is actually going to last, because personally for me, I think that, you know, the Homeboys with this 5.6k gold lead so far and the way that they've actually been managing fights, a lot of it is just Team Secret making that first initial mistake. So I feel like even Homeboys don't necessarily have to be proactive. If Zorn can find an initial engage underneath the inhibitors, I'm sure he can do it all over again by the Lord Pit where there are no inhibitors or towers to save Team Secret this time.
And the AI prediction agrees with both you guys. Homeboys have a 72% chance of winning this game at the 12-minute mark. And we all know what happens when Homeboy gets the team in the stranglehold. The whole map is completely lost to Homeboys at this point. Team Secret, you gotta somehow group up, not get caught up by Homeboys, and contest this Lord.
But this is a situation that Secret is especially vulnerable to. This is a team that really depends on having that early mid-game lead and then never giving up on it. But the Homeboys are the ones in control, and now...
Yeah, Max, he's gonna try and eat up as much damage as possible. Thwart looking for Matt. Good zoning by Neo. Chibi is gonna go on with the taunt onto Max, trying to get in the way. Matt now is compromised, but Neo's gonna throw his body to protect his goal laner. Chibi is pushed back. Zorn misses the leap, and Matt now has a room to work with. Goes for the flicker forward. Finds Chibi to start it off. Thwart now needs to find a trade onto Matt, but Madli is doing everything he can to protect this Bruno, and is doing a fantastic job. Lovely Winds of Nature from both goal laners to prevent the damage. Zorn finds the re-engage onto Neo. Matt disengages, and now the Mystic Guard to push Zorn away. Team Secret playing this fight out very well.
Okay. For the first time we see that Team Secret actually get a traditional front-to-front, and they're able to peel that off very nicely, especially since the majority of the abilities were already down, and their biggest threat, Thwart, wasn't able to finish off his target.
He's the best chance to get the Lord, and it's gonna be Maima that secures it. Lovely stuff from Team Secret, salvaging a bad situation to put them back in the game.
Yeah, at the very least, didn't have to worry too much there. I was concerned that Warlord might be able to steal it, even though GB wasn't around with the Retribution, and Max also has Retribution at the same time. He was already on top of that Lord. I would have imagined that there could have been a possibility. If it happened once, there's a good chance it might happen twice.
Yeah, Homeboys definitely got a bit full of themselves there, thinking that they would be able to just prolong that fight for as long as necessary, and yes, they can survive a very long time. Chibi tanking a lot of hits from Matt, but it's not forever. They did not need to stay there. And once they had zoned out Team Secret, they could have started pulling the Lord to their side, but instead tried to force something, tried to get a kill. Understandable, Thwart has been doing a great job at that so far, but this is giving unnecessary comeback conditions for Team Secret.
I think for Team Secret fans, they're very happy so far. After that fight, there is hope, right? At least they're not making that simple mistake of going in one by one, and wiping out your entire team to throw away your own 4K lead. I think at least Team Secret has kind of woken up from their slumber.
Now have to deal with the bottom wave, which Thwart was able to shove in, but we did see Max proxy one wave, so it's not the worst situation. Thwart again putting himself in a position that most of the time you won't expect. I don't think there was spots in Matt.
Ooh.
He's gonna get gunned on, but Thwart misses the jab, so Team Secret still able to keep Matt safe.
Ooh, Sapakito, still scary, man. There's a reason why this was his signature hero back then. You would think in that position, don't go for Matt. He's right outside his own base, but still tries to threaten it anyway. Able to get out, that's fine. Lord is not going to be coming up for a very long time, so that'll give some space for Team Secret, but their win conditions still very narrow in comparison, considering that Ryzel hasn't really been participating too much up until now, and all he needs is to find an opportunity where Matt has already used his Wind of Nature, and then instantly that's a team fight one for the Homeboys. A lot of pressure on the Bruno right now to make sure that that item is used at the precise time.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful, right? Because Maima and as well as Matt are both scared at the same thing, and that's Suppot. And so far, his flanks have been good. He just hasn't been able to close them out as cleanly as he wants to. And I think, as of yet, he's got more than enough damage to take either one out, especially since he can guarantee a flicker from at least one of them. The Winds of Nature, we'll see how low he can, or how much pressure he can apply onto Matt.
And Max is the only person on the side of Secret with a gold lead in the jungle matchup. And that's off of the snowball in the early game, right? He's stealing buffs, if he's securing majority of the objectives. Homeboy still have a 4K gold lead. So when you compare that to before the Lord, it was just a minor 1K gold swing for Team Secret.
Yeah, but it's not going to be quite enough. They really need that gold lead onto Matt. Of course, doesn't matter quite as much now considering that both gold laners have already reached their maximum build. So the full DPS has already been achieved. Warlord as well, going to be one item away. So Homeboys are definitely at peak strength, whereas Team Secret do still need to find these better opportunities because their lineup does depend on it. We did see Sabat going for a semi-damage as well with the Malefic Roar. So yeah, it's very clear that he still wants to go for the backline, try and force out the Wind of Nature so that Rizal can go in and clean up.
Sabat is going to keep Maima and Matt away. So there's a huge chance that Team Secret would just have to give this Lord over to Homeboys. Neo and Max, they're still thinking about it, but Warlord is starting to chunk them down. Mud didn't. He's going to get ran down by Rizal, and he does have the immortality, but he needs the help out to make some good use out of his abilities. And Sabat, he has that midway pushed in, so that inhibitor is going to drop. I mean, Homeboys can't just take that time. They got it going right now. If you got Secret, Mantis is going to drop low. Neo jumps in the back with a raging slash. Homeboys pulls out from the Lord to get rid of Mantis' immortality. Max is still in the frame, but there's no one to do damage onto the Lord. Team Secret are not given any opportunities to find any sort of comeback mechanism, and Matt has no more Winds of Nature. He's going to trade 1-for-1. Well, not even 1-for-1 because Lord Storm respawns with the immortality. Sabat finds 2 kills, and Homeboys have just toyed with Team Secret.
Team Secret need to play together. When they retreat, I think is by far the worst, right?
But they got the Lord though.
I mean, they got the Lord. At the end of the day, this buys them a little bit of extra time, but it doesn't change the innate problem. Why is mid inhibitor not being taken care of? Gore could have easily cleared that wave. Sabat should not be in those positions.
The question is, can they stop the full 5-man push from Homeboys? They still need 15 seconds, but with Maima being the only survivor, there's no chance. You don't care about the Lord at this point if you're Homeboys. And what a straightforward game one from them. It's a slow start, but Homeboys closing it out strong as always.
Ooh, messy. I feel like there were some mistakes being made there, not just from Secret, but from Homeboys as well. But in the end, their gameplay was more consistent. They had the easier to achieve win condition by just waiting until the late game for Rizal to come online. Where Secret just seemed to falter entirely after losing out their early game lead.
Yeah, I think, Homeboy's chaotic style and more adaptive style, especially when they start breaking apart, and the synergies between each of them really play a huge part in that. Because again, you're seeing members run it down on purpose to bait out spells, conceals to increase movement speed so that they can save a little bit of time.
Whenever we look at Homeboy's macro in that late game, it's one of the most solid ones that we have seen in the group stage so far. The side lane control that they have, especially Sabat, you put him on someone like a Paquito, someone that has damage and mobility, he sets up those waves to provide these pressures whenever major objectives comes up. And this kind of ties back to the point that you two brought up earlier on, right? Team Secret, solid early game, but when that mid game rolls around and something goes wrong, they just start crumbling.
That's the thing, right? They need overwhelming momentum. They don't have enough chemistry with each individual player to be able to kind of compensate for the fact that somebody is going down. It is not one clear direction, but at the very least, you can see that Homeboys, that's their major difference between them and Secret.
And the experience and the macro does speak a lot. Let's go backstage for MVP of Game 1 is Sabat. I don't know why he acts surprised because this guy did post so much weight in that game number 1, finding those flanks, forcing out crucial battle spells from people like Maima, forcing out early Winds of Nature like Sadafa pointed out from Matt, ending this game with an 8-1 scoreline.
Paquito has been in a weird limbo for a long time despite being a pretty universal hero, but now that he's back in the meta, we get to witness the rise of Paquito once again. Someone who's comfortable going for more damage items than people would normally go for on this hero, getting the Hunter Strike, Bloodlust Axe, having the Malefic Roar to make sure that he can always threaten that backline, force out important utilities like Husky mentioned, and making sure that Secret are uncomfortable. They already had difficulty taking more coordinated team fights. When they're forced to use resources early, they just fall apart.
Exactly. That comes back down to trust, but I think that Sapat, especially when you see Quantum Charge on Paquito builds, you know that they want to build some form of damage.
Well, with that being said, Homebois starting off this series with a strong Game 1 win. Let's listen into the upcoming mic check to see what the boys are talking about behind the scenes for this Game 1.
Okay.
Okay, mantap jump.
Aku 5 menit. Kau ke?
Ada rest ni ya?
Dah
Bunuh fikir.
Dapat 3.
Aku tahu.
Dia bunuh guys. Nice!
Itu pun penyakit. Go no flick guys.
Boom! Nice!
So, nice.
Boom! Meletak!
Nice.
Aku nak spell.
Kau dah jump.
Kau dah. Nice. Dah end.
Mantap. Orang.
Okay, santai.
Orang.
Tak ada yang bilang lord lah.
Nice.
Bingung coba. Kan?
So one thing we learned from this mic check is that it's no longer called Appraiser's Wrath. It's just boom!
Just boom every single time. It came from the Star Shadow from a Warlord at the very least, and he loves doing it. I can definitely understand the sentiment of it, because it's a very satisfying spell when it connects.
It feels really good when you hit it, right? This
Yeah.
explosion at the end, you hear that meteor shattered. Yep. It's a clean game.
To become the best sniper, you have to become the sniper rifle. You have to make the sound effect every time it lands. Threaten the enemy, even if they can't hear it. And looking at this game overall, really clean from the Homebois. I like the idea from Team Secret, and they were executing on it really well in the early stages, invading, getting a lead. But then they got a bit complacent. Their rotations were not as clean. They became very obvious. And obviously Zorn is going to snatch up on that. In one single moment, 3-man Tyrant's Rage, the game was over.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? From both compositions, you can tell that even at a 4v5, as long as their EXP laners are out of the question, it's still a very solid composition. Add the EXP laners, now you have a level of playmaking that most EXP laners are never put in that position. They either play, I'm here to soak, I'm here to tank, I'm here to kind of lock people down, combo break. This time round, I think for both of the roles, they knew, all right, backline mages need to go. It's a bit tough to catch an Ovario, of course, but at least for the Claw, very susceptible.
When you look back at the drafting phase, we also saw Team Secret ban out Teresa third, right? So it's one of the few matchups where, like, well, now there's one less brick wall for this Paquito to worry about, and you also take away a hero that Neo might find himself slightly more comfortable on with that reliable engage using the penalty zone. And I remember we discussed a little bit about what if we go for the Yuzong in this case. The Lapu Lapu, we did see it fall off from the mid to late game, but for the side of Homebois, Slafa did point out 4 quantum charges, including Zorn on the Skufra.
The mobility, movement speed from Homebois just gave them so many options, right? To run around, to decide where they want to engage, for Sapat to just walk into the mid lane, take the tower for free, and then join the Lord fight after that. Secret were not rotating very well here, and that does seem to be a huge Achilles heel. This lineup works well on paper. I honestly don't even think Neo was doing that badly. He was doing a great job diving the backline, even if he wasn't necessarily threatening kills. It was forcing Homebois to take very split team fights. It's just that the backline of theirs got dived very often by our MVP of the game. They didn't have enough resources because both Max and Martins are going to be up ahead trying to see if they can catch anyone out. And Homebois seem to recognize that Secret don't have the experience needed to come back in the late game, especially on a Claude. So I just feel like too many comfort picks were let through that Secret were not prepared to deal with.
So when you look at the numbers for this game, number one, you can also see that when Team Secret are put on the back foot, they started becoming punching bags, right? In this case, Warlord with more than 100,000 damage dealt overall. We did see this one good recovery from Team Secret at the second Lord, where they were able to pick off Chibi, some very impressive individual plays from Matt, from Muddins, and even from Neo. But that was the only good team fight we saw, and it sometimes make you, yearn for more, because if they can pull it out one time, why can't they do it consistently?
I think the reason for that is because that was actually Homebois kind of going limit testing a bit, right? They had already regained the lead at that point. Really solid 5k net worth difference. It's pretty obvious that they have a tanky front line, so they just ran at Team Secret, expecting we can outlast them. Once Matt is taken out, we can take the Lord for free. But that didn't work. So what happens the next fight? They no longer go for the straightforward 5v5 front. They split up their forces. They play the map. They come in from behind for pincer movements. Instant adjustment once they realize that even with their net worth lead, they can't fight Team Secret head on yet.
And that's the thing. Chibi and as well as Zorn had an interchangeable role of who's going to soak up the Mystic Gush. And I think that was really important here. As soon as Maima doesn't have that Mystic Gush, it opens up a whole new plethora of ways to kind of run down onto Team Secret as their peel isn't as strong overall, right? If you look at the goal graph, starting from that 8th minute, which was the highest peak for the side of Team Secret, instantly dropping down at the 9th minute as right in front of the tier 1 of the Homebois, where we do see those 3 kills occur.
You can see how it went wrong, and where it went wrong, right? Sabat steals the turtle, Zorn finds the 3-man, Tyrant's Revenge, and everything started going downhill. And Team Secret never recovered from that, aside from being able to take that second Lord when Homebois were running at them. But Homebois just readjusted, played a macro game, and Secret were forced in a position where, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Do we get the Lord? Do we try to stop Homebois, or do we defend against the Lord? There's nothing that they could decide on time, and Homebois took advantage of it.
They weren't able to make those decisions quick enough, and when it did happen, they weren't able to communicate it to the rest of their team fast enough, and that resulted in really scattered decision-making, really messy movements, and erratic gameplay that Homebois, that is their playground. That's exactly the kind of discomfort they want to put their enemies under, and I think this graph just perfectly represents the win condition Homebois were looking for. As long as they never fall 3K behind, they are sitting pretty.
And let's not forget, the fact that Warlord is, his form of oppression is making sure that your life total is relatively low, right? I think Homebois from the get-go kind of understood what they needed to do in these team fights early on. It's just a little hard to do, especially in the earlier stages of the game, where Max's Totoy's Poissons really poses a threat. Like, look at Ryzel slowly walking on behind him, right? He is taking a bit of damage, but he is so slow to catch up with everybody else. He doesn't want to use the BMI aggressively, but the rest of the team, as long as they don't touch it, they're not in trouble. And then Sabat finishes his 3rd item. Once you have those 3 damage items, you can basically take out any one of the backliners, especially if they don't have anti-cuirass, and even then, it's still a toss-up, assuming that you don't get hit by the double jab.
And even when you look at the overall draft, it's just a lot more convenient for Homebois to pull off engages thanks to the Novaria, right? It allows Kufar to just get these engages that normally he would need a lot more precision to land. And you also put Mandis in a very awkward spot where he realizes we are peeling back for Maima and Matt. I gotta use my resources, my flicker, my ultimate defensively just to keep Sabat away, just to make sure that Zorn doesn't dive my backline. And Team Secret, at one point, were just playing very reactive to Homebois.
Yeah, reactive gameplay. We kind of see this a lot among the lower ranked teams here in MPL, where they don't quite seem comfortable when they're put on the back foot. When they're already in a disadvantageous position, it's obvious that the better teams are going to understand how to make them feel even worse. And when that happens, the mental just falls apart. They're not able to discuss things, they're not able to decide things well. And when you're not able to do that, it's pretty obvious that you're going to falter. I really love the way that Homebois were moving around. This has always been one of their strengths. You could see that they scattered the fight, but it's proactive. They're actively deciding who goes ahead first, how they want to keep their distance, and how they want to layer their abilities.
I think on top of that, you also want to look. We also need to look at how Team Secret operates as a squad, right? We already went through the fact that when they start falling apart, they just don't have much communication. But we'll keep that topic for game number 2, because right now we're gonna toss it back to Rose on the stage for an upcoming interview. So Rose, do your thing. Take it away.
Alright, hello semua. Since hari ini kita ada Seru Saturday dan kita juga celebrate Hari Malaysia, kita mestilah kena ada interview untuk bagi suasana kita lagi seru, or we would say Seru Saturday. Alright, so with me here kita ada Dennis Lim. Dia adalah satu KOL untuk content creator, YouTuber, and over here we ada Sanjna or Sanju. She is an actress, a model, Miss Supranational 2018, Miss Intercontinental 2017, and has also acted in the movie Pulau. Alright, hello.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, so let's start with you.
Okay.
Tell us a little more about yourself.
So I think you already introduced me fully. My name is Sanjna Suri. I'm an actress, model, ex-pharmacist, but a massive lover of Mobile Legends. I swear to God.
Oh, wow. All right, Dennis, let's go. A little more about you.
Okay, I'm Dennis, and I create contents for Chinese videos. So I play Mobile Legends every night until 3 a.m.
Wow, until 3 a.m. Is that the cutoff?
Yeah.
All right. So, how long have you been playing Mobile Legends?
3 years. 3 years now.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. So, how much do you know about the game?
I think quite a lot. I'm currently at 70 stars, trying to hit
Wow! 70 stars. Do you stream?
a little bit. Trying to
You should try.
explore.
All right. What about you? Oh no, it's okay.
Okay, so I'm not that bad lah. This season I'm mythic, but last season mythical honor only because I'm busy, or else I can also beat you.
Wow! Alright, kita ada dua KOL yang datang tengok MPL kita, lepas tu dorang pun mythic. Zan, bila nak mythic Zan? Bila nak mythic? KOL pun mythic tau? Alright, so, okay, question. How do you feel? How is the atmosphere in MPL? Is this your first time coming?
For MPL, yes, first time. Memang best gila. I watch every episode, tapi dia punya suasana kat sini memang lain. The energy memang best lah. So korang kalau nak, you have to try at least one time, experience for yourself.
What about you? The last season you came was season 10, right?
Yeah.
How different is it this season?
I'm really a big fan of this kind of events, and I've never participated in a gaming event with such a crowd, and the fans are crazy, so supportive.
Yeah.
All right, Dennis.
Yes.
Personally, all right, between us, the players can't hear you. Okay, they
Okay.
actually can.
Yes.
Who is your favorite team?
Favorite team must be Team SMG.
Wow, why Team SMG?
Because I got Gina.
Hey, Hari Malaysia lah.
Hari Malaysia, bro.
To support so less this year.
All right, what about you? What's your favorite team?
I don't want to sound lalang lah, okay? It used to be Todak, but to be honest, whoever who can represent Malaysia the best and get us something internationally, I support.
Who is your favorite player?
I think it's Zorn.
Zorn! Wow!
He's so savage, his recalls and everything, just very fun to watch.
Zorn. You, who's your favorite player?
Actually, I was about to say Zorn because I play a support role, roamer role, so I really like his play style, so I follow him a lot.
Hey, KOL pun suka Zorn, eh? All right, so since it's Malaysia Day, how are you gonna celebrate your day aside from coming over to MPL?
Going home and watching the remaining games, to be honest.
Memang fan. You?
Go makan nasi lemak.
Oh, nice.
All right, so last question. Since you play ML, you play ML, what's your favorite hero?
Nana.
Nana. Can you say a punchline from Nana?
Do you want to be friends with Nana?
Oh, so cute. Okay, Dennis.
Johnson.
Really? Whoa, okay. Can you say a line?
Family.
All right.
Youngster, wanna ride?
All right, guys. I'm pretty sure segmen ni sangat menyerahkan audience. Tapi let us throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game kedua kita. So, macam mana nak tanya tadi? Zan, bila nak meeting?
Well, we'll let Zan figure that out in the next season. But thank you very much, Rose, and our lovely guest. And I believe Dennis said a Vin Diesel line, not Johnson. I'll have to get that checked.
It's the same thing.
No, I can verify this. It's totally true. You listen to the Japanese voice lines, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so there's no way you would know that. Yeah, it was totally
we
English,
can't
right,
verify.
Staffa?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We're all on board with this one.
Well, we gotta look at Chibi in this time for game 2 in the jungle. Is 100% win rate heroes. He played Export once, he has played Akai once, and Halkert 2 times. And he has 11 out of 17 game wins overall so far in this role. And the diversity started to show, right? We've seen him play a lot of Fredrin. He has been a kind of the Fredrin guy for Homebois. Then we started to see him get unlocked, put on the Export, put on the Akai, and then he gets to play Assassin. And so far, he has been performing so well.
Yeah, I'm going to omit the export for the sake of my point because so far his 100% win rate junglers all have some form of interaction or impact to the overall game. Dark Knight Falls, Heavy Spin, I'm not going to really go into depth, especially with this export. It's only one win, and more importantly, he plays more of a peel role in those cases. Fredrin, whenever he's a punching bag and he's looking to soak and peel, generally he's taking the damage on purpose to allow the rest of his team to shine. In comparison to somebody like Max, who kind of does his own thing.
we do see this a lot here, where we do have junglers split into different archetypes, the more supportive type, and then the more ego type that wants to go aggressive, that wants to go for kills. Unfortunately, looking at Max's overall stats, they are really not that good right here. Ranked 25th, 25th, 30th, 11th. Nowhere in particular where he's outstanding in comparison to a lot of junglers here in the season. And speaking of junglers in this season, I think it's quite interesting because midway through the season, I think a lot of us had the question where now that the meta has expanded and the hero pool that's possible is bigger, a lot of junglers who were forced into supported tank positions for the past few seasons seem to have difficulty adjusting. But now Chibi is definitely showing himself more, and having that flexibility to play both a supportive heal role and also an aggressive carry role is really powerful.
And at the same time, for Max, he also had a role swap in the middle of the season, right? So the
That's
stats,
true.
They're a bit skewed in certain ways. But yeah, so I would say that when he went into the jungle role, took a bit of time for him to get used to, but we did see him kind of find ways to pull himself ahead, right? And he was able to abuse matchups that he's just so much stronger in. You see the Boxer Frederick, and we see him play a lot of Martis whenever he gets his hands on it, and he's been able to really push the envelope. In this case, I think it's up to the rest of Team Secret to really help Max accelerate the game. Because that early, first 5 to 7 minutes, Max, I'd say, has done all the necessary things as an aggressive jungler.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree with you that it's not Max's fault in a lot of these situations. There are times where it does feel weird, and I could probably point out a couple in his previous games, but I think, he is more than capable of throwing himself in a situation just to give the signal to everybody else. You gotta run it down now. If not, we're never gonna get another opportunity.
Passive aggressiveness, right? Like, if no one listens to me, I'll do it.
Yep, I'll do it myself. I'll get it done.
But you don't want to be in that position in the first place, right? You want to make sure your communication is crisp and you're proactive rather than sacrificing your life so that your team actually takes action, right? And I think that is a big problem with Secret. We already talked about their rotations, their team fighting didn't seem the cleanest, but I think one big thing that they should focus on, especially during drafting phases, is to identify which part of the map, which part of the draft they want to focus on. Right now, a lot of their games just kind of rely on, whoever gets farmed, we'll play around him. But the goal should be to try and set up your lineup in a way that supports that person getting farmed in the first place. They didn't really play around the Bruno lane, even though they should have won that out completely. Just kind of reacted depending on who just happened to be playing better.
I kind of agree with sentiment because I especially for game number 1, as long as Boxia gets ahead, there's nothing much they can really do. If they can isolate that 1v1 between Bruno as well as Claude, Bruno comes out of that majority of the time on top, especially without any external factors to really skew the lane. I think this is where the biggest problem for Secret really starts to show, right? As much as they want to play reactive and they cannot play from behind, I also think that, again, communication is just so key. A lot of these problems can just come down to somebody raising up their hand and saying, hey, this person is here. Hey, this person doesn't have his flicker. And I can't expect Martins, who we're hearing in a majority of, well, when I say majority, 2 of their mic checks so far, it's him screaming at everybody like, hey, things are happening. Let's keep it going. Let's keep up the momentum.
And you look at the first phase ban, we have that Bruno being taken out by Team Secret towards the very end. So unlike game number 1, Team Secret doesn't have that solid gold lane gap, right? You don't have, Matt doesn't have the capability to really dominate this Claude in the lane early on. So Homeboys feel very, very comfortable picking it up for Ryzel.
Yeah, this is already kind of scary. I was like, when we see the Kaja being banned out, it's pretty clear that Homeboys want to threaten both Joy and Claude at the same time. And Secret removing the Bruno of their own volition means that now they have even less options to straight up win the gold lane 1v1. In this case, you would need to go for heroes like the Brody or the Harif, but those as well don't scale too well, and Matt hasn't really shown his proficiency there. So Homeboys are already looking very comfortable.
Yeah, in these cases, Team Secret are already, as much as they like to play around the gold lane as their main win condition, at least this time they're taking a book out of the from the Homeboys' page with a double flex pick of their own, which they can combo very naturally with either a Beatrix in this case, or if they want to take a longer, slower approach for more of a team fight with a lot of peel, Irithel.
Yeah, and I think we've seen Team Secret be a lot more comfortable on that Beatrix. It's one of Matt's more played heroes overall, but I do like the Irithel as well. It really depends on which phase they want to put Mass Hero in, right? Do they want to lock it in the first phase, or do they want to keep it for second phase and expect Homeboys to not target that? In this case, I think for Homeboys, if they want to go down the Gord route, now they can. You have someone that can artillery from long
How about
range.
the Hellcurt?
And the Hellcurt, there it is, you call it right. And the Terizla, you take it away for yourself.
It did look like a good Hellcurt setup, right? Normally you'd want to keep the hero for the second phase, but they already know that Secret will definitely ban it out second phase if they don't pick it now. It's a pretty good counter to the Fred Rain, and if you blind out Team Secret, their already erratic movements just become worse.
I think for a lot of the mages that are still in the pool as of right now, all get affected by the Hellcurt, right? I mean, the Terizla I felt like was pretty straightforward here. It didn't get banned out. It's not like they want to play X-Borg into Paquito anyways, especially since they have a Claude, so therefore jumping into the backline, they need something to kind of set things up for them. So now that they have the set, they also have the Playmaker with the Dark Knight Falls to synergize with the rest of the team. Team Secret, I think even Novaria doesn't feel very good.
It doesn't feel good because you just can't see anything, right? You get the Astral Echo out, and then suddenly the whole map turns dark. Team Secret, they're going to go with the Grok for Muntins once more, so they will stick with that, Roma. And I do like it. You still kind of put a bit of pressure in the enemy jungle early on. You get to open up the map if the lights are on. And that is the only condition.
The thing is, that's a pretty big condition this game here. Chibi just needs to press one button and then the Grok becomes very hard to play around. It does make me worry about the hero pool for this new rumor on the side of Team Secret, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like the Grok here. It was already limiting them in the previous game because it wants to engage, so it doesn't provide as much defensive utility here, especially against a hero like Claude, which is already hard to catch in the first place. I don't know, I feel like Homeboys have full control of the draft right now.
Well, we'll see in a little bit, right? Because again, Grok does provide some form of disengage at the cost of his own life when you utilize the Wild Charge. And you're not going forward, you're looking to kind of use it backwards. Homeboys, I think very smart of them, are trying to take away high mobile heroes that are really annoying to kind of lock onto. Wan in this particular case, very high up, which kind of means that Homeboys have planned this from the start, that they wanted the Hellcurt, so that's why they took away the Claude. They were expecting Team Secret not to actually lock in a marksman of their own and take full advantage.
So the Kufra gets banned up at Team Secret because I was also looking at Homeboys to pick up the Kufra in a heartbeat if that gets let through. With that being said, the Novara is, even though it's not an option for Secret, it is a very big, it can be a big priority for Homeboys if they want to put Warlord on that hero again, right? Now you get to switch off the lights, you line on Team Secret, and you get to see exactly where they are to get those big engages without much contention. Team Secret still will pick out the Novaria, but in this case, I think they need to take it away from Warlord.
Yeah, I also think that they need to go for a first item Ice Queen's Wand Rush here. Only because like the engagement from the side of the Homeboys is going to be pretty devastating, and disengaging from that isn't going to be easy, especially since they've already locked in that Grok, so they can't even start thinking about Diggy. I was thinking maybe Team Secret wanted to go along the lines of Farmis, but then it'll be worse because of as much as we would want Valentina to be in here, clumping up together, we'll get punished.
Yeah, I think Homeboys are definitely looking at like a Gord combo at this point, right? Really good into the Fred Rain, really good into the Grok. They combo it with something like the Franco that has a good amount of single target catch, and then the mid-roam combo for Homeboys is going to be very powerful overall. The Gore does come out. We'll see what's going to be in the hands of Zorn here. It is the Minotaur. Interesting.
Just full on big AoE, Area 51 no-go zone for Homeboys. If your Secret is already bad enough that you don't get to see in the first few seconds in the team fight, now you got to deal with not getting hit by Warlord stun, and you are running into a Terizla, a Minotaur, and your backline gets threatened by the Hellcurt Claude. So Team Secret, you got to stick with the Iridel, some sort of ability to run around these fights.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be enough, because I think Matt has a lot of work on his shoulders up ahead, right? He has to wait for a lot of the ultimates coming out of Homeboys to be unleashed first and then look to clean up later. And I don't know, 80%, killing people at 80% on an Iridel before she gets her 3 items can be quite a stretch.
How are you boys feeling about this game, this draft for Secret?
I don't know, it's really rough. I think Homeboys have got this in the bag.
Yeah, I agree here. Homeboys have full control of this draft as compared to game 1 where Secret had a larger win condition, snowball the early game, close out mid. This game, they have such a tiny window because they have to wait for Matt to get 3 items, and by that time, we already see Rizal is going to be a massive problem.
And the worst part is that even if he has 3 items, there's a good chance they still lose this.
Because you can't see, right? I mean,
you can't
if you can't see, the damage doesn't get dealt. Team Secret, they already have no chance of getting into that 6-point gap. They can't be in the same zone as Team Lunatix. So they gotta somehow win this to scrap up at least 1 point. Game 2 is going to kick off right now. Everyone is citing Homebois. The crowd is definitely radiating that Flame Boys energy. And Team Secret, they are definitely in a very, very tough spot.
Right? They're going to have to adapt as quickly as they can during that mid game, but I think the early game is where, at the very least from the side of Team Secret, they have a clear strong and weak side. The problem is that a lot of it can be forced out. For the side of Team Secret, at least they can force out the gold lane, force out that gold wave so they can start off these invades. I think Matdins is probably going to do the same thing and force Retribution out of Chibi as early as possible. Good adaptation from the Homebois to try and deny that. But they want to oppress, just like how they did in Game 1 with the Boxia. Force out the Retribution, come in, take away the camp.
It's going to be much more difficult this game, though, considering that Fredrin will not have that same number of mobility. And once level 4 comes around, it's going to be the Homeboys that want to really threaten the map. Their macro play, once they have their ultimates, is going to be terrifying. And Team Secret, I don't think they have the tools to create a significant lead before that timing happens. So it's all about whether or not they can stifle that bleeding.
And Zorn even is running the Quantum Charge once more, this time on the Minotaur. Right? One of Minotaur's major issues is that he's just very big, bulky, and slow. So the Quantum Charge does give him a little bit of that sustain and allows him to at least match the movements of Team Secret. In a way, Turtle will be spawning on the top side in under 20 seconds. Team Secret, they will get there first, but for Homeboys, they're not too worried. They don't have to rush this.
Nicely done by Ryzel down on the bottom side of the map, just squeezing it out against the Irithel. Matdins is going to find a little bit here, but now a full-fledged fight.
Trying to get Sabat away from this lane, so Sabat will not hit that level 4. Gotta stick around in the middle lane to soak up some of that XP. Matdins just doing his utter best to slow down Chibi as much as possible. Max will start off the turtle.
See whether or not they do want to contest this. Secret do have a pretty good control over it since Chibi decided to go for his purple buff instead. Gonna even space it out to make sure that Naima cannot snipe it out, so good timing. And now actually force Team Secret to zone off of the turtle as well, since they know now that the Homeboys will be battle ready.
Great posturing for the side of the Homeboys. Really great, because again, Team Secret recognized that, oh, there's a good chance I might lose this 50-50 retry against Chibi only because of the Dark Knight Falls, right? He's not too worried because Zorn isn't level 4, but Sabat is. So CC plus not being able to see the health bars, not a great combination to deal with.
It's very irritating to deal with when Homeboys get to posture around the objective, right? If Secret gets there first, Homeboys, they don't have to rush, they have the ultimates. But if Homeboy gets there first, Team Secret has almost no way of contesting this. Neo and Matdins will be around the corner to try something, but they will not get the turtle. It's just too hard for them to do so. All the elements for Homeboys to give Chibi that first blood.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a great attempt from Matdins. He canceled out some core abilities, but at the end of the day, Max, he's just looking to power farm, right? He needs to get ahead in EXP against Chibi to actually stand a chance.
Yeah, I don't mind the movements there, sacrificing Matdins to see if they can contest the turtle. At this point, him losing his life isn't too bad, especially if they were able to trade the objective. They weren't, but because of that, Team Secret gets a bit of space on the opposite side of the map to give Max and Matt a little bit more gold and EXP scaling, which they need. Right now, they really gotta keep up with the Homeboys and avoid falling behind, because we already mentioned that window is very tiny, and it's unlikely that Matt is going to out-farm Ryzel.
They only have one reliable means of engage on Team Secret, which is Matdins, so the responsibility is placed on his shoulder once more, as most of the games have been. But for the side of Homeboys, they can just randomly catch you from afar with the Gourd stun, and suddenly they can jump on you with Chibi's ultimate. So in this case, Team Secret, with already so many odds stacked against them, it is still not the full extent of it. And if you see here, Matdins getting caught up by the Mystic Projectile, will have to expend the ultimate to get out.
Alright, so they at least get the Mystic Gush out. It makes this dive a little more difficult to accomplish, but Chibi is in position just in case.
Right, so he's just going to try and clear the wave and again threaten Matdins, isolating Matt at the same time. And Rise Up is one full level to hit.
Yeah, that's looking pretty bad for Matt overall. He already wants to not fall behind. The fact that he's a whole level difference against one of the best late game scaling marksmen in the game. This is already starting to fall out of Team Secret's hands here. As we can see, they're not really playing for any side of the map, just responding to Homeboy's aggression, and honestly, not that well.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out a way for Team Secret to actually get the drop on Homebois, right? How are they going to do that, right? As much as they want to play responsive, they need to find angles of which they can kind of slip through the cracks. Right now, around this turtle, this might be pretty dangerous.
This could be the breaking point for Team Secret. 5 minutes in, Muddin is going to see where Chibi is, and Chibi will start chalking him down. Zorn, still very healthy. Now we'll use the ultimate. Still survives, and Neo comes in with a 1-2 jab alongside the Astral Echo to find the kill. The lights will turn up a bit late, but the big combo comes up. Oh boy, the flick of a wall are not enough to finish off Max, but Subbai will continue to chase him down, and Max, withering down, will finally explode. And Homebois will find 2 kills and find a turtle.
That was actually really close from the side of Team Secret. They were so close to winning out that fight. They get the early rotate, but they also get the turtle, and now it's only going to go downhill from here on out.
Some good damage from Matt here, so the Irrital definitely starting to hit some damage potential. Gotta make sure he's not too far out. Already using the sprint in this position as well. That's a pretty important battle spell. But yes, that was a much more proactive team fight. Team Secret actually went into that turtle fight with a plan, and that resulted in them being able to trade some health, trade some bodies overall. But then midway through the fight, when it wasn't going according to plan, then you started seeing some faltering.
Matt able to leap away from the Mystic Projectile. Muddins will show up, trying to keep this bottom tier 1 alive, but it's a tall task. Riser will chunk out as much as the health as possible. Matt gets to hold on to this, but Homebois are shifting their pressure to the bottom side. And to answer what Gideon was pondering early on, how do Team Secret make a move? I was thinking, does Neo just want to proxy away, leave the lane, and try to make a play elsewhere on the map?
I mean, this is on the condition that, at least for Maima, feeds him the info, right? They're scared that maybe Hellcurt might be able to come up with a gank in these positions, and there's a good chance if Neo doesn't have his cooldowns available, he dies for free in the 2v1.
Minoan Flurry, lovely leap from Matt to get out, and Muddin just cancels that with the power of nature. So they do get a big ultimate out from Homebois. Now, can Team Secret capitalize on that? Seems like it's not. They're not going to be able to do it.
Good reactions right now from the Homebois, making sure that they are still piling on the pressure but not investing too hard, because that's exactly what's costing Team Secret a lot of these engagements here. And while I do see where you're coming from with Neo going for the split push here, that necessitates that the other 4 members can win fights as a 4-man. And right now they do not have the damage needed to be able to do that, which means that Neo already would be in a vulnerable position with the Dark Knight Falls, and then the rest of his team doesn't really benefit when his presence is not there either. So it doesn't quite work.
Trying to put some pressure onto Subbat. The turtle will spawn, and so far the first 2 have gone over to Homebois. Warlord taking some chip damage thanks to Maima landing a shot, but the same problem still persists. Homebois, they are going to call dips on the turtle. They're going to start slowly working on it, and the Dark Knight Falls will always be a major tool for Homebois.
The posturing has already begun. Fredrin is nowhere nearby, but at the very least you can see him trying to get as close to 11 as possible.
So far, Max needs a lot more time. Muddin just flickers forward to get the stun. Neo hits the backline to get rid of GB. That is the proactiveness you want to see. Muddin will give his life away. Team Secret will at least be able to secure this turtle for themselves. Matt will have the retreat to get that. Even getting Subbat taunted and pulled away from his team. Team Secret finding a good opening, and now they fish for more. Neo will find Riser and Zorn, but push back.
Very nice. That's what we're looking for right there. Secret finally adapting, finally learning from their mistakes, planning out a perfect combination of abilities to take down the Hellcurt, since they know that as long as GB is gone, they can control the fight, and they will take the turtle for free. Really nice communication. That's what we're looking for here. What Secret needs to focus on right now is to continue planning out engagements like that, and then be able to adjust. In this case, it went perfectly according to plan. They got Chibi, but in the cases where they're not able to find success, they gotta be able to plan discrepancies here. Have a plan B, make sure you don't fall apart. Some people retreating, some people engaging, and they will be in a good spot.
Of nature being purchased by Matt. At least now he has some defensive options for the upcoming fights. I would assume that this is about to turn bad. I mean, the Dark Knight Falls, this should be a kill, right?
Yeah, Matt is still getting as much damage as possible. The appraisal scrap for the slam dunk on the Chibi. Rizo, he's gonna be running, and Matt, with some nature that he just got instantly pays off. Team Secret have found 2 kills, and Max, he's gonna continue going. Neo now shows up. They get the pincer onto Subbat. This Hulk of a Smith will survive, but Team Secret finds an opening.
Nicely done. I told you, it was going to be a kill, resulting to who really depended on Max there. And I think, you know, Chibi understood his assignment, right? But I don't think he was expecting Max to be this particularly tanky at this stage of the game. He thought he was ahead.
I feel like he should have been prepared for that, though. It's kind of weird that he would go for that, because at that stage, it's not that important to go and take out the Fredrin yet. It's not like they're contesting for a neutral objective. They're squishier members of Team Secret in more vulnerable positions, yet Chibi simply insists on using the Dark Knight Falls to engage onto the Fredrin. And even then, his movement seemed to indicate he was unsure of whether or not that was actually the right play to go for, and that ended up costing them. After that, Homebois really needed to back off. It's good that they were able to cut their losses, but losing Rizal there is not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been better if Rizal didn't die, but hey, you know, you gotta learn your lessons here. I think for the Homebois, they've done this multitude of times, right? They get overconfident, they get put in their place, and then they adapt.
And Rizal is stacking out the Art of Thievery and moving towards the Lord Pit already, whereas Neo, he's still going to focus on clearing out the top wave. So Team Secret, they're not going to be able to have that man advantage for now, but what they do have is Maima with, on this Novaria, opening up the map as much as possible, able to handle that middle wave, which Team Secret desperately needs to keep away from the turret, and of course Neo forcing Rizal to contest the top side.
Yeah, much more textbook play. Now that Secret know that their four-man is capable of winning fights, they're quite comfortable with allowing Neo to do what a Paquito needs to do. Oh!
Sabai is going to pick up forward with the penalty zone onto Max. Now Mundis from behind with the concealed, trying to look for an engage, gets the stun, and Rizal is going to be chipped down low. Max drops, and it's not going to be there for the small contest. But they do somehow get a wall on Chibi and Rizal as Max shows up, tries to shut them down. The Lord will be secured by Sunbat, but Neo is not going to join the fight. Sunbat cannot lash onto Mad. He finds a triple. Team Secret with a wipeout onto Homebois.
Beautifully done coming out of Team Secret. Matt, so patient. They won 4v5, mind you. They might have lost the Lord, but in the end, they win the war, and now they're able to swing the goal back even further on their side to even things out, and more importantly, take the lead against the Homebois. Matt is here, and he's hit his power spike.
Yep, this has been a series of mistakes from the Homebois right now, feeling way too confident in their ability to control fights with the Dark Knight Falls. Martin's great positioning, going from behind, pincering the Homebois, and then Matt, like you mentioned, waiting for the perfect moment to pop that ultimate, and even baiting out Rizal with the Wind of Nature until the very last hit to make sure that the Claude doesn't decide to walk away from the team fight, netting him a triple kill. We mentioned how the window for an Irritel is very small in a Claude matchup, but by winning these few fights sequentially and making sure that Rizal is taking out every single time, that window of timing is now being expanded, and Matt is in full control.
Biggest goal lead that Team Secret has gotten in the series, 5,000. And he's gonna stay at there for a while. The Lord has already been dealt with. And we saw Homebois when they went for the engage when Zorn and Chibi used their crucial resources. It was just on to Max. They wanted to get rid of the jungler and they paid for it. And now Subbat, he's gonna get gone on, completely just pinged out by Team Secret. They will work on his health bar and finally finish him off. The penalty zone will only buy that much of time, and it will not be enough.
Oof. Unlucky. I mean, Subbat, he shouldn't be there in the first place. There's honestly no point for him to be there because there's no objectives to really fight around. For the side of the Homebois, they just need space inside their jungle, not the lanes. They need bush control here. So, punish Subbat and Chibi getting a Malefic Roar for himself sounds like a great idea, on top of the fact of he has the Sea Halberd as well as the DHS. He's dealing a decent amount of damage. But in terms of whether he can one-shot somebody like Max, I don't think so just yet.
Yeah, he seems to be getting caught out a bit too much here. Chibi a bit over-aggressive, and Team Secret actually finding some really good ways of engaging and finding that health kit, even when the lights are turned off here. With Matt having that 1k net worth lead, both marksmen are already on 4 items, but Matt is halfway to his final one. The Wind of Nature, though, can be a very big determining factor for Rizal, because previously he did not have it, so he was just straight up losing duels against the Irritel. Now this will give him more options, but Homebois have to be more patient.
Yep, Maima has been opening up the map, successfully with his Astral Shatters, just making sure that, you know, you don't get caught off guard. I think, you know, Bot Dinson as well as Maima have been just sniffing out where exactly Chibi likes to position himself so that they can actually either A, get in between, or in Maima's case, stand even further behind.
They had the sideway pushed out just now, so Team Secret gets to arrive at the Lord first. Both junglers have already maxed out in terms of level, so won't be a red tree discrepancy in this contest. You can see Sapat, he's gonna get in for his team as Max slowly peels the health off the Lord. Neo, as always, will force pressure on the side lane as Ryzo will scramble with Cloud and mid-wave.
Great Dragon Spear already completed, meaning that Max is full build on the Irritel. Very scary, but Homeboys do have the tools to take him out very quickly as long as they're able to find him. The problem is that sprint is still available, and GB hasn't been able to find these squishier targets.
Natural Echo is going to be used. Max just soaks up the damage, no problem. Or does get reset though. Felt like they were thinking of kind of rushing it down when they saw the claw drop on the top side by Team Secret. They will play slow and passive. GB hasn't been spotted just yet. They will see him in the bottom lane.
Oh, they're trying to be patient. They know the Hellcurt is there, but
Max, he's gonna go for it! Oh my goodness, GB! Could have been a disaster if Matt finds the kill, but the sprint was used alongside that heavy crossbow ultimate.
I think that's pretty worth it, all things considered. Homeboys can no longer contest the Lord at all. They're just gonna give it up. Trey maybe try and pincer onto Neo. Ryzel doing a good amount of damage.
Can Zorn catch up to him? Nope, not possible. Neo gets to put pressure onto Ryzo and gets out.
I mean, this game is really awkward for the Homeboys now, right? Because now GB recognizes that Matt is quite the problem, and he can't do it by himself no longer. He's going to need Supply to try and get at least a penalty zone onto Matt to force out the heavy crossbow at the very least. But even then, Team Secret, their peel now comes into play. And if they take a traditional front-to-front, Homeboys, it's tough, especially without the Mystic Gush, which has been utilized very early on in these fights. I think Warlord needs to get a little patient with this.
And they will be able to take down Neo at least, throw everything from the kitchen sink just to get rid of the Paquito. Supply will have to hold the fort on the top side for as much as possible. Matt actually buying time on the bottom lane. Team Secret will break this inhibitor without Homeboys being able to do anything.
Not too bad though. I like the proactive movement from the Homeboys. They already know it's very unlikely they're gonna be able to save that inhibitor anyway, so why not position themselves for an ambush and try and get a kill to disrupt Team Secret's positioning across the map. We do see Chibi trying to set up for another ambush as well, eyeing for Maima or Matt. Unfortunately, they're not gonna be coming by just yet, but if they're able to find someone here, it would be massive.
Matt,
Oh,
not
right.
that bush, not that bush, Chibi! Actually goes for the back! Onto Maima! Maima would just flicker to safety!
Okay.
They're gonna respond with the Astral Echo right now. Warlord ends up getting forced away by Max. It's an awkward interaction in the middle lane, so both teams walk away.
Okay. So Maimo was the target here. They get his flicker out. I'm pretty sure he recognizes that Matt does have Winds of Nature, so that it's too difficult to look for this one shot if he times it, especially if Matt times it well, which is not in GB's control. So I think he might try to make another attempt again. With the Dark Knight Falls, I'm not 100% sure if he's going to utilize that, but unless he's got the added bonus of ACC coming in from either Warlord or Zorn, ideally it would be Sapat, then I think he'll jump on Matt.
Yeah, he needs an extra bit of support. There's no way he can 1v1 Matt right now, especially since he will have that sprint and Wind of Nature available. Basically a death sentence if he goes for that. Maima gonna get that purple buff, making things more annoying here, as the Lord will be coming up in another 35 seconds. So this is a really important window here. But considering that we're 18 minutes in, death timer's gonna be pretty long. If they're able to pick off any member on either team right now, it will mean a straight up numerical advantage for the Lord fight. And considering that the base of the Homeboys is exposed now, that's gonna be go time for Team Secret.
Look at the mid lane, he has been fairly quiet on Warlord's side. Gord, whenever he doesn't have his cooldown, the impact does reduce. And for Maima, just more effective hero-wise in terms of getting vision, getting info for his team. But now we've reached that super late game phase. Both teams basically almost stacked out in terms of items. This is where the Claude comes alive. He just needs to find that window.
I mean, Homeboys have been trying to bait out this fight against Team Secret pre-Lord for the longest time. And now that the Lord has spawned, it's the same thing all over again. It has already occurred twice. Let's see how they want to approach the battle.
Situation is a bit different because Ryzer was able to shove in that top wave a bit deeper, so Neo, if he wants to again spend time there, he will need to take a lot more space and ask the rest of his team to buy time. In this case, Homeboys are starting to pressure that Team Secret on the Lord pit. The mid-tier one will finally fall, so Homeboys will have more room to work with.
It's just a question of whether or not they want to trade the Lord for some objectives here, get some structures with Rizal, because it doesn't really seem like Homeboys are posturing particularly hard to go for the Lord pit just yet. Instead, taking it slow. Team Secret still in position to go for that ambush. I'm pretty sure they do have eyes on where Matt is right now, so they can at least make sure that the Irritel isn't going to pop up behind them, but this is a pretty tense Lord dance right now.
Homeboys have already shoved their bottom wave in as well, so lesser room to breathe. Got Secret. They're gonna go into Subbat. Try to chunk out his health as much as possible. Now Rizal shows up. Subbat starts to drop low. Penalty zone onto Max with the Mr. Gush onto everything. TB now turns off the light, and they were able to get Matt and Muntis. Both the immortality expanded. Now Max shows up from the back. With the trunk used by Warlord. Sniped by Maima. Matt started to go huge with the damage, and Neo will try to find TB, but Rizal covers his escape route, but doesn't matter. Neo finds the kill. With the trunks into buy time. Maima flickers forward. Max chasing down Zorn. Team Secret doing everything from the playbook, and Maima, can you find the sniper to Rizal? He finds him, gets his immortality out, and Team Secret now opens up the game.
Homeboys who are overzealous, they completely forget that the bottom tier 1 is there, and there's a potential flank angle for Matt. He continues to show that he's got the game sense, just give him the chance.
Yeah, Homeboys did get the lore though, so Team Secret can't rest on the laurels just yet. This game is not yet over. Homeboys found some sort of recovery, but Team Secret finding these coordinated fights, this is what we've been wanting to see since game number 1.
Really clean movements here, but they're definitely losing more structures than they need to. They're trying to end the game right there. They'll lose the tier 2 bot and mid. Lord should be pretty easily cleared up afterwards. Homeboys, I like the idea of targeting down Max to make sure they can get the Lord and then try to retreat under the cover of night, but it ended up taking a bit too long. Matt, great positioning coming in from behind. He knows that there's nothing that can really threaten him right now, and being able to take out multiple members of the Homeboys, just running them down with the sprint thanks to the extra slow from the Astral Echo as well. But still, I think that Homeboys actually cut their losses pretty well in that situation, and the fact they got the Lord was the most important thing, because that is what keeps them in the game.
How long can they hold on for, right? Because this has been dragging on for an uncomfortable amount of time, and Team Secret have yet to even make some work onto the Crystal side from the Homeboys. At the end of the day, Homeboys are still able to kind of recover from it, but I think, you know, recognizing their mistakes here is going to be quite important. Can they catch Matt and ruin his perfect game here?
How is this base push going to look like for Homeboys? We've seen Team Secret Siege. They have the tools to make that happen thanks to Maima, but when we kind of flip the sides around, when Homeboy goes for these Siege, do they have the same amount of resources that Secret has?
Same, I wouldn't say same. They have different tools for sure. In terms of resources, they've come to a point where it's like more than enough, right? They've got more than enough damage for the backliners to kill each of their own respective matchups in the backline, right? The front line is where I'm a little concerned about, right? For the side of Team Secret, as much as I would like to believe that Max doesn't stand a chance against a full-on combo coming in from Warlord, he's able to tank for a solid couple of seconds, which can allow a couple of things to happen. Number one, Mandates can cancel it out. Neo can look to cancel it out. Both of them have a way to knock up their opponent, which is great against someone, against the Mystic Gush. But Subbat, right? He engages, he's clean, it looks good, he doesn't deal enough damage.
Yeah, the damage is a problem here, because Chibi is not getting enough safety to go for it. Rizal as well needs to wait for the perfect opportunity, and Warlord, like I mentioned, just doesn't seem to be outputting enough to even take down Max, which this Gord was specifically drafted to try and remove at the start of the fight. After that, Zorn doesn't really contribute all too much here, which is why I feel like the Franco may have still been a better option in this case, but of course, we're 20 minutes in. The net worth difference is actually pretty even here. All it really comes down to for the Homeboys is taking out the Irritel. After that, even Secret doesn't quite have enough damage to completely remove them from the field of play. So it's all about this Irritel determining how this game will go.
And you see the major difference when Homeboys open up the middle lane, right? Rizal gets to walk up a lot more. They get to play that macro a lot more on the side of Homeboys, and forcing Team Secret to be a bit more cautious with where they stand. Warlord able to continuously check that bush. He knows that Mantis is going to be there. trying to chip away at Team Secret as the rest of Homeboys try to find info of where Secret will be.
Yep, both teams, again, they're just doing they're posturing against each other, right? Homeboy's trying to bait out a fire like, yes, come get our Claude. Look, he's so juicy. He's down here. It's not like Chibi is waiting for one of these pushes. And I think that's what they're going to do down by bot side.
Neo, a bit
Can they
out
find
of position, a hilarious position. In fact, Neo is going to try at least get something out of Rise Out. The lights have been switched off. Neo does have the immortality. He's going to use the jab. Where's the IO Cyclone? Gets the shield from the left hand. JB chases after him. Finally gets the immortality out. But I think Team Secret, they're going to pull the trigger onto Homeboys on the Lord Pit. As Neo goes down, can Team Secret somehow salvage this? Matt trying to run down Subbot, but he doesn't have enough damage. Zorn is also still alive. Now Team Secret will have to play a 4v5 situation. Madis in danger. Doesn't have much resources to work with. And Max is going to kind of facilitate that escape.
Excellently done there. That's exactly what the Homeboys were looking for. Pick off Neo. He did a great job, honestly, sprinting and buying as much time as necessary. In an ideal world, Matt would have just taken out the rest of the Homeboys without Chibi around. But they were able to hold themselves. And they even forced the ultimate out. So now the Lord, 50-50.
They use the penalty zone to Max already. Does have the immortality. And Maima has that ultimate. Martins will have his backup as well. Sabat already losing a lot of that health. Trying to get that immortality out of him, but he does have the passive, so a bit tanky as Max tries to get on top of him. Now Zorn is going to re-engage with the minimum fury. They use everything to take out Max and Martins' immortality again, and there's just nothing that Team Secret can do. Matt, he sees some red health bars, but he doesn't have the front line to support him in running them down. And Homeboys, they're going to look to get this third Lord of the game and try to finally break it open, and they will do so.
Ooh, that is tense right there. Beautifully done by the Homeboys, changing up their tempo once again. Team Secret thinks they have them figured out. They know the timings that the Homeboys will engage, but no, instantly, the shift, the communication is great. Chibi pops the Dark Knight Falls instantly. Everyone gets off the Lord, goes for Max, and Martins, his timing, very unfortunate there with the wild charge, literally running right into the Mystic Gush, and Warlord finally getting to actually do some damage since the rest of Secret are not there. Neo is not positioned since he was just recently taken out. Lord pushing in, waves are synced up. Homeboys 5-man strong versus 3. Can they end this?
This is why I was mentioning earlier that this is the Homeboys' strength. Their adaptation in the game and the way that they're able to kind of communicate with each other is on a different level compared to Team Secret. Now, with the cross-map play that they've allowed themselves to get through this Lord, they're able to do so much more!
Wow, the damage!
Instantly, the Wisdom of Nature is not going to save him. In one fell swoop, Homeboys have done it. Took them longer than they wanted to, but nonetheless, it's a 2-0 sweep for Homeboys, and now they're going to be in first place on that leaderboard.
Ooh, what a game right there. Team Secret, we have to give them props. This is a huge improvement compared to the performance in game number 1. But the Homeboys were ever stronger, ever evolving, ever adapting, finding new and more innovative ways to overcome any obstacle thrown at them. They definitely deserved this clean sweep.
They do. You know, the Homeboys, a lot of faith in this team. Team Secret, I think this is one of their better showings overall. They didn't tilt too hard here in game number 2, despite what happened, but they recovered, and that is already one step forward in this race.
One thing we were looking for Team Secret, aside from communication, is how you recover from a bad fight. How do you keep your cool? Where is the proactiveness? Are you confident enough to make individual plays when needed? And I think we saw all of those qualities in game number 2, despite the loss.
Checking all the boxes here, top to bottom. I'm very happy, at least for Team Secret, that they come off with this type of performance.
Well, we are going to talk to Homeboys about this game to win. We're going to turn to Rose on the stage to conduct the interview.
3 mata penuh untuk Homeboys sekali lagi. Alright. Dengan kemenangan ni, maksud tu, as of now, standing Homeboys is currently number 1 dekat regular season kita. Alright. Okay. I'm sure ramai tengah happy. Kita start Malaysia Day kita dengan 3 mata penuh untuk dorang. Okay, Chibi. Alright. Chibi.
Yeah.
Sekarang dah nombor 1 dekat Liga. I mean, SMG belum main lagi kan?
Betul.
So, nombor 1 dekat Liga. Minggu depan, Homeboys akan jumpa Team Hub. Is Homeboys confident that korang boleh secure upper bracket untuk musim ini?
First kali saya cakap Alhamdulillah kita orang menang hari ini 2-0 dengan Team Secret. Lepas tu apa bracket InsyaAllah kita orang akan secure apa bracket Tak kira top 1 atau top 2 kita orang akan secure.
Alright. Makin lama makin konsisten Homebois. Okay. Oh, bagi kat Warlord. Lama tak interview Warlord.
Hello.
Alright. Warlord, hari ni Hari Malaysia. Sebagai orang Indonesia yang tengah main dekat liga kita, how does it feel to celebrate Hari Malaysia dengan kemenangan pertama?
Selamat hari jadi Malaysia.
Alright, Raizal pula. Raizal. Hari Malaysia. Apa Raizal nak cakap?
Selamat hari kemerdekaan buat Malaysia.
Alright. Okay. Untuk MVP kita macam biasa, kita nak siapa announce MVP? Cepat announce MVP. Alright, okay. Bagi mic dekat Cepat. 3, 2, 1, lepas tu MVP. Okay? Alright guys. Alright Cepat akan announce Silakan. Announce lah.
3, 2, 1.
MVP kita ialah...
Wow.
Alright. Sepakito. Alright. Since Cepat dapat MVP kan? Anip yang tanya soalan.
Okey, apa perasaan dapat MVP untuk season ni lah?
Untuk season ni? Baru game ni belum lagi
So perasaan saya sangat happy sekali. Ni merupakan game yang pertama saya dapat MVP of the match. So thank you team sebab gendong saya. Saya akan buat yang terbaik. Dan untuk Flamboys semua, thank you. Mana yang support MPL MY. Thank you guys, keep supporting us. Kita akan buat yang terbaik lagi, okay?
Alright. Okay. I nak tanya last question kepada Zorn. Alright.
Mana lagi Zon?
Alright, Zorn. I'm pretty sure since sekarang Hari Malaysia, I nak tanya Zorn. Apa Zorn nak kata dekat younger generation yang nak start join pro scene ataupun esports scene kita?
Siapa?
Sini. Alright Zorn, sekali lagi. Apa Zorn nak kata dekat generation yang baru yang nak masuk?
Generation, okay.
Yes.
Okay, kepada semua orang-orang yang nak masuk MPL ataupun pro player.
Yes.
Nak jadi pro player, korang kena tanam dalam diri tu passion lah. Passion tu paling penting sebab kalau korang tak ada passion untuk jadi pro player, korang tak akan ke mana-mana. Percayalah, passion is number 1 dalam semua benda yang kita buat.
Wow, very, very inspiring. Okay, kejap. Coach Pubs, let's wrap it up. Apa Coach nak cakap kepada Flame Boys yang datang sokong hari ini?
Terutama saya nak ucap terima kasih terutamanya kepada Flame Boys, kepada fans Homebois yang lain, juga kepada fans Team Secret. Terima kasih sebab sudi memeriahkan MPL kita hari ini dan saya harap sokongan anda ini akan terus berpanjangan. Terima kasih.
Alright guys, once again congratulations to Homebois. 3 mata penuh. And with that, Mali throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam clean sweep game ni. Casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose. Lovely post-game interview. And we got to talk about Sepat, MVP for both Game 1 and Game 2 and MVP of the overall series. And this guy, we've seen him make a lot of huge impact plays, but the spotlight has always gone to Rizal, Zorn, Warlord. It's good to see that after 5 weeks, he gets put on the pedestal.
It's easy to kind of look at the DPSs, the main carries of the team, and think, oh, they're absolutely the ones contributing the most. But Sepat in both games was just making Team Secret so uncomfortable. Game 1 on the Paquito, Sepakito is his name for a reason, constantly threatening the backline, forcing them to use resources. And although on the Turisla, it definitely seemed like his performance wasn't quite as obvious as before. Being able to set up those penalty zones, buying time, being very important. That Winter Trunkian definitely explains how they were able to hold out against Matt when Chibi was going for that gank with Rizal onto Neo on the opposite side of the map, and that made a huge difference. If they weren't able to hold in front of the Lord Pit, that game would have ended completely differently.
Exactly, and I think, you know, at least for Sapat, he understands his role and he adapts it. He made the mistake initially of like, oh, I'm only here to engage. I'm only here to kind of tank up a little bit of damage. And then after he realizes, man, Matt is kind of strong. I can't hold on for too long. I'm going to need to juggle my items. I don't even need damage no longer.
And when we look at the item builds for both teams, what they brought in their arsenal for this game, look at that. 27-minute game, we only have 13 kills on both sides. And overall, you wanted to see kind of that first item, Ice Queen 1 from Maima, but I think he left it for his 4th, 5th item. He went for the classic Lightning Truncheon first. But overall, look at Maima. He has been able to open up the map and give info to Team Secret and allowing people like Muddins, people like Neo to play around those information and get these counter engages every time Homeboy dives them.
And that's how Team Secret likes to actually stall out this game, with a lot of Homeboy's movements being like having the setup of Hellcurt as well as Claude paired up on the opposite side of the map towards the 15th minute of the game to try and get these initial picks to create a man advantage as they collapse down towards Lord side.
Yeah. The saddest part, honestly, for Team Secret is the fact that they had 2 Lord contests and both of them got stolen by Homeboys. I think that game we probably had a game 3 if Team Secret got one of them.
I think that speaks to the volume of how Homeboys knows to control the Lord Pit. If they're at a disadvantageous position, they force it so that they delay, they play across the map, they try and hold to make sure that they don't get a free objective, and if they know for sure that they can't achieve anything, they just give up on it. A lot of teams are not willing to do so. They put a lot of emphasis onto this, especially these later Lords, because they want to make sure they don't lose any structures, but sometimes you gotta be willing to sacrifice things. And I just really love the way that the Homeboys were playing around here, understanding that, okay, some of us are going to die, but that is a sacrifice we are willing to make for victory, right?
I mean, luckily it's against Team Secret. I think that, like, overall, items is totally fine. Matt played a very, very strong game. He had a crucial role in the upcoming battles, but unfortunately he gets picked off. I think that the Homeboys, they gotta really keep in mind that they can't be throwing their heads against the wall and then figuring it out from there on. There's a couple of tells that they have that I think other teams will really start to abuse them, and it might be a problem for their upcoming matches. You know, a lot of it just comes down to probing your opponents to test out the response. I feel like there's a lot of fundamental things that can be implemented for the side of Homeboys to make sure that it comes off cleaner, or at least maintain their lead in a more healthy fashion.
And what I think about this is the fact is that I think we see a little bit of Team SMG's reflection in Homeboys, where they like to, you know, probe a bit too much, they poke a bear a bit too often, and then they end up getting their hand bitten off. We're going to take a look at the numbers for game number 2. This one, again, so much more even compared to what we have from game number 1. And the numbers speak for itself, right? Team Secret, they were able to get a lot of that damage output out. They were able to soak up that front line. And I think the best part that Team Secret showed in game 2 compared to the other games that we've witnessed is the discipline. They were so much more controlled in this game.
Yeah, it does speak to how much they were able to improve based on their disadvantages, their weaknesses in game number 1, understanding, okay, we have to take it slow, we have to be more safe, we have to understand at what point of the game we are when we hit our power specs, because it did feel like they were playing more passively early on, but then once Matt got his items and Irritel became a real threat, being able to 1v1 Rizal, then Team Secret started to step on the gas a little bit, going for objectives, playing across the map, doing a lot of damage. As you can see, Maima having the highest damage dealt. The problem that happened here was that Team Secret wanted to keep piling that pressure on. Matt can literally just run at people and take out the entire team of Homeboys, but Homeboys were cutting their losses, making sure that, okay, we're going to do this. Does it work? No, let's adjust, let's probe, let's figure out what's next, but never fully investing into a fight until they knew that they could actually win it out, and thereby not allowing Secret to compound on their lead.
We can take a look at the goal graph for game number 2, because overall, Team Secret, they had so much room to work with before the mid-tier 1 went down, but as soon as that turret falls, you see that Homeboys start to control the map a lot more. We see the tipping point at the 16th minute, and I believe that's where Homeboys got the third Lord of the game, which stole it away from Team Secret, so Team Secret couldn't end the game. And that was also the point where Homebois started taking a lot of structures in that mid and bottom lane and getting a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, I think it's really frustrating if you are in Team Secret's position, right? You've already figured out what the win con is supposed to be. You're already getting closer and closer to it, and then it gets stolen away, and the game drags out longer to the point where Homebois are juggling items to buy time to make sure that this heavy crossbow times out in the middle of that fight, and you don't get that hard impact or those big picks that you were looking for early on from the 10th minute all the way to the 17th minute.
It's the mark of a strong team, being able to identify these different angles and perspectives for overcoming big deficits. Because in that position, Irachel is a massive snowball marksman. When you have that kind of lead, you expect to just be able to run away with the game. But the Homebois stayed disciplined, stayed safe, make sure that even though we have to play defensively, we're still going to try things, see if we can create opportunities for themselves instead of just playing a defensive, reactive position that a lot of teams fall into the trap of.
When we look at the highlights for this game number 2, you can see that there was a point where Team Secret realized that we have a win condition, we can definitely play to it because we are just so much stronger. Neo is controlling the map well, and Matt, he was flanking 5 people on this Irithel.
He really was finding the right angles here. And I think, again, we mentioned it in the draft. Homebois, it's very combo-oriented, right? You're looking to kind of pair people up or at least get one gigantic team fight where you can kind of just lay down the mat and cover as much of Team Secret as you can. And we did see a little bit of success in it, right? We did see multiple people get caught out, but at the end of the day, if these fights drag on for too long, and especially to a length where you're getting your ultimate back up again in some of these fights, then it becomes very difficult.
It does become difficult, doesn't it?
It is one of the big fights where Matt was just a bit crazy on that engage. But of course, alas, Homebois, everyone has a retribution built into them. They get the Lord and they just started stalling out the game.
Yeah, the thing is, Homebois have this innate sense. They know of the state of the map, and that allows them to decide which fights they can take, because even if they do end up losing bodies, they will still make sure that their base isn't easily pushed into. And then Team Secret, eventually they're going to have to make a mistake, because no matter how much this team has adapted and evolved, it is still just one game away from their previous performance. There's going to be fatigue, there's going to be some slip-ups, and those are the opportunities that the Homebois were not only looking for, but creating.
And Homebois, with that clean sweep, gets themselves 3 points and puts themselves in first place. Just 1 point ahead of Team SMG, and they have one more series left next week on the 26th, where they will be facing off against Team Hawk. So we'll see if Team Hawk can kind of break that streak like how they did with Todak. But for Team Secret, unfortunately, no points for them means that they continue to stay in the red zone, and they have 2 more series after this, and it's not going to get any easier. They're facing off against MPNC and Team SMG, especially Team SMG, which will be happening tomorrow.
Oh, that one's going to be a rough one. Team SMG, I mean, they've taken 2 losses already. I don't think they want to take a 3rd one, so they're going to be on their A game for that match. But yikes, yikes. And even MPNC isn't exactly the easiest. They got their 2 style sort of 2 play styles that they can switch out mid-game as well. Oh, tough climb, tough climb.
Yeah, but it does show us that this season is a lot closer than we've seen in the past, because even though Team Secret has been at the bottom of the charts for such a long time, they're not completely out of the competition yet. They still have a chance if they're able to get to that 6 point. If they're able to get 7 points somehow across their next 2 matches, they're actually fairly safe if Red Esports or Team Lunatix doesn't perform. So you still gotta keep that spirit burning.
And I hate to rain on your parade, but they only have a maximum of 6 points left to get.
Yeah.
That is, I think, the most brutal part of the group stage, right? Team Secret, this entire group stage is completely out of control at this point. They can max out at an extra 6 points, putting up at 9, and that's on the premise that every other team doesn't perform. It's not going to be the simplest, but we'll leave that for Team Secret to figure it out, especially for tomorrow's matchup. For now, we're going to look at what's coming up next for our Malaysia Day, Seru Saturday. Guess what? Todak against RSG MY.
This one's going to be tough, as RSG windbreakers overall, Todak getting their win after a while. Quite the lose streak up to that point, until yesterday where they were able to beat MPNC, and even then, it still got a little dicey. They're probably not at 100%, but RSG is just looking way more polished.
At RSG MY, I put them at number 1 in my most recent rankings for the regular season, so it's going to be an uphill battle, but Todak has already switched things up. We see Chiku back in the jungle for the first time in forever. So perhaps that shift is what they are looking for here. But if we're talking about shifts, there's also going to be one more match after that. Red Esports, Lunatix, literally the teams we were talking about that needed to perform if they didn't want Secret pulling the rug out from under them. So we got quite a day ahead of us.
And we have got quite the storyline for this next series, right? Todak breaking the 5-series lose streak to finally find a win yesterday against MPNC. And RSG MY, they are on this hot streak. They're breaking win streaks. And right now, they even look past Todak in last week's interview. They don't consider Todak as a threat at all. We'll let these teams get ready as we go for a short break. And later on, we'll come back for this bout between Todak and RSG MY. Stay tuned.
You have been slain. defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
slain. Legendary. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection points. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. have been slain. Legendary. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection points. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Moonton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 Seru Saturday Hari Malaysia. Hello semua. So, alright guys, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini dan hari ini merupakan Hari Malaysia. So Dewan Sri Putra, raise your flags. Alright guys, so sebelum apa, I nak tanya semua audience kita dekat Dewan Sri Putra. Korang rasa bangga tak jadi Malaysians? Nampaknya semua bangga jadi Malaysians. Alright, so sebelum kita mulakan game kita, sebelum mulakan segmen kita untuk Hari Malaysia, kita ada satu video yang bertajuk Kita Bersama. So sebenarnya Hari Malaysia yang membawa message, walaupun kita mempunyai perbezaan di dalam komuniti ini, kita semua tetap mengambil berat dan sayang terhadap scene Mobile Legends kita. Alright, so kami di MPL Malaysia sangat berterima kasih kepada para penyokong yang sentiasa menyokong pasukan-pasukan negara kita dengan penuh bangga. So, I'm pretty sure semua orang dah tak sabar mulakan Hari Malaysia celebration kita hari ini. Betul ke tak? Betul. So, mari kita tengok video yang kita prepare. So guys, raise your flags and let's do this.
Kita selalu dengar ayat jangan kejut harimau yang sedang tidur, melambangkan jangan kacau Malaysia, nanti kita bantai kita orang. Tapi kan, harimau tu dah tidur lama sangat. Kita kena kejut dia. Kita kena bagi semangat dekat dia supaya dia boleh bangkit balik.
MPL MY dah banyak kali dah kita tengok berubah-ubah daripada setiap musim ke musim. Pasukan Todak dah 3 kali dah champion. Pergi international macam tu juga. Pergi bawa balik sijil penyertaan. Sampai bila?
Kenapa kita graf kita tidak menaik?
Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun
bermain Mobile Legends sebenarnya?
Sana pun. Jauh saya pun. Saya daripada M1 sampai ke hari ini, saya masih lagi berjuang untuk industri ini. Kesedihan saya bila mana pasukan yang kita harapkan kurang memberi saingan lah. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Kenapa graf kita tidak menaik? Kenapa menurun? Adakah terlalu berat tanggungjawab tersebut?
Soalan personal lah. Kenapa Todak macam tu dekat international?
Betul tu je. Dia macam target kat Todak.
Kalau dari sudut pandang saya daripada M1 sampai ke M4, semua mutun punya terma international saya start bulan lepas kot. Tapi kalau saya yang main macam saya rasa. So, saya rasa dia sebenarnya kalah dekat mentality je kot. Bukan saya, maybe ada beberapa dari tim saya. Bila diorang main je, diorang rasa macam ni tak boleh, ni tak boleh. Takut kalau kita buat macam ni kan, diorang buat macam ni, faham tak? Maksudnya diorang nak buat something tu, diorang kena tunggu enemy buat. Bukan kita yang mula kan. Itu kalau dari sudut pandang saya. Kalau apa beza daripada M1 sampai sekarang, M1 tu masa tu memang main semua lepas je. Tak kisahlah enemy buat ke apa ke, kita orang main ikut cara kita orang. Tapi kalau ikut dari sekarang, saya rasa macam tu lah. Dia mental block kot.
Shiku, Repo dengan Zon. Korang dapat wakil Malaysia kat SEA Games and korang dapat silver, which is very good. Tapi cukup ke? Korang punya pride, korang punya rasa excitement bila wakil Malaysia, bila dapat silver, adakah dia akan mati dekat situ? Ataupun korang rasa still terbakar, bukan setakat nak pergi N5, tapi nak menang? Where's the fire? Where's the passion? Is it still there? Ataupun korang dah reset sangat sampai fire tu dah hilang?
Aku pula.
Okay, Bo. Macam mana, Bo?
Macam mana, Bo? Dia lepas dah habis SEA Games tu kan. Kan kita dapat nombor 2. Benda tu sebenarnya tak cukup lah. Dapat nombor 2. Kita kalah dengan Filipin kot. Takkan kita nak kalah dengan Filipin. Malaysia kuat kot. So dari situ tak berhenti lah. Bakar dia tak hilang lagi. Dia makin bertambah bakar dia. Walaupun dah dapat nombor 2, memang kita bangga. Tapi dekat situ...
Tak, kita patut bangga. Kita patut bangga.
Yelah, kita patut bangga.
Training seminggu.
Tapi dekat situ tak membuatkan kita orang stop lah untuk terus berjuang untuk M5
Tapi jangan risau, kita orang dua yang kat sini.
Kita orang akan pasang M5 lah.
Tak.
Bertiga.
Ni.
Salah satu pada kita tak dapat pergi M5 apa. Tapi itulah, kalau kat M5 takkan kau nak jadi badut lagi kan?
Betul?
Tak apa, kali ni aku bawa betul-betul. tak, dia senang cerita siapa yang menang lah, dia akan wakil lah.
So,
Kali ni semua serius lah.
So, dekat M5 memang bantai lah semua negara.
Korang rindu tak line up SEA Games?
Jauh. Sebab dia paling bersendirian. Kita semua tak sama.
Okey ya. Kalau aku rindu dua korang. Rindu line up SEA Games sebab rasanya itu line up paling solid tu dalam Malaysia. Jujur, tak tipu.
Kalau dari aku tak rindu yang kita kat bootcamp. Aku rindu kita kat hotel. Sebab kat bootcamp semua bahas sendiri juga. Dekat hotel tu yang dia rapat sikit. Oh, kau nangis Syam.
Nangis
Syam.
Mana ada nangis?
Yang dia orang tengah buat lain kau macam ni.
Itu tak nangis lah. Cuma kalau dari segi tahu, saya rasa macam kalau masuk final kan, dia lebih baik daripada tak masuk final. Dia punya kalah tu rasa lain lah. Walaupun sebab kita dah masuk final, kita nak dapatkan emas. Jadi bila kalah, rasa macam kecewa.
Jadi soalan ni untuk saya nak tanya dekat Ripo. Kalau kata dah pergi ke international bermain di Indonesia, dapat banyak sangat pengalaman. Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia yang tak boleh nak hit that kind of standard untuk bermain di taraf antarabangsa?
Aduh, macam mana pun?
Tak apa dia cakap apa?
Kau dah main kat Indo, kau tak boleh bagi tahu macam mana Indo main kita orang.
Kau nak bagi tahu apa ilmu tu dekat kita orang?
Enggak, dia punya standard tu tak ada.
Sebab kan kan nak bagi tahu kan kita sembuh musuh. Takkan bukan kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Aku bagi tahulah macam
bukan maksudnya macam selalu kat Indo ESP buat macam ni, Mid buat macam ni. Tak ada, kau tak bagi tahu.
Oh. Sebab kau kerang tak tanya.
Boleh. Lagi pun tolonglah kita orang, kita tak tanya.
Aku tetap nak tolong. Maksudnya sebab mungkin daripada cara korang main tu dengan bila aku main dengan Indonesia dah hampir sama, tapi mungkin ada sikit-sikit je lah, tapi benda tu tak terlalu mengimpact kan. So aku macam bila korang main macam tu aku rasa macam oh betul lah tu, dia dah sampai sikit sama lah. So macam mungkin kalau ada perubahan sikit nak buat, aku boleh cakap dah hampir sama, mungkin macam
hampir
lebih
sama ke kita orang bawah lagi?
Apa beza dia?
Beza dia dekat communication dengan ni semua. Mentality dia orang lah macam tu beza dia.
Apa masalahnya bila kita pergi kat international, kita tercedok?
Memang tu. Level Malaysia lain tu. Kalau MPL Malaysia memang lain gila dengan international. Tapi aku rasa tu pun punca tu kita macam badut sikit kat international. Sebab kita punya saingan dekat Malaysia kurang kan.
Tak, macam mana aku nak menang tu?
Ni dah ada saingan.
Aku rasa dari segi kompetitif MPL team kan tak cukup strong macam Indo-Filipin. Lepas tu itulah diorang lebih advance tu dari segi team play, strategi diorang. Tahu tak? Dia tu macam sampai sekarang aku rasa Malaysia pun tak dapat lagi lah.
Aku rasa Malaysia main untuk main je kot. Nak nama.
Malaysia main untuk
main
dalam Malaysia.
Tak main untuk dapat duit gaji.
Dari gaji tu semua dah settle.
Dapat gerak. Tak ramai lah player-player yang macam kita. Harapan saya untuk komuniti Mobile Legends ni teruskan support kita orang. Jangan berhenti untuk support apa-apa yang event-event MPL kot, Muntun ke. Sebab daripada dulu sampai sekarang nampak macam sekarang kita dah start berkembang lah. Kira kalau contoh kalau pergi MPL tak ada orang. Macam season lepas, ada tim yang bila kita lawan ni, main tak ada orang. Kosong gila. Ada, memang main tim apa ya? Dia select tau. Dia beberapa tim je yang
Lunatix family dia je ada.
Tak best saja tu.
Mungkin kalau untuk komuniti MLBB boleh jadi macam contoh lah, sebagai contoh Homebois lah. Ada Homebois kan. Diorang tu ada supporter diorang yang main drum tu semua. Tim-tim lain sebenarnya perlu ada juga sebenarnya. Tapi kalau fans RSG kan duduk je. Ada pun dong-dong dekat depan. Tak nak macam tepi-tepi tu ramai-ramai bam.
Tanya kepada Ciku dan juga Zon. Umum tahu yang Ripo pernah bermain di Indonesia. Kenapa Ciku dan Zon memilih untuk tidak keluar? Sedangkan ramai yang tahu ada offer dari luar ataupun ada macam Zon pun ada punya former team ataupun team lama dia, Geek Fam pun ada di Indonesia. Kenapa tidak memilih untuk bermain di luar dan lebih fokus bermain di Malaysia? Adakah takut?
Tapi pasal offer Tahu aku rasa aku reject offer Indo Dulu sebab aku bocah lagi tu, aku takut tu. Tahu aku tak berani tu nak pergi tu. Walaupun time tu offer menarik lah daripada tim-tim besar kan. Kira kalau aku pergi tak tahu apa jadi. Cuma tu lah, takut lah dulu nak pergi. Kau pula Cik?
Aku sama juga jawapan kau. Aku bukan. Tak, aku tak nak ni kalau dari diri aku lah. Better aku main kat tim Malaysia dan aku menang dengan tim Malaysia, faham?
Tak ada feeling kan nak main untuk orang lain?
Tak ada. Kalau orang satu tim aku boleh ajar dia macam-macam. Apa benda yang aku tahu aku boleh ajar dia sebiji, tapi cara pemahaman dia je lah. Cuma sekarang ni memang aku rasa tak ada lagi orang yang kat Malaysia faham betul-betul pasal ML ni. So memang aku nak kena cari sampai jumpa dan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia ni.
Lastly, I just nak cakap, as a talent punya point of view, I punya hopes and dreams, players, community Malaysia in general. Daripada players, of course, I nak you guys do your very best. Sebab even audience kat Malaysia, even kalau kalah pun, nampak korang try your best, very hard game, kita bangga.
Dari segi saya rasa boleh kot season ni. Sebab kita orang pun dah macam semua dah try hard kan. Dah tak nak dah macam kena bantai, kena belasah semua tu. Rasa semua tim dalam Malaysia sekarang ni semua betul-betul tengah proof kot. Macam mana nak naikkan nama Malaysia ni.
Memang semua tim dekat MPL tu betul-betul semua try hard gila. Sampai banyak import player tu semua sebab betul-betul target M5 lah. Memang diorang betul-betul target M5 season ni.
Ni untuk teammate-teammate saya. Saya tahu kalau korang main kat Malaysia, korang punya mindset lain. Tapi bila kat international tu, apa yang saya rasa macam korang ni macam tak tahu main apa sebenarnya. Macam takut ke, apa ke saya tak tahu. Nampak beza lah permainan dekat Malaysia dengan kat luar. Season ni kalau betul-betul lepas lagi, kalau boleh orang-orang lama tau, orang-orang lama tu macam you rival Momo, ubah lah.
Kita kena bagi kekuatan dekat dia, tak kisahlah kita sebagai public ke, sebagai team owner ke, organisasi ke, media ke, ataupun komuniti sendiri, kita kena bagi. Kita kena kejut harimau ni supaya dia bangkit semula, supaya dia lebih garang untuk tunjukkan yang hey, Malaysia pun boleh buat. Malaysia boleh buat benda ni sebab kita boleh buat sama-sama kasih jadi.
Bertahan sepenuh jiwa dan raga, oh tanah airku. Aku berikan semua dan sesungguhnya, oh tanah airku. Datang semua, tunduk berhemat, bukannya lemah. Ya, thank you. Selamat datang semua, ini masa kita di mata dunia luar biasa. selamat Hari Malaysia. Okay, sama-sama ya.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Kimi Saha untuk lagu yang sangat-sangat heartwarming. Another round of applause everybody. Alright, dan sekarang dah masa untuk memperkenalkan Wira dan Wirawati, kebanggaan negara kita yang membawa pulang pingat di kejohanan Sukan C untuk kontingen lelaki Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan Gary, Chibi, Ripo, Momo, Chiku, Izanami dan Zorn. Untuk kontingen wanita Mobile Legends Bang Bang, introducing Anatasha, Alia dan juga Bani. Untuk para Mobile Legends Bang Bang, introducing Muhammad Danish, Ahmad Syakirin, Muhammad Elmi dan Iqbal Idlan. Untuk netball gold medalist kita, Fariha Razak dan Anajwa. Thank you so much everybody. Terima kasih. Alright, so can I please have Arya for the side of kontingen wanita kita? Alright. Kita... Oh, okay. Come. Wait, malu-malu pula. Okay. Alright everybody. Sekarang dah masa untuk interview kita punya representative dekat SEA Games. Alright, so. Belum lagi. Alright, kita mulakan dengan Arya, kontingen wanita Mobile Legends Bang Bang representative. Alright, Arya, hello.
Hello.
Okay, so Arya, you boleh ingat lagi ke tak perasaan bila you main atas pentas dekat Cambodia representing Malaysia masa SEA Games?
Actually, time main dekat atas stage tu memang rasa gemuruh sangat sebab ini first time kita dah wakil Malaysia. So memang nervous tu akan ada. Tapi bila kita dapat momentum dalam game tu, memang rasa happy and enjoy the game.
Alright. Masa korang main tu kan, siapa paling nervous dalam team?
Anatasha.
Okay, so apa Arya nak cakap dekat semua wanita yang nak join esports scene kita sebagai talent, pro player, coaching staff?
Untuk ladies di luar sana, jangan lupa untuk sentiasa berusaha and jangan pernah berputus asa untuk try masuk competitive ladies. And kalau rasa macam tak cukup confident tu, jangan risau. Tengok live saya dan saya akan bagi korang confident.
Alright, terima kasih Arya. Thank you so much. Alright, and now, can we please have Faizal? Danish. Alright, so dia adalah vice captain untuk para Mobile Legends Bang Bang masa SEA Games. Okay, so first of all, kami dari MPL Malaysia, we would like to congratulate you for winning the silver medal di Asian Para Games 2023. Okay, so you boleh share tak dengan kita orang apa macam obstacle ataupun struggle yang korang face as a team masa tournament tu tengah jadi?
Untuk soal struggle tu, tentulah dari segi communication lah dekat atas pentas. Sebab time tu ramai crowded lah time kat atas stage tu.
Itu je lah kot bagi kita orang communication lah.
Expect tak korang akan bawa balik silver untuk Malaysia?
Kalau expectation tu dah tentu expect lah sebab kita tahu Filipin pun bagaimana dia punya player. So itu je lah expect lah.
Alright, last question. Apa yang you nak cakap kepada semua orang MLBB player yang nak main dan juga represent Malaysia?
So untuk MLBB player yang mempunyai kekurangan tu, korang janganlah menyorok. So tapi korang selahkan kebolehan korang lah kat luar. Dah join macam-macam punya tournament.
Alright, terima kasih. Thank you so much. Alright, dan sekarang masa untuk gold medalist kita. Kita ada Fariha Razak dan juga An Najwa, netball gold medalist. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Alright, so korang menang gold medal for netball in the recent SEA Games dekat Cambodia. Korang boleh share tak apa preparation yang korang buat that ended up with a gold medal?
Actually, the last time was in the SEA Games in the Philippines, 2019. So, yeah, 2017. So, we are the back-to-back punya champion. I think sebab kita orang netball bukanlah macam sports yang orang kata mainstream. Tapi bila kita ada the opportunity, we come together as a team, kita prepare very well. So untuk the SEA Games memang kita prepare around 1 to 2 years. And I think disebabkan the chemistry itulah kita dapat bawa the gold medal tu.
Alright, how did you feel masa you guys were on the podium listening to Negaraku?
Perasaan tu tak hilang lah sampai sekarang. It will always have a special place in our hearts, especially for our sport. Dia taklah dipertandingkan di setiap SEA Games, and because of that, I think for me and also my teammates, bila dapat that opportunity, we will give 100% and we will also prepare 100% juga. Yeah, it was a great experience for us, and we are truly grateful to have the opportunity.
Alright, last question. Any words of encouragement yang korang nak bagi tahu kepada MLBB players sebagai gold medalist? Do you think that one day they may represent the country and bring home more gold medals?
I think it doesn't matter what sport you play. Tak kisah sukan apa kita bermain. Bila kita sarung jersey Malaysia, bila kita sarung jersey pasukan kita ke, nama kita ke, whoever we are representing, ourselves ke apa ke, at the end of the day, if we are Malaysians, we will represent our country, Malaysia.
Alright, thank you so much. Congratulations once again.
Farihana, bagi sedikit kata-kata juga.
Boleh.
Macam dia pula host. Okay, tapi I think from my perspective juga as an athlete, kalau kita nak buat something tu macam Najwa kata lah, tak kisah kita main sukan apa, as long as we have the passion and also kita buat sampai betul-betul jadi. So, macam some of the videos yang kita tengok tadi, mungkin ada yang kata macam bila dari sini, kita rasa macam gah kuat, but when we go international, kita rasa macam our mental tak sampai lagi. Because the level is different. Memang semua sukan pun macam tu.
Nak tambah sikit lagi. Sebab yelah, bila kita tengok the disappointment kan, bila tengok macam orang question kenapa pergi game kat luar boleh kalah apa semua, it's actually about knowing what you have to do in terms of your preparation, especially to you players, because at the end of the day, kenapa orang kecewa dengan kita, kenapa orang disappointed towards us is because they actually believe in us. Diorang percaya yang kita mampu buat sebenarnya. So you have to believe in yourself. It doesn't matter who believe in you, as long as you believe in yourself. Yes. And I percaya, I ada ingat satu quote ni. Your lack of commitment is actually an insult to those who believe in you. So you have to take that responsibility and you have to give 100%. And that is what representing Malaysia is all about.
And also believe your teammates.
All right, thank you very much, guys. A round of applause, our gold medalists. Alright, dan sekarang masa interview kontijen lelaki kita. Alright, so Zorn. Zorn dulu. Okay, so Zorn. Regardless of siapa yang akan mewakil Malaysia this coming M5, how confident are you that Malaysia boleh perform kali ini?
Okey, dengan prestasi kita orang yang meletup, rasanya 100% kot kita orang boleh perform dekat dekat M5. Sorry.
Alright. Okay, Izanami pula. Sebagai representative dari East Malaysia, Izanami kita represent Sabah dan juga Sarawak. Okay, so apa yang you nak kata dekat East Malaysian community yang selalu sokong awak?
First, saya nak katakan terima kasih lah sebab sentiasa support saya dari saya di bawah sampai ke stage MPL ni, dan kepada community MLBB di Sabah dan Sarawak tu, saya tahu yang di Sabah dan di Sarawak ni ada banyak bakat yang terpendam. Jadi kalau kamu ada bakat tu, jom datang sini.
Alright. Okay, Ciku pula. Okay, so Ciku, as a player yang pernah wakil Malaysia dekat semua M series as of now, okay, apa perasaan Ciku selepas menang atas pentas dan selepas kalah atas pentas international?
First kali kalau menang tu happy lah sebab international tapi kalau kalah tu rasa sedih juga sebab kita training dah banyak hari and result dia tak memuaskan.
Okay. Alright. Ripo. Come on, Ripo. Alright. So, similar to macam the question tadi yang you jawab dalam video. Apa community kita boleh buat untuk support dan juga help Malaysian teams yang mewakil kita dekat international?
Untuk community ya, mungkin diorang boleh macam keep supporting daripada jauh, ataupun kalau macam ada event dekat Malaysia, contoh macam wildcard untuk season ni, so untuk tim-tim yang dapat layak ke wildcard tu, korang tetap kena support lah. Kena ada support korang sebab itu dikira buff untuk tim.
Home ground buff for this coming M5 wildcard yang akan jadi dekat Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
Betul. Alright guys, so first of all, I would like to say once again, thank you so much to all our representatives. Thank you. Okay, so I nak Ripo atas pentas sebelah saya. Sebab Ripo nak buat. Alright, thank you guys. Thank you. Okay. Oh, jangan ada gaduh. Alright, so guys, sekarang Ripo, okay, nak buat Viking clap dengan semua orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra. Okay guys, so Ripo, you can take lead.
Tahu Viking clap tak? Tahu? Tak tahu? Kalau tak tahu, tapi berdirilah, takkan duduk.
Berdiri semua, let's do this.
Berdiri.
Alright, you guys ready? Let's go Ripo.
Follow my step. Follow me.
Nampaknya rakyat Malaysia sangat-sangat bangga dan cinta negara kita. Alright, so we would like to say once again thank you kepada semua orang yang represent Malaysia dekat international scene. Kami dari MPL Malaysia mendoakan agar semua atlet kita bakal membawa pulang lebih banyak pingat dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di international scene. Kita dah ready nak mulakan Seru Saturday match kedua kita. So, sebelum tu, kita nak suruh Ripo cheer. Alright guys, so kalau Ripo cakap misi, kita orang nak korang cakap Malaysia. Malaysia. Alright, dah ready? Ripo, take it away.
Okay, ready? Missy! Missy! Missy!
Thank you very much, Rose, and all of our athletes who went onto the international stage and got us something in return. Happy Malaysia Day to everyone celebrating, no matter where you are. What a momentous occasion. Such a special moment for all of us to share. I'm Husky, and on the desk with me, I have Gideon Q, and also a special guest with us. It's the Astro host and football pundit from Astro Arena, Faiz Gurun.
Hi. To both of you, hi, and it's a very good occasion that we have here. This is a very special Malaysia Day for me, and I hope it's a special Malaysia Day for both of you too.
It really is. We came in with the angle of like, we're going to have a good time. I didn't expect it to be this emotional here, having so many of our representatives from the SEA Games as well, and really turning traditional sports and esports really coming together.
You know, I was looking at the crowd on the second and third floor. Some of them were wiping their eyes. Like, I was trying to hold back. Like, I'm not good with emotional styles, but it's really heartwarming to see so many people under the same roof loving the same thing.
I wasn't expecting any emotional effort like this, you know.
Don't worry.
I came unprepared.
We were, to a certain degree, unprepared, but that's what makes it special.
Okay.
How have you been finding the crowd so far? I understand that this is not your first esports on-ground event.
Oh yeah, I accidentally went to one in Jakarta.
Accidentally?
Accidentally, because it's just near my hotel in Jakarta last year. But coming here today and seeing this much support the sport is receiving from the community, it is far better than what I expected. Far better than what I expected.
Yes, we got the football guy to be like, yes, our crowd is good.
and it's pretty amazing because even for some of our teams, we have football clubs that are supporting them, right? They are part of them. We have two of them, one from Negeri Sembilan, MPNC, where one was Selangor, the Selangor Red Giants, and every time when they're around, we kind of feel the football spirit with them. And I just want to get your view on this, right? Because I feel like it's about time we have this marriage between these two categories. How do you find it? What do you think of it?
Yeah, I mean, having football and these modern sports like Mobile Legends together in one universe is something that I have thought about for a long time. And I'm just fascinated because, I mean, if it's not worth it, then not many of these people will come here today. So it is something that is celebrated in Malaysia. So football is celebrated, esports is celebrated, let's celebrate it together.
Wise words, man. I was hoping for something simpler, and I'm like, dang, I can't follow up with that one. No, I completely agree, of course. You know, the integration of everything coming together is great. Personally, for you, I am curious, who else, what other state FCs are you hoping to maybe join the Mobile Legends scene, get involved in esports?
You know what? There's this one club in Malaysia called Sabah FC.
Sabah FC.
Sabah FC has come up with a lot of creative stuff. I know a few people behind it, and they are very innovative. They are young, they are creative, and they would fit in esports very well. Apart from my home state, Kedah, of course.
Oh!
Apart from my home state, Kedah.
Wait, then why didn't Kedah FC come up first? I was so happy for a second there. I'm half East Malaysian, so it feels good that there is some kind of representation. Kedah! I didn't expect that, to be honest.
You come from there, man.
For me, I went Pahang because I come from the state of Pahang. But speaking about Sabah FC, we actually have an influx of East Malaysian players, right? Izanami was one of them. We have some of them in MPNC. One player called Zaus from Sabah as well. So it's good to see that the talents are coming together, right? Izanami even gave the invitation, if you think you're good enough, just come over and be a part of this. And one thing that I also am very interested to know about, right? Because we had this conversation behind the scenes. You mentioned that, can the coaches talk to the players in-game? And one of the distinctions is that for esports, we get to practice with other teams online. But for football, I don't suppose you practice with other teams, right? You just practice on your own and go onto the field and play it out. how do you guys prepare for these matches without playing against your opponents first?
So in a professional football setup, before a team would usually go into a league or a cup, there's this period that is called pre-season period. There, you can go into a sparring match with other teams.
Oh.
Even if you're training on your own, but that's before the official match happened. I guess it's just the same with players here, having a battle online with their counterparts.
Oh, that's our version of scrims, basically.
Our version of scrims, yeah.
Yeah, it's pre-season, and yours is called?
We do it.
I don't think there's like a name for it.
I think we do it like every point of the tournament, right? Before
Yeah.
and during. I think that's the main distinction.
It really is the main distinction
Right.
here. Now, I'm excited to bring you on and talk about these two huge teams,
I'm excited.
RSG and as well as Todak. I don't know about you, but would you do the honors to bring them out and do the walk-ins?
Okay, let me do this right. One time only and right.
Okay, all right, let's get into it.
Starting off with our defending champions, the only team in MPL Malaysia to have 3 titles. Please welcome Todak!
They might not have been their usual selves, but with Chiku guys switching over to be the jungler and with the addition of Ruff, the rookie goal laner, these adjustments have certainly given this team a new, fresh breath of life.
And can they carry the momentum on today after breaking their lose streak, or will they continue to sink? It's time for us to find out on the stage.
Coming up next is RSG Malaysia, the champions of MPL Malaysia Season 7.
With the Filipino reinforcements in Demon Kite and Storm, Rippo and the gang are looking very good this season as compared to S11.
The starting 5 have proven that they are the winning streak slayers and they are capable of defeating any team in this league. However, can they continue their menace today against Todak, which has Chiku guys as the jungler? It's time for us to find out.
I don't know about you guys today, but the energy is electric here in the arena. Let's bring out our marshals.
And also a big thank you to the teams for ensuring the fairness and esports integrity for all of our matches. And with all the players ready to go, it's time to carry on with the fist bump as a sign of sportsmanship and professionalism. We have so much to unpack today, and I cannot wait to go deep into this.
All right, let's start with the unpacking. First, thank you so much for the walk-ins. Absolutely nailed it. We even put abbreviations to make it difficult for you. You picked up on it so quick.
Took me just 31 years to finally achieve my dream for the walk-ins. Thank you very much, guys.
No, we appreciate
You did a fantastic job on this. And honestly, I also just got reminded of something, right? When we talk about these two teams, we kind of went through their storylines a little bit. And I wanted to draw from your personal experience. Have you seen any team that has had a very, very long lose streak and then they kind of make a comeback?
Yeah, of course. Especially in football. Football is a mental game. You don't know what you're getting into on the match day. Sometimes you walk into it very confident, but maybe slightly overconfident, and that results in on your losses. And the other day, if it's your day, then you can continue your streak. It's just the same. It's just the same, guys.
Well, I have a remedy for everyone out there who want to power it out and grind on with Nescafe. Every time you take a sip, you will power up yourself. You need an extra boost for your next Mobile Legends Bang Bang game? Drink Nescafe Confirm Power.
Speaking of the day is the day, you know, some moments, some players, they don't feel as confident. What sparks that? What is that zone? What is that level of zone that football players get into? I hear this term that's used a lot, the flow state, is that what they call it?
That's probably one of the most popular methods used by professional footballers. They just want to get into the flow, just maybe 30 minutes before kickoff, just to make sure that they are at the peak performance when they're playing, right? I guess it's the same with MPL players?
Kind of. I feel like it's a way to kind of buff themselves up almost.
Have you seen players like blocking out noises before matches, try not to talk to anyone?
You're right, I have seen a couple of those.
Yeah, and I also have another method for you guys to block out those losses, because right now we can all rank up together with the double star raising points and double protection points made available for everyone out there. During this event period, you can enjoy the bonuses for your first 5 ranked matches, double the stars, so join forces with your friends and conquer the ladders together in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Speaking of that, when the team gets into the flow zone and something goes wrong in the middle of the match, the momentum gets broken, things don't go according to plan, how do the players kind of recover from that?
For me personally, that's where the coaching staff matter the most. You know, in professional football setting, you know, coaching staff not only consists of coaches and assistant coaches, they also have psychologists, they also have, you know, people to take care of their performance mentally and physically. I think it comes down to them. It is their responsibility to pick this player up, and the players must pick themselves up too.
That's a really good point, because I feel like without the coaching staff, we wouldn't be able to have people who are willing to step up to get that MVP level.
And if you guys are very good at what you do, which I'm sure you are, scan that QR code down below and let us know who is going to be the MVP for this series and the series afterwards, because if you get all of them right, you might be the next in line to win some very sweet rewards from Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Now, speaking of which, actually, coming back towards that coaching staff aspect, I feel like especially when it comes down to esports and Mobile Legends specifically, it's not like football where the coach can literally shout at the side of the field. You don't really kind of give that energy over to their players, compared to here where they have to wait for the game to end before they actually get their rebuttal. So where do they find that, right? Especially for a lineup like Todak. They were once on top, now coming back from the bottom. Zyme Senpoi, Yums, Ruff, Chiku guys, and Momo, a mixture of both senior as well as recruits, essentially. How do they make that jive as a coach?
I mean, as a football player, I feed off those real-time information from my coach, right? So that's why I asked you guys, can they do that here? They cannot do here in real time, right? So they have to pack a lot of information and enough information before they go in, before the whistle, you know, blows, and they just have to focus and just remember whatever has been said to them, because there's no real time information for them, right? I guess it is tougher. It is tougher here.
And they definitely need to have enough prep to do it. But a menace, a force of nature that is RSG MY, Demon Kai, Storm, Loliao, Izanami, and Ripple, who have been crushing all the win streaks in this league so far.
So I heard.
We call them the windbreakers. No pun intended. You know, we're not talking about windbreakers. It's the jacket. But more so the fact that they've destroyed top-tier teams, especially those who have built up so much momentum.
Funny, when we talk about the windbreakers, right? There's one team in Malaysian football that is a windbreaker. They broke JDT's winning streak this season, and that team is Kedah, my home state.
Yo, Kedah, we need sponsors for RSG right now. I'm seeing a lot of similarities.
Honestly, bring Kedah in. If a team can break the streak of JDT. Like, I don't follow too much of football, but I know JDT. I mean, this is crazy, right? And speaking about coaching staff, we are looking at coaching staffs as well. Some of them are imports, right? They come from outside of Malaysia. We have Skadaga, for example, on the side of RSG MY. In terms of imports, when it comes to integrating them into a local team, how do you guys kind of go around that?
I think the first thing we look for is what is their specialization, because we in Football Malaysia we also have very good coach here. I guess it's just the matter of new ideas, new training methods, new strategy, maybe wider knowledge about the game, and those are what matters. Those are what we are looking for in foreign coaches coming to coach football teams here. Is it the same with?
I don't know about you. I didn't want to bring this up, but I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit, right? You ever get the feeling of like, you want to go to the top tier, the highest international stage? Don't you want like a full Malaysian lineup to a certain degree?
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, we wish that is the case. But I mean, there's no harm in finding a little bit of help from these foreign acts. Because maybe sometimes we know better than them, and for some other things they know better than us, so we can just In Malay, we call it saling melengkapi.
And of course, in this case, we gotta look at these two players, right, Momo and Ripple. And the best part is that both of them have went to SEA Games playing in Cambodia. They were teammates on that international stage, and they came back with the silver medal. And when you look at football and you compare the players, right, what are you looking in these players?
Coming to the match, decision making. Decision making, because when you're too nervous and when you're too unprepared, it's easy for people to see. Imagine 11 versus 11, there's 20,000 people looking at you. It's easy to spot that you're nervous, that you didn't maybe train enough, you are not prepared. So decision making is key for me. That's the thing that I look forward to first. That I prioritize in the game.
So a lot is in the mental, right? Is there a way to train mental fortitude?
I guess in some cases yes, because if you don't have that tunnel vision, I guess in this is the same case. It's much harder for you to perform on the day, right?
I mean, worse yet. I mean, if you've already liked our crowds, I can't imagine footballers having to deal with crowds just booing them at the same time, especially if it's like amongst two local teams, it gets intense.
When you're all worn out, you know, it's not easy.
It's going to be a struggle here, and I agree with you. I think that these two EXP laners, they're stable, they're solid, you know? They're people that you can fall back to and rely on. But we have to talk about the current standings and comparing it to last season, right? Season 11, week 4, 6th place with the record of 5-3. Now they are looking so much better, not having dropped those games in week 4. 2nd place in the standings, 5-1. And I personally feel a lot has to do with the additions of not only the imports, but the coaching staff.
Yeah, and sometimes we call that a reformation, right? And then you already mentioned a little bit about how the expertise of the people would bring in. Sometimes foreign aid does help us out. But when it comes to reformation, what is the first thing you kind of look for in a team that wants to go through that change?
Maybe they have to keep their mind open and their heart open, you know, to really focus on whatever changes that they might want to have. Because if you don't know, thing that you want to improve, it's a little bit hard for you to improve. Maybe focus on the sections that you want to improve and seek aid from these coaches. I'm sure these coaches have plenty of good information to tell them. Yeah.
Speaking of good information, it's time we go into the draft. Thank you so much, Faiz. It has been great having you on for the pre-show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here with us. It's again just pleasure. Love that intro. We'll see you someday. We'll have a chat after this. Enjoy the games.
It's not going to be my last time here, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
We are so happy to hear that. Thank you very much for being here with us. Now, with that being said, let's hop into the draft. Let's start talking about this, right? RSG MY against Todak. We've gone through their history. We've gone through their win streak. We've gone through the highs and lows. We talk about Todak needing to really prepare for what RSG MY has to bring to the table, and we are seeing that in the draft right now. The Yujong and the Lancelot being the first 2 bans from Todak, as RSG MY goes for the Thwart, Terisla, and Hellcat, and of course at the same time, welcome back Sadafa.
Hello, I have returned once again to join us on the desk here, and not too soon. The draft has just begun. It seems like this is going to be quite a spicy match. Fill me in, Piers. What did I miss while our special guest was on stage?
Well, you didn't miss too much. He was giving some great opinions about the overall relationships between traditional sports and regular esports. A couple of differences, but more importantly, at the very least, Kedah needs to get in on RSG MY.
Yes.
They're known to be windbreakers, just like RSG. Coincidence? I think not.
Sounds like a good idea to me. But speaking of good ideas, we're already seeing some pretty interesting bans. This is very different from what you usually see from other teams here. RSG banned Claude, Hellcat, Terisla, Todak banning Martis, Yuzong, Lancelot. A lot of the common bans, Angela, Edith, going to get let through. Joy as well. What do you even go for first?
Valentina, right? Izanami has been pretty proficient on this hero overall. I think he is one of the players with a higher pick rate on Valentina overall, and we've seen what this hero, when let through, can provide for the team. And also could be a minor deterrent towards certain picks that have ultimates that you can just grab for yourselves and use it as a counter.
Here's the thing, right? When you have such an open draft like this, where again, they're targeting comfort picks and high-performing heroes in their past games more than they are focusing on what the meta demands of them right now, with with the first pick of Valentina, as you mentioned, yes, it does deter a couple of picks, especially if you're thinking about suppressions. Those are easy pickups for the side of Todak, especially when they can get 2 priorities. And Joy's obviously open. Edith, Bruno, gonna get locked in for Todak.
Going for the flexible right now, but also making sure to get rid of Bruno from the hands of Lolil. We know he's a very aggressive gold laner there, so you want to make sure you don't give over heroes that will just straight up win the 1v1 in that gold lane. And Edith are going to be keeping things flexible. So Todak still not biting down onto the Joy or the Angela at this stage. Looks like that's going to be an interesting choice.
The Fredrin is left open, and,
True.
and it could be something that RSG MY can consider if they want to go just for a more stable opening, right? You don't need to put in too much thought. Fredrin will always be a good choice. The Pakido is also open if they want to go for it. We've seen RSG MY prioritize Ripples Yuzhong in the first phase, but now with that out of the picture, the Fanny actually gets picked up alongside the Grok.
Fanny coming in for someone like Demon Kite. He's a top performer when it comes to Fanny, don't get me wrong. And I was watching his stream the other day. He's still got those skills. He has been smurfing on our pups for a while.
It honestly surprises me that a player with a name like Demon Kite doesn't play Fanny more often, right? But it just feels like the pinnacle of assassin junglers, and I really want to see it in the hands of RSG. They've already felt really comfortable on stage recently, going for straight up invades, dives right from the get-go to make sure they never lose momentum. This is a hero that's really good in that position, but it'll come down to the rest on how they execute here, considering that Edith is a pretty good hero for catching on to this hero, and the Kubra also going to be making that difficult.
Doubling down on just the hard control, and right now with the new mechanics to the steel cables, you can't just zip out of there if you get crowd control. But this does set up a very interesting scenario because we might see the assassin junglers clash right between Demon Kite and Chiku. Harif is going to be the first hero to get banned out on the second phase. Massive respect given to Loliel.
Yeah, a lot of respect, as a matter of fact. I'm expecting that it's going to be another one of Loliel's top picks coming in towards that ban as well. RSG MY, on the other hand, I think this is where it gets a little interesting, right? Because they've been playing so flexible so far, and they haven't really shown much. This Grok could go EXP, could go into the support position. We've seen Stoem and Rippo perform at a high level with this pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way. What is surprising is the fact that Claude is a hero that a lot of other gold laners like this season, but Lolil definitely not. He's played 16 games in his whole career with only 7 wins, and his only game on this hero this season, he has lost. It does seem like RSG MY has built up more of an identity for themselves for playing for that aggro early. So taking a step back and farming is something Lolil doesn't want to do.
Unironically, I think that his boss cup might have an overall higher win rate in his career than Claude.
That could be a possibility. And just to jog our memories a bit, Loliel last week against SMG, he was the one that put the nail in the coffin when they took down Team SMG. He had a rise-out moment, if I may, as bold as to put it out there. So I think, if you put the Beatrix in his hands, considering the fact that Bruno has already been taken by Todak, it's not too bad of an option for RSG MY. Faramis and X4 being the last 2 bans.
To live. Interesting. The fact that they got rid of the Kadida, does kind of give us an idea that maybe this not EXP laner, but this Grok could go into the support position. Again, Grok very susceptible to magic damage. Todak, they're going to be locking in Novaria. The information is going to be key, especially when you need to figure out where exactly is Fanny coming from.
Yeah, we definitely saw the value of this hero in the previous matchup where it was able to prolong the game really far for Team Secret despite being put in a disadvantageous position thanks to that information, as well as the big AoE slow, which would be very effective against a team like RSG who just wants to run at your face. Perhaps this will give Todak a little bit more preparation time when they want to go for these skirmishes. RSG, they are going to go for that Beatrix, one of Loliel's remaining comfort picks.
And he has demonstrated just high mechanical ceiling on this hero, so a lot of comfort there, like you pointed out. Todak get to keep Chiku's hero for last, which is one of the best case scenarios that they could get for themselves. Now for RSG to decide where does this Grok go with this last pick. It's going to be a glue. So I suppose we have Storm on the Grok. I don't think we see glue roam often nowadays.
Unless it's Aisha Ohana, then I wouldn't put it past him. But
that is true.
I think that RSG MY definitely have developed an identity for themselves. They like to go with this 2-tank lineup. If they're not playing full dive composition, this is technically the second best that they can get. They would obviously like Yutong a lot more than the Glue, but at the very least, we're going to see a very similar playstyle to Homebois last week, where you're looking to zone out Rough as much as you can.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Glue definitely as a hero has fallen off compared to his glory days, but with the Yuzong gone, it does limit Ripo's pool overall. Lapu would have still been an option, but seems like he's not going to prioritize it in this case. And now we're going to see what's going to be the Chiku pick. Is it going to be something more common, something more unusual? It is going to be that Guinevere. One pick, 100% win rate on the same player. This is going to be interesting.
We kind of see this almost the same archetype when they first picked Chiku Guinevere for the jungle when they play against MPNC, I believe. And that was a game where they had an artillery mid laner, which was the far side on Zime Senpoi. I think he went like, what, an A0 at least at the end of the game. This time, not on the far side, but you still have some sort of a long-range artillery with this Novaria. So when you have the information, especially when you get to magnify their hitboxes, heroes like Guinevere, heroes like Edith, Kufra, they love it.
I'm a little curious to see whether this Guinevere is going to go into the magic damage build overall. I mean, there's natural knock-up synergies, right? Edith is able to knock people up. Let's not forget about Kufra. Technically, it doesn't look like a knock-up, but the displacement effect is considered one, and you can actually utilize her ult to actually get the damage down.
Does come down to that timing. When we're looking at these lineups, Todak definitely has a lot of options. Good resources, good mobility, lots of information, while RSG, they want to run him down and prove that they are the kings of the land of Dawn.
Most anticipated series of this Saturday. Again, on a very special occasion on Malaysia Day itself, we get 4 SEA Game representatives on the stage, 2 on each team. It doesn't get any better than this.
Now, I was obviously hoping that our SEA Game representatives, Momo and as well as Ripple, would have a more interesting matchup, but you know, they're still doing their job since the SEA Games. Stable laners, don't lose out too much, remain calm.
Wow, look at how far that orange buff got reset. We were already surprised when it forced into the lane. Now Stone is just showing us all the different ways you can path this buff.
So annoying. That's got to be so annoying for Chiku specifically, right? I mean, Fanny's currently level 3. Chiku is still on this buff.
Yeah, and they call Momo and Yu just to make sure that Chiku will get the orange buff for himself. Storm has done everything in his power and can still continue to do so because he has all these crowd controls, but he always has the power in nature to kind of negate that effect. All this considered, when we look at in terms of just constant control, we gotta look at how Chiku guys is getting locked down and contested in his own jungle.
Solid pressure here from RSG. Stone being able to drag 3 people over already allows Demon Kite to get a lot of free space here. And we can tell the way that these teams want to play based on their drafts here, based on their emblems as well. With the fact that RSG did have 3 agility, they want to move around the map really fast. Whereas Todak has 3 tenacity. They want to hold on to the game, wait until Ruff and Zime Senpoi get some damage under their belt. Then that's when they can make their move. Ooh.
Dear God, Storm, stop it. He is just a bully to this jungler. You don't get to see that very often, but man, from Chiku's side, I'm not level 4. I'm eventually going to hit it, but I'm missing out a lot of gold.
Momo is going to find the flip with the onwards on the Izanami. Used with the follow-up. They get massive damage onto the Valentina. Izanami will hit 4 and take that Primal Wrath away. So get some extra shield. Demon Kai shows up. Ripple sticking onto the Kufra and Yums goes down. First blood over to RSG MY. And they get the Turtle as a bonus.
Nicely done from RSG side. This is how you kind of prepare and push momentum. Turtle is great. It gives you gold and EXP, but if you can find kills around it when you know that you are stronger, you absolutely want to take it. Chiku guys making the smart choice here, but I think Stone is going to force him to use his red tree again.
He has to use it. There it is. So actually using the wild shot to try and secure the bomb.
Oh no!
And he does find the knockout. The Violent Requiem will be there. Izanami ends up falling instead. Lo Liao shows up. Banner's Rage. Chiku guy dropping low. Demon Kai shows up, finds the kill. And the jungler on the side of RSG MY up to a great start. Now they find the slam on the Yums. It's gonna be in big trouble. Demon Kai a double kill on the Fanny.
And unfortunately, even from Ruff's side, rotating and trying to be a part of this, it's way too late for him. He doesn't lose big minions, luckily. He doesn't lose any EXP, but you can definitely see the difference between him and Loliel's as of right now.
at the aggression from Lalil, the comfort in his lane, and the fact that he knows that Storm is going to be there means that he can play really aggro, even against a hero that will win 1v1s almost all the time on paper, showing the difference in experience right now. RSG definitely achieving the goals in terms of early game domination. Demon Kite being 3-0 on a lethal Ignition Fanny is already really bad news for Todak, because they really don't have enough ways to stop him from diving into the backline as long as Yumes is being held down, which I imagine RSG is going to make sure to do every single fight.
Well, I do feel that RSG at this point is about like converting it, right? As much as Demon Kite is ahead of Chiku guys and you are getting these neutral objectives, you're still hoping for your major win conditions, in this case Loliel's, to set up potential dive opportunities, considering that not only is he winning the lane, he's winning these trades.
And if you can't find Demon Kite with your initial crowd control, things just get so much more difficult. 58% is the chance that RSG MY is projected to win at 4 minutes by our AI winner prediction. See Todak and they're going to position themselves on the bottom side. Need to find Lo Liao. Stolen will spot out 2 of them. And they're just going to go ahead. The wild shot will be used. Banner's rage. Chiku guy dodges in with spatial migration, but Ripple is going to be there. Finds the pass. Chiku guy in a lockdown. Novara out will be used, but it's just not enough. Ripple ends up finding the kill on Chiku guys.
They are just locking him out entirely. They might be able to find a kill onto Stoem, but I think right now it's too difficult.
Stoem is just going to flicker to safety. Find a snipe on the Star Shadow, but the damage isn't there just yet. Blade of Half to See done for Demon Kite. The turtle will be surrendered over to RSG MY, and there's nothing they can do about it.
RSG MY undoubtedly has the scariest collapse in the entire MPL MY. The way that they just jump on top of you the moment they realize that you are their prey is terrifying. And even Todak, a team with so much experience, is not prepared to deal with it. The way that Chiku guys was targeted, blocked, stunned, and knocked up sequentially, now they're looking for more.
And Yumes has already expended the Tyrant's Revenge. And RSG MY will put pressure on his bottom side. Split gets used by Ripple. We're thinking about a potential dive, but the wave just isn't there for RSG MY.
I like what they're doing right now, right? This is a lot of pressure. Ruff knows he's running out of mana. He's also running out of time.
And Yumes is just trying to kind of fish for any kills, but gets punished. You do not walk in front of a storm like that. Todak will clear out the wave, but it costed them.
Very clear that Storm is so effective on this hero. Grok is obviously very universally good, but compared to a lot of other roamers we've seen, Storm just plays it differently. The way he's communicating and comboing with his team is next level.
I think the biggest thing about his Grok compared to everybody else is he's got the mechanics to actually find the engage angles. He's got the mentality for it, but better yet, just look at these nature barriers, right? Pushing the minions, or in this case, the buffs, just out of range, forcing it to reset, or in other times, making sure that it slows down the speed of the jungle farm.
I love the fact that Izanami took the Astral Echo for himself. They really want that bot tier 1 and they will be able to get it. While that was happening, Ripple will be proxying that top wave for a little bit as Demon Kai will poke at Momo for a while. They're gonna take on the full commit. Momo uses the ultimate. Demon Kai will easily disengage. Now leaving it all over to Ripple. Chiku guys will show up. Ripple's ultimate is going to run up pretty soon, but does have the Eye of Cyclone to get away.
He spotted out Chiku walking into that brush, so he takes the safer path. He doesn't want to come out of that split fall and fall into the trap!
Big combo, Banner's Rage and Wild Charge used. Yumes will lose half his health and forced to retreat. Does have the ultimate and Flicker, and Storm will not let him get the recall. Oh, Demon Kai! Getting a bit of the ball away from half field!
Wow! Dude, our observer, he was not ready for that. He was like, oh no, he's still going! He's still going!
Literally had to install ball cam in that exact moment right there. Following Demon Kite, that's Fanny down for 10 seconds. Todak has control over the turtle. They find one.
He's going to find Ripple. He's going to go into the split. Try to stick onto Momo. Todak will easily get the turtle for themselves. Ripple trying to bring Momo back. Great cancel with the Primal Wrath. Now Ripple finds himself out of position. Has to use the Flicker. Yumes counter engages instantly. Low level balance. Great to Violet Requiem. Actually doesn't connect with anyone. Chiku guy ends up dropping low. And he gets taken down. Momo gets a 2-man knockup. And now Soul returns alongside Demon Kai. They are going to look for Ruff. Yumes goes down. Demon Kai once more. Ruff gets away. Momo again with the knockup will give Ruff a double kill. And Todak salvage the fight.
Oh, some amazing movements from both these teams right here. Demon Kite just barely escaping Momo at the end there as well. RSG MY wanted to prolong that fight as long as possible because they knew Demon Kite was going to be back. He'd be able to make it and rejoin. And if they kept Lolil alive, they could have absolutely won that fight, but Lolil got caught out. A beautiful catch by Momo. And because of that, Ruff was the one who became the threat. 3-0 on the Bruno. He wasn't having a good time in lane, but Ruff is online and unlocked.
Yeah, which begs the question whether or not how much of that gold is relevant, right? I'm seeing a 2.6 on the side of Beatrix's side. I mean, Lolios has been farming, but I didn't realize he's that farmed.
Todak, they want to kind of push
Oh,
you off
no.
Lolio. It's in a really horrible spot.
Whoa.
Able to kind of sidestep that, still gets slammed into the wall. They need to find a great sniper on side. Same point, Lolio just running to safety. Momo flickers, gets terrified by Izanami. Demon Kai now hits the backline. Same point, gotta run. Demon Kai easily finds him. And now Demon Kai will look to get away. Todak could not catch him.
Wow, after that entire sequence, like everything that could have possibly gone wrong went wrong for Loliels. He got hit by the Star Shatter, he got hit by the bouncing ball as well when he tried to tactically roll, and still lost his flicker, yet he doesn't die.
Yeah, really good movements there. The micro from Lolil shows us why he's so comfortable walking up ahead. It looked like he was stuck on the wall for a moment, but he was just waiting for Yims to miss that Tyrant's Revenge before flickering forward. And although the ult still hit him, he already put himself out of range of the rest of Todak, ensuring that he would be able to walk out of there. And that's important. RSG MY, they want to maintain this lead. They cannot afford to keep giving kills over to Todak, especially on Lolil. The Beatrix going to be their insurance policy against Ruff, who right now is still farming pretty solidly.
You have Demon Kai pushing that bottom wave in, that is going to force some sort of a response from Todak. Shield guys will not show himself. They will have at least 3 members posture around that Lord pit. And RSG MY, they're going to do the same. In fact, Storm is just pulling the Lord towards his team.
Let's not forget about the raw mobility that this family has, right? She showed up down bottom side, got that wave pushing, and now RSG MY are holding the Lord hostage, knowing that Todak, they want this way more than RSG, of course, but they can't keep up with this type of mobility.
One thing that Todak does have over RSG MY is the amount of crowd control. You have Momo with the Earth Shatter, you have Yums, you have Chiku guys, who has a kind of a pseudo suspension if you count that Violet Requiem knockup, right? It does keep you in air for a long, long time. But if Todak doesn't have those cooldowns, we saw how Demon Kai just dives the back and goes straight for Zyme Senpoi.
And that's why you see RSG playing the map, because they want to actually create that one-man advantage. 4v5!
Momo kind of forced into the fight. They will get the slam on top of Ripple, who still survives. Storm instantly hits the back with the ball child. Yums will flicker away. Ralph getting blocked off by the wall, but no follow-up from RSG MY. They want to look for Storm, but Storm escaped. Demon Kai, he was thinking about the dive, but RSG MY have done enough to push Todak back.
Ooh, scary, scary. Some of these situations are really tense. That snipe from Lolil. You can tell the Beatrix is online as well. A good engagement there by Todak, realizing that they're not going to find anyone other than Rippo, and perhaps they can burst him down. But the glue going to be able to survive a lot of these situations and buy a lot of space. Normally in that situation, Todak should just get absolutely destroyed because they use so many resources onto the enemy tank. But good disengage and movement as well. The experience and rivalry between these two teams is on full display this game.
This dance is going to continue for quite a while. Astro Echo pinging 3 members of RSG MY. Todak knows that they at least have control of this middle wave. But look at Demon Kai here.
Oh!
Are you kidding me? What an assassin in the night this man is!
That's gross.
He's so far ahead.
I mean, he got the flicker from Zyme Senpoi, who minded Fat Finger and flicker into him. And now RSG MY have a good chance of closing out this fight. They actually found the control to Ram! And Storm gets the follow-up, and knockback is a bit too late from you. Demon Kai along with RSG MY completely squashed Todak, and this Lord is going to be theirs.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Because RSG MY are playing 4-1, very literal and independent. Demon Kai allowed to do whatever he feels like, but the other 4 members looking to support each other and play around him. It's crazy to imagine. Demon Kai is his own entity.
RSG MY are just moving like a singular hive mind right now, even if they're not necessarily moving together. The collapse, the rundown from this team is at a level we have never seen before. The instant replay, we already know that Zyme Senpoi gets instantly eliminated. The flicker, he tried to outmaneuver, but that was a mistake. Kinda wish we got the replay for a little bit later, but the results speak for themselves.
Who does that, right? You say that it's kind of crazy that someone called Demon Kai isn't allowed to play Fanny more often. I think it's probably his first and last game on Fanny. We won't see it anymore. That was way too much to comprehend. RSG MY with this Lord. going to be pushing on the bottom tier 2 as they take out the top tier 2. So all outer layer of defense for Todak is gone.
This is looking really methodical from the side of RSG MY, right? They're taking it down all the tier 2s, making sure that there are no outer turns. If they get an inhibitor, that's an even bigger win from the side of RSG MY and might put that final nail on the coffin when that second Lord comes through.
Massive, massive presence inhibitor. Storm is just going to put his body forward and allow his team to take care of the bottom one. The mid inhibitor also in danger. Momo can't really do too much. The Edith a bit suffocated. RSG MY in one fell swoop took care of all 3 inhibitors. Shiku guys will try to find Demon Kite. Actually will not be able to find it and they lose all 3 inhibitors.
This is crazy right now from RSG MY. They are playing at a level never before seen, even during the season when they became champions. It's so clean. There's a chaos, and yet their base rush is systematic. The way they're moving across the map, their rotations are disciplined, planned, proactive, and yet there's a confidence, there's a style, the personality of RSG MY really winning over our AI right now.
I mean, we've only seen 99% to 1 2 times. This is the second.
I don't know. I don't know whether
1% going to be had.
That's the thing. I'm trying to figure out where that 1% is, and I think it's when RSG MY get a clean 10k, 11k gold lead against Todak for this upcoming fight. I feel like no matter what Todak does, it really boils down to, can we deal with Demon Kite and Lolios at the same time? 2 entities of which so much investment from RSG MY's overall macro play has benefited. If Todak are able to take one component out, let's not forget, the other is still going to be there dishing out just as much damage, if not more.
Demon Kite's just flexing.
I mean, as a team, RSG MY could very well be the incarnation of Blue himself, right? They are all their own beings.
I like how he just flies in and says, "Hey, Lalil, thanks.
Thank you very much."
Yeah, like, you still owe me some money from lunch the other day. I'm gonna take this right here.
Loliel was like, "What the hell, man?" Demon Kai was like, "See our KDs." Shut up.
Look at me. I'm the carry now.
I think he's been the carry the whole time.
I mean, this game has been really rough on Todak's side, right? If they are going to find any kind of clear indication on the way they win, it's going to come from Yums and Momo. They need to find this initial pick off on Loliel's and then collapse down when RSG MY is just about to get their team to touch each other when they try to fight Todak.
The problem is RSG's kind of anticipating that at this point. I feel like they're at a stage where they're quite willing to let Rippo or Storm just get grabbed, and then the moment the DPS for Todak comes out of hiding, they jump on, they find Ruff, they find Chiku guys, and after that, there's no real chance.
And to the craziest part, Loliel has not fallen behind in terms of net worth compared to his counterpart the entire game. And that's including the fact that at one point, Ruff got a double kill. He was 3-0, while Loliel was 1-1, and he was a level ahead of Loliel, and he was still more than 2,000 gold behind his Beatrix. You put that into perspective, and you start to realize that, oh my god, Todak is still not doing enough.
Yep. And if the numbers don't impress you, just know that Loliel's items are supremely more expensive than what Ruff is actually packing right now.
And if it doesn't impress you still, in one push they broke the whole base open, and they just broke Ruff. He completely shatters. Momo, he's gonna lose the immortality. They try to reach the backline. Chiku guys with an ultimate finds Loliel. But at what cost? Winston Trunken only delays the inevitable. The Lord is slamming onto the crystal already. Todak cannot hold on. RSG MY, they're just gonna go straight for the crystal to get game 1 in the bag.
That is insane.
In one fell swoop, in one team fight, they got the Lord, they got 5 turrets. And just like that, an 8k goal lead that transitioned into a game win.
What do you even do in that position as Todak? You think you're safe. You're literally inches away from your base. You could heal up at any time. Storm is there, but he's by himself. There's no way he's going to engage, but he jumps in, wall charge onto Ruff, and then instantly the Bruno is gone. Perfect combination of ultimates, abilities. They realize who's the real threat. And even if they lose Loliel, the real carry is still there. Demon Kite, an absolute monster. RSG looking clean.
They're looking so nasty right now. I cannot believe it, right? And especially after having the Malaysia Day celebration, really celebrating our C game representatives, I think RSG feel more motivated than I've ever seen them before.
I mean, the craziest part is that this game really came down to, what, a 30-second sequence, and it was over. At that point, no more recovery. And even before that, RSG MY were having a pretty firm lead. And this is where, if you're the coaching staff of Todak, you're going to be scratching your head. I'm like, oh my goodness, we just came back from a win yesterday. We broke our 5-series losing streak. RSG MY, we're facing the windbreaker. And we just got our momentum crushed in game 1. And a big part of that is this MVP from RSG MY. Let's go backstage. Of course, it's going to be Demon Kite. I don't know what to say about him. I'm utterly speechless.
Look, I'm just saying, there might be an argument to be made here that maybe Irad is not all up that RSGPH may have made a mistake in picking him up and leaving Demon Guy back here in MY. Oh boy, I can't wait to see the return of investment later on. But man, what a strong early game coming out from the side of RSG MY. And it's not just because of Demon Kite's outstanding performance, it's the addition of having Storm slow down your opponents, having winning lanes at the same time, the control over mid, and the support from Izanami to not let Todak table flip Demon Kite in these fights.
There's a sense of confidence here, and style, and flair. The RSG personality is looking strong here, understanding that they gotta strengthen their map, focus on side lanes. Once they do that, they can rotate around, create pressure. They have the ability to dive like no other team here in the MPL. And considering how comfortable Demon Kite was the whole time, this is the most greedy Fanny item build I've seen the whole time. All damage, even going for the penetration, going for lethal ignition. This is all about killing.
Yeah, and of course, this also plays to RSGMY's one of their favorite compositions, right? We let Lolia do his thing, we let Izanami kind of be the utility support whenever our team needs it, and everyone else just do your job. Ripple, stand in front, Storm, find an opportunity. You look at this game, Todak never really had a chance aside from that small skirmish in that bottom lane in the early game, but that was pretty much the extent of what Todak could do.
Do I agree with that statement? I'm like on the edge of it, because there were definitely moments that Todak could have played better. I know for a fact that Momo tried his absolute best to try to keep it together so that Todak's overall goal lead doesn't go overboard, but even then, right, let's look at the item builds first, because when you have somebody like Loliels maxed out on his items, and you know he's playing around towards the end where he's juggling his items for fun because they had that much gold, it's tough to get past someone like Demon Kite, right? You're hoping Kufra locks him down. He's got that raw burst and penetration like Snafa mentioned, but also the Bloodlust acts to give him that extra bit of like, oh no, I'm about to die. Not.
It's just insane how he was able to maneuver around, right? When we're looking at the items, it's obviously very aggressive from RSG MY. Not much defensive options other than Rippo and Storm, of course. Loleo not even going for the Wind of Nature, instead opting for Rose Gold Meteor since he knows he's going to be more vulnerable to burst overall. But they never really put themselves in a dangerous spot. They had so much advantage, they were comfortable, even when they were running into the faces of Todak. You would think that Demon Kite should itemize a little more defensively. He's up against an Edith, a Kufra. There's so many good ways to catch him. And I like the way that Todak was positioning, allowing Momo to be the one engaging so that Yums can hang back and wait for Demon Kite. And yet, every single time, the Fanny still found his target. Oh, you're protecting the rough? Let's find Zion instead. Oh, Stone found the kill. Let's just rush on in, get on out. It's just perfect.
It's RSGMY, it seems like the modus operandi in a lot of these cases when they know that they have an edge over their opponents is that they put Ripple and Stone in a position where they are daring their opponents to make a move, right? It's like trying to attract moths to a burning light. In this case, a lot of situations, Todak, they see, you know, Storm just standing in front of them, just waving that big pillar, and they're like, I guess we gotta kill this guy. Momo engages, Yums follows up, and they end up not only not killing Storm, and now they have a Ripple sticking onto their backline. It's so irritating.
It is irritating, but at the same time, I'm seeing now that the itemization coming in from this Fanny, that Bloodlust Axe making a huge difference, because I don't see anti-heal from the side of Todak, right? Nobody has been able to complete a Dominance Ice at all, with 2 anti-heals coming in from the Sea Halberd as well as Storm having the Dominance Ice, making it basically impossible for Todak to actually sustain. Guinevere specifically with the Super Magic as well, it can get a little tough. You're as tanky as you are, you do depend on a little bit of spell vamp to kind of keep yourself alive after you do your full combo.
I feel like Todak, they are very focused on trying to minimize what Demon Kai can do, right? You can see that they have the anti-Cuirass on Yums. I believe that Chiku guys was building towards it, Momo are the same as well. And all these heals, even Edith, who relies on the heal in that alt form, just could not do it. I mean, look at the numbers for this game. It was just overwhelmingly in RSG MY's favor.
The thing about Dreadnought armor and Antique Cuirass is that it only reduces the attack of the person who hits the wearer. And in a lot of these cases, Demon Kite was just flying in, picking people off without attacking anyone that had that Dreadnought armor in the first place, going for the squishies and then just flying out, so he wasn't really being affected. And I get the feeling once it came to that late game, the fact that it's only still Dreadnought on Chiku and Momo means that they bought it a bit later. It was already too late. Even if you reduce the attack, it's still way too much at that point.
Let's not forget about the lethal ignition as well. Like the fact that Demon Kai was already like, oh, I'm 5 levels ahead of you. Ah, that's crazy. Imagine if I hit you 3 times and I burn away 1/4 of your HP.
You try to reduce my damage, reduce this instead.
Yeah, it's really difficult for them to play. But considering everything, that in terms of damage dealt, it's actually pretty close, right? With only a 20,000 difference overall, it does show that Todak is holding on to a lot of these situations, but they cannot set up the right conditions for turtle fights, for neutral objectives.
Looking at the highlights here, brought to you by Republic of Gamers, Todak has a style, right? They generally take their fights a bit more deliberately. It's a bit more slow. They want to have a sense of controlled chaos in their favor. That's why you see their team tends to be a little bit more split up, looking for opportunities to enter. But RSG is just not allowing that to ever happen. The moment they go in, they go in. Someone is dead in the first couple of seconds. And only by relying on situations like that were they able to finally pick off Demon Kai.
Yeah, this was like their best case scenario, right? They were able to find an extended fight, Momo getting multiple knockouts and his abilities off, and they were able to somehow shut down the aggression of the side of RSG MY. And even then, RSG MY, they just rinse and repeat the same thing. When we look at the differences between both roamers, Storm, he can show himself, no problem. You poke him a bit too much, he rams you into the wall, kills you off. Yums, on the other hand, doesn't have the luxury. He needs to stay out of view, and a lot of times they were just caught by surprise.
I think, you know, Todak kind of spread their forces a little thin towards that backline because, again, for Zyme Senpai, he stays really far back. And as mentioned before, Ruff doesn't want to show himself, which kind of isolates both of these targets, making them susceptible to Demon Kai, getting abused twice in both of those moments, taking away Zyme Senpai's flicker. He just doesn't really stand much of a chance, especially with no peel whatsoever.
And we talk about how during the draft, I think one of you guys mentioned that the players, they're not going for kind of like the comfort picks, right? They're going for what's most effective for the enemy team in terms of the bans. Todak might have thought that they had it all, right? They were banning out Lancelot, they were banning out Yu Zhong, but after this game 1, what do you do? You know, what's the main point of focus for game 2? I'm a bit lost. I need some help.
All right. In that, if this is the case, I would imagine that Todak is looking to kind of play their own game as they usually do, rather than, hey, let's think about comfort picks. No, focus on your own game plan at this point because it's a little too difficult. Let's say they got rid of the Fanny. What else is left on the table? It would have been a joy. That would happen even worse to a certain degree for the marksmen rather than just Zyme Senpai.
Yeah, it means that you have to go against the grain, right? You can't be reactive in these sort of situations.
Yes.
And admittedly, it's not as if Todak were completely veering away. It's not like these were heroes they were uncomfortable with. It was still within the bounds of what was acceptable to them, somewhat comfortable as well. But RSG just put them in such a difficult position that they were never able to find those chances. This is a lineup that they want to play it slow, and Todak was adjusting. We already mentioned the importance of adaptability. If you're put behind, if you lose a fight, you change up the things you're doing. And Todak was doing that. But RSG was evolving so quickly that they never allowed that to happen. Todak, okay, stand back, Ruff. We'll wait until the opportunity is there. Demon Kai goes on the front line. Okay, we'll protect the front line. We'll look for an engage. Ruff is gone. Zyme Senpai is gone. RSG are playing on a different tempo.
And at the same time, it's also the eye for opportunity, right? You see, every time RSG pulls the trigger, it kind of feels like Todak was never ready for it. And I don't completely blame it on Todak. I think, to be fair, RSG MY were just that quick with the decision, but the commitment from the rest of the team was what sets them apart.
Okay, I half agree with it. I was about to completely disagree with it because I feel like Demon Kai makes the call all by himself, and everybody else is like, guys, look at Demon Kai now! Because it's too quick. It's not something where you plan for. It's more so it's happening. Yeah, it's instinctual. It's something that you practice over and over again. Allow me to do what I do best. If I find something, I just need a bit of support to make this perfect.
They're just acting like the fangs of a hungry beast, basically. The moment someone goes in, everyone wants a piece of the pie. It's like, you're going for a kill, it's my kill now. It's like, but they're also working together perfectly to layer stuff. When Demon Kite gets jumped on, when Lolil gets jumped on, everyone is around to make sure they get out. And they are able to handle themselves to a certain degree as well. We saw some incredible escapes, even though Todak was doing their best to try and catch someone out.
That sequence, right, they used like what, 3-4 ultimates, couple of battle spells, can't even kill off Lo Liao and ended up losing their members instead. We talk about how Todak came into this after a win, so after like what 5 series blue streak, they barely beat MPNC, and now the momentum has been kind of broken by RSG MY, so it's definitely a bit hard to recover. We'll give them some time to figure that out. We're going to throw it to Rose, who has a courtside interview ready for us right now. So, Rose, take it away.
Hello everybody, selamat kembali. It's Rose again. Okay guys, so sekarang ni kita ada satu lagi courtside interview dengan a football player yang represent Malaysia. So guys, Faiz.
Hi, not a football player, but a football pundit.
Oh, okay. They gave me wrong info. I'm sorry.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay, so Faiz, I want to ask, okay, apa beza atmosphere in traditional sports and esports?
Traditional sports yang saya sukan yang saya dalami adalah bola sepak. Bola sepak adalah sukan yang outdoor first and foremost. Yang ni adalah indoor. Tapi daripada segi atmosphere, sokongan community, itu adalah tak ada banyak beza. Saya jumpa sokongan community yang sangat kuat daripada community bola sepak. Dan di sini hari ini saya tengok sokongan community yang sangat kuat daripada community esports.
You rasa dekat Dewan Sri Putra ni, the vibes of the fans memang like meriah tak? Is it seru? Because it's Seru Saturday. So
Kenalah nama Seru Saturday tu dengan this Saturday of mine today sama. Dan saya rasa mungkin dia dikuasakan juga oleh orang-orang muda dekat sini. Jadi kita perlukan anak muda. Bukan juga di esports tapi juga di bola sepak.
Alright, so you came to MPL, tapi sebelum ni you tengok MPL tak?
Ada, saya tengok beberapa kali MPL.
Okay, so in your opinion, Faiz, who's your favourite team dekat MPL?
Saya cuma tahu beberapa team. I have to be honest here. Tapi saya mungkin ada inclination towards Todak. Sebab kerusi saya di rumah kerusi Todak.
Wow! Good, okay, alright. So see, the Todak fans are here. They're all cheering.
Yeah.
Okay. In Todak, look at the faces. Who are your favorite players?
Oh, that's a very hard question. But I suppose if you play for Todak, you're a very good esports player. So I'm a fan of all of them.
Okay.
Saya suka semua.
One last question. Apa yang you nak kata dekat younger generation yang nak masuk sports and esports in general?
Tak perlu tengok kepada high performance dulu. You just have to, keep your head down and work 100% every single day. Dan saya rasa kita akan ada M4 ataupun M5 nanti. Dan kepada semua pemain yang akan ada qualification untuk ke M5 nanti, I wish you all the best and teruskan mengharumkan nama Malaysia.
Alright, thank you so much, Faiz. I hope you're enjoying your Hari Malaysia in MPL MY. Okay guys, so sekarang dah masa untuk masuk game kedua. So with that, let us join back to the casters untuk start game kedua kita. Casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose and Faiz. Lovely courtside reporting. We've been able to talk to Faiz just now on the broadcast. Just a lot of insight, right? There are a lot more similarities when you compare both esports and traditional sports than all of us think.
Yeah, if I wasn't so allergic to grass, I think maybe I could have been an athlete one day. Great footballer. I got the height, I got the legs. Just don't have to wear the suit all the time.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm allergic to exercise as well, so there's not much I can do about it.
Relatable. Now, honestly, these players are, it feels like they're playing on a different level right now.
And a lot of people chuck it up to just coaching staff, skills, but there's one more element, the device that they use, and it's none other than the ROG Phone 7. When you're on that device, you win and dominate like an absolute champion, or as we Gen Z like to call it, an absolute Chad. Win your lanes with ROG Phone 7, push your rank matches with the powerful phone in your hands, and hit that mythical immortal.
Now, this is a side thing, right? But I know for a fact that all ROG phones have the little back panel that lights up with the LEDs and stuff. I don't know. They talk about their like, oh, our crazy hertz on the screen, but then I look at the back of it and I'm just like, this is cool.
Yeah, when you go into the flow zone.
I mean, there's a reason we like skins, right?
That's a good
We
point.
want it to look fancy, shiny, and new. And honestly, I am in the market for a new phone. Maybe it's time, you know?
I don't know. The 7's pretty good. It's a comfortable size. I'm looking at your current phone and I'm like, it's about the same size. It'll fit like a glove.
Sounds like a pretty good idea right now, but hopefully the players up on stage will have some good ideas, because Todak was not expecting that.
I mean, look at Demon Kai. He feels so good about himself, right? Look at the stats. DPM and KP, whatever, put that on the side. Average KDA and GPM, woo, this guy is a machine.
Yeah, he is an absolute machine, and considering that the stats that he's coming up with, unless, you know, his competitor across the seas back in the homeland, Red, is able to pump out these kinds of numbers, I'm imagining RCPH management looking at each other like sweating a little bit. Do we make the right choice here? I mean, he's doing a little too good over at MPL MY.
It's time to fly the demon kite back to PH here.
Aqua is just waiting there like, my man.
Man.
Hey, where have you been? Hey, we say no taunting, okay? This is like borderline.
It's borderline, but not quite. You need some insider knowledge.
That's what we call a loophole.
That's true, that's true.
Now, we're going to look at Chikurai's overall individual player stats, and, well, I mean, it probably is going to look very skewed here because he is only recently, this week, is when he went into the jungle. Previous weeks, all marksman roles.
But still, it's kind of a disappointing performance overall from someone who used to primarily be a jungle player back when the hyper carry meta was still a thing. Man, those were the days. But it does seem like Todak is having a bit of difficulty reforming their lineup. They have the talent, they have the skills, they have the players, and yet the synergy doesn't seem to be quite there yet.
Well, I think, you know, number one, let's start off with the tools that you equip your players, the weapons that these warriors will be bringing into the land of Dawn. As we see Todak take the red side and RSG on the blue.
All right, let's bring back Prime Chiku. Let's bring back carry jungle.
Yeah, carry jungle, quad jungle, Harith as well. You know,
Lunox jungle.
Lunox jungle.
Atlas jungle.
Oh, that one was...
There's one marksman, well, sort of a pseudo marksman that is relevant. Let's bring back Yi Shin.
Actually, he was pretty hot on Yi Shin.
How about the Roger, the Chico Roger? Remember those days?
Oh man, these are member berries all over again. I mean, as much as I would like to see him play on Roger, I don't think he currently fits. I would make an argument that Aulus might just be slightly better, but let's see. RSG MY going to be locking in the Valentina all over again. Todak don't make the same mistake. They're like, this time, no Fanny.
But Lancelot is not let true. There is
That's
a chance
true.
that we see RSG MY, they're like, well, they banned Fanny, no surprise, but guess what? Lancelot.
The Martis as well, gonna be led through the first phase, so we're seeing a bit of a shift here. Let's see whether or not Todak wants to still go for things like the Edith, the Bruno, which were their first picks previously. The glue gonna be taken away from Rippo, and a very strange choice.
I mean,
that
would you call that taking it away from Rippo? I feel like Rippo is just like, oh, whatever, right? Like,
yeah, it's weird. Like, it's not like it's a particularly priority pick.
The Pro
Look, the way that I see it, they know for a fact that Momo needs like a somewhat okay matchup, right? Considering how RSG MY has their identity, two tanks, they can kind of flex those tanks around to be a little bit more dive heavy depending on the EXP laner, or a little bit more calm, a little bit more, well, let's play around Loliels. In this case, doesn't matter, they've got the Lancelot that we were all expecting it. Don't look at me like that. We all knew that was coming through. It's not like an intelligent thing. But But I think that Todak has recognized that, okay, if you're going to play Farmers, it has to go into the support role. If you are looking for these raw, hard counters, you're going to need to start compromising some of the other roles and the identity that RSG MY has set up for themselves.
Yeah, I don't think RSG is in desperate enough of a position that they'll just go for that and completely ruin the sort of lineup that they want to go for. I think they're still in a very comfortable spot. They do lock in the Edith, so this will be more of a flex pick because we know that Storm and Rippo are both pretty comfortable with the hero. The thing I'm worried about here is that Todak evidently like to prioritize Ruff's hero. Understandable, he's still a very new player to the MPL, want to make sure he has a good matchup, and Brody really doesn't lose lane to a lot of gold laners. But even compared to the Bruno, Brody has kind of a narrow window where he has the snowball, otherwise he falls off pretty hard.
Yeah, one of Dime Senpai's best performing heroes so far, the Farsa given over to him. And you know, when you look at Todak, when you look at kind of the psychological part, right? Ruff debuted yesterday, won his first series, and it came crashing down just as fast in the game one earlier on. So I think that maybe Todak not only wants to prioritize his hero, but also wants to give him a lane that he can generally just not get pressured too much, give him a safe opening. We know that Todak has a tendency to stay on the same side, even after, especially after losing. But this opening is completely different from what we expect in game 2. We want them to go back to what they're comfortable with. This one is kind of a long shot.
Look, I've used this analogy before, but it's when you open up a trash can, you find a raccoon just backed up at the end of it. Technically, it's a cornered animal. They immediately just fall back to their instincts. I'm guessing that Todak right now, they're going for comfort picks, things that they've played hundreds of times, muscle memory, so they can only focus on the overall game rather than their core mechanics.
It's not a bad idea. Going back to the basics, going to what makes you the most comfortable, the most happy, the most confident is definitely what Todak wants to look for as they enter into game number 2. So they're gonna again ban out the heroes that would give Ruff a hard time to make sure that their newest player will be able to win out a lane against probably one of the best gold laners in Season 12 right now. Getting rid of the Beatrix. Now this does worry me a little bit because the Angela Iritel is still there.
Yeah, I was looking at Iritel as well, right? You have a lot of blowouts with the glue ultimate. Well, guess what? Splash damage with the heavy crossbow.
Yeah, that one. Do they really want to pick it into this matchup? Because regardless of whether Iritel actually has the Angela or not, a couple of fully itemized shots from a feathered airstrike is going to put her out of her misery, right?
Do you just go Bruno?
Not if you have hard guard.
Well, I mean, even with hard guard, you will die with a fully scaled, fully itemized Dime Senpai on a Farsa. I personally feel that in this case, RSG MY is making the smarter choices, right? You get rid of single target lockdown. That kind of opens things up for you. Todak, they have first pick on red side. You can start deciding once you kind of identify who's going to be their support. But more importantly, they're saving Chiku's jungle for very last, I would assume. So play with the information that you have at hand.
Thinking about it, the Joy is still open as well. That could be on either team. Chiku play it in the jungle, haven't seen it yet, could be interesting. RG can still flex it into EXP, put Storm on the Edith instead. We'll see, but it is going to be the Martis. So Todak goes for safe choices right now. We'll see whether or not that works out.
I don't want to be that guy,
I feel like it could have been a slightly more effective pick if it was first phase, right? I think then you have, because Momo does play the Martis if they really need it. In this case,
take that theory, push it one step further. What if this is supposed to be like an Isho or Hana, like support blue, and then you have Martis go into the EXP lane and they still try to fake things out of the jungle?
Knowing that it's Todak, I would not be surprised, you know.
This could be just years of branding. That, though? I mean, what better time than now, right?
I don't know.
It's either or, right? Like if you either go out with a bang, keep yourself alive for one more game, or it just falls apart.
We'll see. Todak will take 8 points at this point. Okay, Bruno.
Oh,
Arlet.
no.
Yes!
Yes! We've seen like a couple of Arlet, but you know, for RSG MY, if this is a Storm Arlet, he was the first one to pioneer it in our league. And my god, he made a splash. No players have been able to emulate the success that he has brought. I mean, the second player, I believe, was Mao, and he was not able to do the exact same thing.
We don't talk about that one.
Yeah,
we don't
nowhere
talk about that
close.
That one was a disrespectful game to Arlet players all across the world. I think that Storm, his two most efficient heroes, I would say that he's got the mechanics for Arlet, don't get me wrong, but his Grok is on a different level. Like, there's a lot of Grok players in Malaysia, none of them has actually stood a chance against Storm so far in terms of his game knowledge, the way that he positions it, and he applies it to every single hero he picks up. So in terms of Arlen, expect him to find optimal engages.
It's been insane, his eye for opportunity. And unlike a lot of other roams, he has the mechanics to be able to back up a hero like this as well. Like that final slash, Zyme Sempoi is gonna have a really hard time looking for the right positioning for that feathered airstrike. Looking at this, it's a very RSG draft again. And Todak, while yes, they're still going for a certain degree of comfort, I feel like has still been put on the back foot in terms of the draft.
I think in this game, both the roamers have incredibly difficult roles. Having a Lolita on your side with the Luminon Blast is such an important spell that it needs to hit. But at the same time, Arlen is just great at slowing down, but more importantly, canceling out. He's got to cancel out the feathered airstrike. He somehow has got to catch out Brody. He's got to make sure his stun is up for the Numenon Blast.
And the best part is that, well, actually the hardest part for Storm is to see which target he wants to go for, right? Sure, you have two members on the side of Todak. They will be stationary when using their ultimate in the Lolita and the far sub, but I mean, with Storm's instinct, I am not expecting anything less in this game 2 between Todak and RSG MY.
All right, let's get into this. Game number 2, RSG MY on the blue side, Todak on the red side. Both are mirroring each other on opposite sides, but at the very least, they're starting on purple. So Chiku guys will end up towards EXP and Demon Kite down towards gold. Oh wait, sorry, the opposite. Chiku will be end up in gold, while Demon Kite going to be ending up at EXP.
Looking at the emblems overall, nothing too unusual, but we are seeing all flickers on both sides here. No variation at all in terms of like Purify or Sprint or anything. So there's going to be a lot of flickering around overall this game. I do like the Quantum Charge on Momo and Ruff. Make sure they have a little more viability to escape. We got the Tree Agility as well as Tenacity. Todak definitely making sure they have the tools to escape from RSG's insane dive potential.
You guys took a page out of Demon Kai's playbook, also going for the Impure Rage on this Martyrs. Bottom side, Momo with a little pressure onto Ripple in that matchup. Very much expected, but top side is where it might get volatile between these two.
Yeah, now, I mean, this Marksman matchup is already pretty... Oh, Chiku? Is he going to be okay? Wait, does he hit 4 at a time? I don't think so.
He's so behind. And going down the Cyclone Eye, Demon Kai finding first blood again. One of the junglers with the highest first blood rate we have.
That's very bad. That feels bad, especially considering the legacy that Chiku guys has. Being picked off like that on a hero like Martis, that does not look good.
I think it was a smart idea initially, right? Like Todak, they decided to omit the Little Water, decide to end up and eventually hit 4 once he takes that camp. The Cornwall camp down by EXP side. Wait, hold on, Zyme.
Yeah, has to flicker out of this. All battle spells are still up for RSG MY. They can do this for days.
Yeah, and now this turtle is completely compromised, right? Without that flicker, and more importantly...
Again, Zyme Sempoi barely survives. Storm will have to use his flicker. He's not going to hit 4 in time. Momo trying to buy as much time as possible, uses the split. Chiku guys waiting for the opportune moment to try and get the turtle, but Demon guys secures it anyways. Momo will have to detach from him. Chiku guys sent on the run. Izanami becomes the Martis. They will get the kill onto Rippo and sacrifice Izanami, but Storm, he will end up going down as well as Ruff shows up.
Okay.
All right.
That's not too bad, all things considered from Todak. At first, they were initiating that really well. A nice 2-man stun from Momo into the turtle pit, but Demon Kite still secures with the retribution. And with Chiku guys going down, you would think that RSG would come out of this on top. But losing both Izanami and Storm there and actually giving Ruff a kill will help even out a little bit of that early disadvantage. So Todak does still have a grasp here.
Let's see how far it's going to go, though, right? It's still very volatile, as mentioned before, and I think a lot of it just comes down to whether or not you're able to get the right members in the right place at the right time. So the call needs to be very, very clear in terms of how many resources are we willing to give for a certain situation.
That's the situation that Storm doesn't have the ultimate, so there are some elements that allow Todak to kind of walk away from that. Try and go on to Izanami. Storm right by his side. They get the damage in the Chiku guys. Unfortunately, not able to get the crowd control to Izanami. Gotta retreat from that. And Demon Kite is gonna play at the top side right now.
You can tell that RSG is respecting that Todak has more resources at their disposal in their lineup this game, but Ruff.
Yeah, it's gonna instantly be dolled by Demon Kite, Izanami steals the better airstrike, and it will be Storm picking up the kill. Loliao cashes in on some of that plating. He might get all of them, honestly.
Yeah, and honestly, this just boils down to the fact that Storm was chunking out the correct targets. He chunks out Yults. He made sure that Zyme Senpai doesn't want to actually walk up to him because he's so aggressive, and that sets up a potential dive on top side, even though it wasn't created by Lolios himself.
Momo now will be the target of Demon Kite. Forced to run away. Meanwhile, for the airstrike in the middle lane, finding Izanami and Storm. Lovely pickup by Zyme Senpai.
Yeah, this is definitely a combo they can play around right now on Todak. Chiku guys and Zyme Senpai have a lot of kill potential, but the turtle is going to be contested.
Storm dives onto Chiku guys with the vengeance, trying to stall him out and chunk his health bar down. Storm still has the final slash and flicker, holding on to it for a little bit. Lovely vengeance dash to cancel that pass, and now Momo finds himself in a weird spot. Gotta flicker away. Turtle for Demon Kite.
Yep. At topside, Lolio's making the smart decision. Just don't show your face right now. He doesn't know that Zyme Senpai is there, but at the very least, he's able to kind of hold out that lane. He's winning heavily in terms of EXP and gold. So Todak need to bandage the situation now.
As long as Lolil doesn't die here, it's going to force a lot of time wasted by Yums and Zyme Senpai just to make sure Ruff is able to win out his lane on a hero that typically should be able to do it on his own. We'll see what they do here. Right now, Lolil still keeping distance and not overextending himself, and that is beneficial for RSG.
That was under the situation where at level 2 or 3, Ruff was kind of winning out the lane, right? He was hard shoving the wave, he was chunking Loliao down, and still Loliao coming out on top with a minor net worth advantage, not as crazy as the previous game, but then mid-tier 1 is going to fall. Chiku guys, I don't know if you want to be in that position though. He's going to try and get away with the Mortal Coil, and will still end up going down as Ripple runs him down.
Nicely done, nicely done. Wait, no. I mean, Storm is doing a phenomenal job, you know, taking aggro like that, making sure that it's really, really difficult to be in these positions. The tier 1 is basically gone at this point, but
Well, here's the flicker, and the flash, shadowed up. Izanami doesn't get caught on the edge. And now Demon Kite will dive to the back. Ruff wants a couple of kills, settled for Izanami.
Smart moves from Todak. They know that this tier 1 is going to fall, but they actually go for the quick lane swap. They will be sacrificing top tier 1 at the same time, but this allows Ruff to actually even up his score against Loliel's gold rise.
It's not that easy to punish Demon Kite, but perhaps they can do the same with Ripple, who does have his ultimate available. Now all 5 members of Todak exposed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, great rotations right here. RSG again showing why they have such a good macro sense here. Storm is looking, no, just threatening, man. That is cheeky right there. But very good trades. RSG MY is perfectly understanding how much manpower they need to invest onto which part of the map. And by constantly relaying information, it's giving Lolio so much free space. He's already whacking the tier 2 up top.
And Todak, they're not responding to this fast enough. RSG MY is just holding them hostage here by the turtle.
With a flash. Connecting on the 2 in the backline. Ripple, can he get the ultimate off? Yes, he can. Finds his shield. Ends up going down to Ruff. Turtle steals the kill by Demon Kite. As Storm is in the front line, Izanami can't get anyone with the stolen aluminum blast. And Momo will pull someone back. Demon Kite trying to put out damage as much as possible. As Momo gets isolated, Momo will end up falling. Momo needs to get out. Back out coming in from Todak. Momo knows it. He's going to play with his team as Jules will be around the corner. Loliao shows up, putting out the damage with the worldly. Not enough. Todak gets away.
Does look like they'll lose this tier 2 up top though, so that's still some structural damage being taken. And Loliel's still working on the tower right now. Izanami could be out of position.
No problem, dashes away. Yu's baited in. Izanami a bit too far forward, taken out by the torn apart memories as Demon Kite looking for Chiku guys. Ripple's not going to join in. And Chiku guys walks away.
Yeah, now Todak are starting to realize that they need to be the aggressors in a lot of these situations, right? Especially when Storm takes a recall. That's a big opening if anybody from RSG MY wants to push up a little too far. They need to be generous with their ultimates, right? If they're looking to close out a situation, use the resources, don't hold back.
Zyme Senpai, he's calling his team to come to the bottom side. Can they get there in time? This is a good pincer angle, and we'll find a slam onto Loliao. Zyme Senpai shows up. Can't defend an airstrike, but Loliao just flickers out of it. Ripple, meanwhile, intercept. 2 members of Todak, does have the ultimate, but will choose to flicker away. Torn apart memory, not enough from Ruff.
Everything whiffs there, but it doesn't matter. It's pre-lord, it's 42 seconds until it actually spawns. By the time it spawns, Todak will have all of their ults back up. And this is what I mean, right? Utilize your resources. Obviously, we would have liked to see them actually land, but at the very least, the idea is there.
Not sure if the idea is going to be enough though. RSG is still keeping on to this lead. They're definitely not playing as aggressive as the previous game, but that's because they're respecting Todak's snowball potential this game much more, considering the lineup that they have, and making sure that even if they were to trade bodies, they never fall too far behind, and they're able to keep key players alive while going for structural damage across the map, because they're aware that Todak will eventually fall off.
And to be very fair to Todak, they're playing to their strengths as well. It's not the easiest to check a bush when you have these heroes on Todak's side. Rippo uses that ultimate to try and get away. Momo detaches from him and tries to jump with the Momo, and this can be sent back with the final slash. Ends up going down. Better airstrike will be used. They want to look for Rippo. Chico guys finds the decimation. Trading 1-for-1 so far. Lo Liao in a horrible spot. Stunned by Yun. They flicker forward for Lo Liao. Chico guy will find a kill. That's 2 for Todak, and now they've finally found a lead.
Lo Liao's after dodging literally everything. The simplest one to sidestep was going to be the Asura's aura, and not to disrespect Vision, but Tri-Brush Brother ends up dying alongside Rippo, trading only Momo in return. This is going to be the swing for Todak.
Yeah, this Numenon Blast going to be really valuable for Todak here, because RSG really does have this habit of wanting to dive in. They've got those ferocious instincts. And even though they're doing their best of trying to play around, making sure not too many people get hit by this, they are still getting caught out. And this is allowing Todak to start gaining some momentum. They've reduced the net worth lead quite heavily. Does seem like Ruff is pretty comfortable, got Wind of Nature already, and RSG, ooh.
Oh, they're gonna try and cancel the Numenon Blast a bit late. Rippo might get bursted down, final slash, don't will be used, only tries to fight with the wordy, but Rippo is already dead, so might be the next to follow. His body is gonna use the vengeance, dash out, queue up, Demon Mark. There's some sort of sustain right there, but Zion Senpai takes care of him, and Ruff, he was not gonna go down, Izanami will not find a kill, Yums keeps him at bay, and Lo Liao pushed away by Momo. That's 3 for Todak.
3 huge kills. 3 very huge kills. Izanami is just not finding Zion Senpai. He wants to take his ult, but he's putting himself in positions where it gets compromised very quickly. And considering how large Ruff is in this particular match, I think they need to start respecting them.
Lo Liao getting caught by the better airstrike, got to flicker to safety. Demon Kai did his best, but still can't keep the tier 1 alive.
I'm surprised Zyme didn't want to flicker for that, especially since the Lord is on their side.
Yeah, he could have definitely picked up a really cheeky kill there, and that could have even ended the game for them, but that means Lo Liao will be able to back off and regen before the Lord crashes up top.
RSG MY should be able to take care of the Lord, no problem. Keep all their inhibitors safe. And Todak finally finds himself in a position, first time in the series, that they have a goal advantage. Bit minuscule, but they definitely have the tools to kind of put RSG in a bad spot. Again, Zion Senpai with the better airstrike, stone, final slash, pushes Yun to the side. Todak, they will not be able to get this tier 2.
Oh. Emma, is that what I think it is?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Oh, Todak have their own version of Queen going on in the back. That is great. That is great. 57 seconds until the next Lord spawns, and now the fans are invigorating as well. I think that Todak are in a position, they've already turned it around. They've got through the hardest part of the game, and now it's really up to them to see if they can close this out.
Todak has a lot of zoning potential with the Feathered Airstrike as well as the Numenon Blast, which completely counteracts RSG MY, who want to go for sieges and dives. They gotta be able to find better opportunities, because right now their attempt of going in after Rippo or Stone finds an engagement is not going to be good enough, because oftentimes it's going to be Momo, and they're not breaking through this glue right now. They gotta be able to take out the squishies first.
But the final slash gets Yums out of the bush. They're trying to burst him down. Lo Liao again, forced away by the airstrike, and Storm ends up out of position, dashes away with the vengeance. So much insight, so much instinct in this man to get away. So RSG MY, they live to fight for the Lord.
Not bad, not bad. I want to see how RSG MY is really going to open things up, right? Because this Lord is going to be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. And I think, you know, Todak, once they sit on top of it, it's a lot harder to push them off if you are RSG MY.
And Rippo is going to get isolated for now. Demon Kai wants to get close. Zion Senpai is in that bush. Does RSG MY check it? That's the important question. Stolam will walk on forward. The flicker from Momo used already. Stolam finds himself in the backline, gets up to Zion Senpai to push him away, but he'll be instantly taken care of by Ruff. And unfortunately, RSG MY, they cannot sneak the Lord away. Now they're at a man disadvantage, and Zion Senpai still has that flicker and the feather airstrike. This is crunch time for RSG MY.
And
don't think they need to contest the Lord at this stage. They're already down the Arlet. They're going on to Momo.
Try to find him with the Phantom Execution. Demon Kai will be successful. Rippo now, the next target. Chico guys trying to isolate Izanami. And also Demon Kai. Meanwhile, Lo Liao pushed back by the Torn Apart Memory. And Rippo is the one in danger. Ends up going down. Rob with the Winds of Nature. Trying to find Lo Liao. Doesn't find a kill at the end. Lo Liao gets to walk out of that.
Wow. This is insane. This is so messy right
now. No, Izanami!
That's 3 for 3. Demon Kai tries and Ruff is able to secure the kill. Ruff able to outplay the situation. They can't do much about this.
Do they still want to keep going though?
I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Just do the Lord. Just do the Lord. Finally. There we go. It has died down, but man, that was played so well. RSG MY had a really good idea. They wanted to use that Decimate as a means to an end, but at the very least, Loliel's trying to win out that 1v1, trying to isolate Ruff. Ruff just a little too strong, and with the difference of a magic dagger, making all the difference with the timing of his Winds of Nature to ensure that he's not in range for Izanami with a stolen decimation to take him out of his misery.
Yeah, Lolil is just not getting the space he needs this game. There's too much zoning. Zyme Senpoi just has its eyes on him the entire time. It's not allowing the Bruno to output damage, whereas Ruff is just getting all the space in the world, with Momo being a constant torn in the butts of RGMY. Stone not able to find the initiations he's looking for because he's being threatened as well. Not quite enough tankiness to survive against Todak. And now the Lord is pushing in and threatening to end this game.
Kind of feels like Todak in game 1, in this case just RGMY, that they dive the backline, but the backline ends up getting exposed. Izanami will still defend the airstrike, Zyme Senpoi instant response, and Izanami ends up dropping low. Demon Kai gotta get away, beat him in a blast, doesn't connect onto anyone, but Rippo might give his life away. Zyme Senpoi finds the kill. Todak wants to push to end this game. Can Demon Kai take out the Lord? Of course he can, alongside Storm. So Todak only finding one inhibitor turret.
Man, it's really scary stuff. Like Storm, he's got to recognize that he has to find a high-value final slasher. He can't be looking for like 1 or 2 targets. His main idea is to cancel out key abilities.
Going over the blast right now. Finding Rob with some nature gets used. Can Loli out get in and get the damage done? We'll take care of use for now. But Rob is legendary. Demon Kai can't get close. It's a 1-for-1 trade for both teams so far in RGMY. They're gonna have Ripple back.
That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see out of Storm. They've traded with Roamer for Roamer. As Rippo is about to come back, this Feather Airstrike might make the difference.
Izanami falls back already. Demon Kai dies to the back. Senpoi finds the execution, tries to look for it, but can't get it, unfortunately.
Nuts.
And Izanami ends up falling. Now Todak, they'll start falling back. Momo to escort them out.
Oh, great discipline right now from Todak, perfectly sieging RGMY, understanding that their resources will be on shorter cooldowns at this stage. They've got the lead, they've got the item advantage, they're very comfortable with just holding RGMY at gunpoint, knowing that eventually they're the ones who want to pull the trigger. But Todak not allowing them to get the freedom on space that they need. Lolil, he has the damage, but he's not able to walk up in front.
No, he absolutely cannot, right? He's just waiting for his team. He wants somebody from Todak's side to actually overstep their boundaries so he can get a free Terrify and maybe even a Decimate. But Ruff, he's not walking up. Zyme Senpoi never walking up. Chiku guys can't get terrified as long as he has motor coils, and half the time Yoon's engages, it's with Flicker and a Numenon Blast.
You see the conceal from Todak. They're gonna find Izanami. That's the target that needs to die. Numenon Blast with the Mikano up. Not finding the target. Chico guys also trying to push Storm away. Momo ends up dropping low, but can't be finished off yet. So they keep everything.
I mean, it's a good time to reset, but notice no Flicker coming in from Storm, no Flicker coming out from Izanami's side. And Todak, for this upcoming Lord fight, they can just technically wait out until their battle spells are available and then start fighting. And even that would be a correct move.
Yeah, they used a lot of their ultimates there, but considering they're the ones in control right now, it's very easy for them to delay until the cooldowns come off, and we're already seeing a lot of that here. Rippo.
Todak doesn't find any comfortable space to hide like he used to be able to get. Such an uncomfortable game for a Bruno. Todak, they're just going to hold RGMY hostage at this Lord Pit.
With no top inhibitor, I think Todak have a very clear advantage, right? I mean, RGMY are smart enough to, all right, we got to quickly push down that bottom side. We need control over the mid. We can clearly see as Rippo's opening up the map that the Lord isn't dying as fast as they would like to. But Todak, they like this. They like this a lot. Take it tier 2. We don't care. That top side is eventually going to collapse.
Trying to use the final slash. Ripple will throw his body for this. Can he get his ultimate out to get the extra shield? He cannot. Finish off with the Todak memories. Demon Kai hits the backline. Momo again sticking onto low left to force him away. They want to finish off Zyme Standpoint, but Zyme Standpoint ends up flickering. He's the safety. He's Izanami. He has the decimation on him, but cannot find any reset. Chico, guys, he will end up decimating Izanami instead. And now Demon Kai is all by his lonesome. Doesn't have much help to work with. Yums is going to be there. Use this as a launch pad. Demon Kai gets away with the Phantom Execution.
This is sweaty. This is terrifying here for both these teams. Todak, they're in control, but they also understand that a single misstep will allow RSG MY to regain control. And they definitely have some very scary late game scaling. The only thing that's keeping them down right now is the fact that Izanami is pretty often getting pushed into uncomfortable situations. He's diving a bit too deep to try and pick off Zyme Simpoy, but the far side positioning is perfect every single time, just luring away the members of RSG and splitting up the fight in Todak's favor. They get the Lord, and with RSG's base exposed at this point, we could be seeing the end of Game 2.
Could be. We really could be. I think that right now, as much as Izanami wants to be able to kind of close the distance onto Zyme to actually help out his boy Demon Kai, I feel like a lot of it shouldn't be him. He shouldn't be that guy to do it. I would imagine that Storm or Rippo should be the main person who follows Demon Kai into these backlines, but let's look at the items and maybe we might see something different.
Looking at things here, Marksman gonna be on full build. Winter Nature, Rose Gold Meteor, Ruff recognizes he's still going to be at risk. Otherwise, we do see tankier builds. Demon Kite only going for the War Axe as well, understanding he needs to stay alive during these skirmishes. Cannot afford to be greedy with damage here. But will it be enough? The wave's not quite synced, but it's still going to do a significant amount of damage before the Lord collides.
And Demon Kai actually switched out his boots for the rapid boots as well, so you get that extra mobility, and Zyme Standpoint just generously using the Feather Airstrike, clears out the wave. Momo will pressure a little bit. Lord though, this is the danger zone. Coming in from the top side, they gotta deal with it. And Todak, they're gonna go for the conceal, trying to look for a play. Chiku guys holding on, Ripple dropping low, Izanami steals the Feather Airstrike. Momo goes on top of him. The Lord still fairly healthy. RSG MY have a lot of business they didn't take care of. Lolia working on the Lord. You guys is right in. There's a Luminal Blast hitting us in the back line. Todak will pounce, and Lolia ends up going down. Can RSG MY salvage this fight?
Hold on!
Demon Kai finds a shutdown. Phantom Execution is gonna be there. Puncture that onto Zyme Standpoint. Demon Kai with the amazing play. Izanami by his side. Ripple fights the knockup. Todak cannot end the game. Yuzu come back and die. Triple kill for Demon Kai. RSG MY are not out just yet.
What is this guy made out of? What is he, how does he get away with this? How does Demon Kai walk away from that? I mean, they can chase it to the ends of the earth. They've got Storm to actually take care of that bottom side, and that's going to be a wipeout.
Unbelievable. Remember last week when we saw RSG MY fight SMG and SMG won that game? They held on for dear life, and they're done it again. All inhibitors down, and yet you look at the goal, the net worth is completely even.
RSG MY have done the impossible here through pure micro mechanics. Storm and Demon Kite, absolute beasts with those fingers here. And Todak may have bit off a bit more than they could chew, thinking they could end the game right there as long as they took out Lolil, but overextending themselves. You can't blame them. They got a huge Numenon Blast to find the backline, but then they grouped up a bit too much. Demon Kite going absolutely insane. Finally picking up Zyme Senpai for the first time this entire game. And now RSG going to have a slight net worth lead. Going into the 22nd minute, the Lord is coming up. The game's destiny right now is changing.
Yep, this Lord is so important. Oh God, no!
Oh, not Chico, please! Please, God, Chico is dead. I mean, Rippo is tired of this crap. He just bought a Feather of Heaven.
Yup.
He is about to dish out damage, and guess what? RSG MY, they're gonna find the first Lord for themselves in this game. The fourth of Game 2, but the most pivotal one of all.
I think this game might just be over. This is a fully evolved Lord. Anything around the Lord at this point is going to take increased damage. And I don't know what to tell you, but with no inhibitors down, it's coming in, and especially with a mid-tier 2, it could be coming from top or bottom side. Oh no, not if you break it. Oh.
So we'll see here RSG MY now a 5k net worth lead. We have to note at this stage of the game, this much goal difference doesn't actually matter all that much. It's all about the innate scaling of the individual lineups. And right now, Ruff is going to be falling off notably against Lolil, but they do still have a failsafe in the sense that Zion Senpoi will still threaten the Bruno. So as long as they play this the same way they have the whole time, Todak, they haven't lost their foothold on this game just yet. And RSG's base is still naked, but now every action counts.
We have seen very few comebacks from zero inhibitors. This could be one of them. RSG MY sieging the top side. The Lord will take care of the inhibitor. The bottom, the middle one also in danger. Storm and Izanami will take care of that. The bottom one will be engaged on by Demon Kite. We'll split that battle lines a little bit. Todak will have to deal with this Lord. Not too much problem with that.
Very afraid of Lolil being this far up here. Okay, it's better there strike can be used quite early here. It's no longer there to threaten the Bruno.
Bottom inhibitor is still up though, but with this wave crashing in, RSG MY is going to take that down. This is going to come down to probably one last fight.
Do they want to push?
Demon Kite dancing around with the puncture. Todak is so far back.
Yeah, just look at Zion Senpai. He is keeping an eye on the people who threaten him the most.
Ripple going to be gone on, but no more. Not as durable as he is. Loliel is going to be the target. Flicker ball from you. Not going to find anyone. Stolen, watch out. Final slash. He's going to get cancelled. He tries to hit the banner. Gets cancelled for the second time. Stolen finally gets it off. But can RSG MY salvage this? Stolen are falling. Momo still has the immortality. Taken care of by Demon Kite. Ripple into Primal Raphon. Trying to do damage with Phantom Hammer. Demon Kite jumping around with the puncture. Looks for a kill. Loliel finds it.
Oh no!
To fall. Todak collapsing in their own base. As RSG MY look to clean it up. Momo counter with the immortality, but they're gonna go finish him off. Loliel with a killing spree. Shigu guys trying to hang up for dear life. Ruff by his side, but it's a 2v4. Demon Kite has had enough. RSG MY, they're gonna make the comeback happen. Todak cannot stop them. RSG MY have disarmed Todak.
Oh, what a game! A comeback for the centuries! Rimbo, the stage is yours. You deserve it. That was a game worthy of the stage, worthy of the season, worthy of the win streak slayers. A clean sweep on Todak.
God damn, RSG. When things were looking bleak, when there are holes in your cup, it just takes raw mechanics to edge out Todak at the very end. What a battle! What a bout!
They say no taunting, but they didn't say no celebrations. And Ripple having his moment, reliving that SEA Games glory, but it's all friendly games between these two teams. Todak knew what they were getting into. Game 2 was as close as they could ever get to have a chance, and RSG MY shut the doors in their face.
Oh man, game number 1 was something. Game number 2, it has never come down to this close. No inhibitors whatsoever, and RSG pull the comeback off.
Game 1 was a showcase. Game 2 was a demonstration. And now we'll demonstrate what they're capable of on stage. Let's throw it over to Rose.
The win streak slayers does it again. 2 berbalas 0-3 mata penuh. Their 7th win streak untuk musim ini. Give it up for RSG MY. Alright. Okay guys. So, Ripo. Sebelum apa? Hari ni hari apa?
Hari Malaysia.
Tadi buat apa atas pentas?
Malaysia.
Good
Ini
je.
Malaysia lah.
Good je. Okay. Alright. Good out je guys. Okay, Ripo. Sekarang korang dah ada 7 win streak. Korang masih lagi dekat nombor 2 dalam regular season kita. Playoffs dah nak datang dah. Kita dah nak masuk playoffs dah. How confident is RSG MY approaching the playoffs? Adakah korang nak cakap that satu slot M5 adalah korang punya?
Percaya diri tu kena ada. Tapi insyaAllah RSG untuk M5.
Alright. RSG untuk M5 korang dengar tu. Okay. Izanami pula. Izanami. Sini. Okay. Tadi game pertama korang dominate. Game kedua agak risau. dorang yang tengah dominate, Todak yang tengah dominate. Apa jadi dalam game tadi yang you rasa sepatutnya actually dorang dah boleh menang tak? Tapi apa yang turning point?
Turning point dia sebenarnya time kami defending tu lah, dorang paksaan. Lepas tu dorang macam yang saya perasan dorang lampau M saya last-last, dorang kata. Jadi jangan M saya lah.
Oh, jangan aim Izan Ami. Okay, faham. Alright, sebelum I announce MVP, I nak tanya Storm sebagai kita punya import kan? Storm? Today is Malaysia Day. How are you feeling celebrating Malaysia Day, playing and winning?
Good. We feel good.
How's Malaysia Day?
It's fun. There's so many people here and everyone is celebrating. It makes me happy as well.
Alright. Okay. Last kita dah actually nampak Izan Ami punya hosting skills kan? Kita cuba Loliel pula yang announce MVP kali ni. Okay Loliel. Kita nak tengok Loliel ni ada bakat jadi host ke tak? So, you akan count 3, 2, 1. Lepas tu MVP akan keluar on the screen. Lepas tu you akan tanya soalan kepada MVP kita. Alright, Loliel, let's go!
3, 2, 1.
MVP kita ialah Demon Kai! Okay, Loliel, tanya soalan.
What is your feeling to be MVP on the Malaysian Day?
I am feeling happy right now, especially with my performance. And thank you so much for supporting RSG. And selamat hari Malaysia, Malaysia semua.
Okay, before anything, I nak tanya, I actually have a question for Demon Kai. On the Facebook community group right now, a lot of people are saying that Demon Kai is the Kyrie of Malaysia. So Demon Kai, with this statement, how are you feeling being compared to one of the best junglers in the world?
Right now, I just want to play my best and hopefully I can fight against Kyrie soon.
Wow! All right, last words for Ripo.
Last word from me.
Yes.
Sebelah Lafil tu siapa? Hi Homebois, aku di ke belakang.
You ni kan dekat fans.
Oh, dekat fans.
Bukan dekat panelis kita.
Sebab kan kita dah, patutnya kita nombor 2 kan sekarang kan. So kita belakang buntut Homebois lah.
Kadang-kadang risaulah pas main dekat Ripo. Alright, terima kasih dan sekali lagi our win streak slayer untuk musim ini, RSG MY. Tepuk tangan semua. Alright, I'm pretty sure semua nak tahu apa yang menjadi dalam 2/0 series ini. So casters, silakan.
Once more, our MSC winner for last year, Demon Kite, our MVP of the series. Any objections, Debo?
Yep, no objections
None.
here whatsoever.
This is the easiest MVP we've ever had to award. The mechanics on full display. This man is basically playing with a third arm from somewhere.
He wanted to face Kyrie soon, right? And a fun fact, Kyrie actually played Leomord jungle yesterday against Aura Fire. Won with a 12-0 KD in 11 minutes. So Demon Kai, watch out. He plays Leomord, all right? You gotta prep for that.
You gotta prep for that, man. I mean, he played a hot game today, right? Game number 1, absolute stomp. I mean, he finds the angles, he gets the kills, easy peasy. Game 2, holy cow. I don't know if his thumbs are tired having to dash that many times in a fight.
My eyes will be tired first, then my thumbs.
I don't know how he keeps it up. He's got to be playing on like more frames than everybody
Yeah,
else.
like iPhone 7, man.
That's true, that's true. I mean, you think at that point, right, even if his hands can keep up, your eyes would eventually like forget where your hero is, right?
Well, I'm definitely interested to listen into the mic check of RGMY in game number 2 because it was a banger. So ladies and gentlemen, here is the mic check.
In the beginning. In the beginning. I will give myself.
And there you have it. That is the mic check for game 2. We can't broadcast everything because they were absolutely crushing it.
I didn't know there was a Hellcat last game.
Hey, don't worry. That was what do you call it? We call it corporate secret, all right? That mic check
true.
contains some sensitive information.
Do they also call it Dark Knight Falls as well?
Oh boy. Well, don't worry guys, that was just a teaser for what's to come, you know? You know about trailers, we're gonna have mic check coming back up in just a little bit. And this time it's gonna be real. Mic check for game number 2 for RSG MY.
In the beginning. In the beginning. I will give myself
Gender, transcendent.
the game hot
Nanti bagi
again.
tahu berapa minit lagi ya.
Yet.
Can we pause fight now? Can we pause fight now, guys?
Aye. You want the first?
I got one already.
Nice one.
Nice one.
Can we end guys? Can we end guys?
Yes, you can end. Calm down, calm down.
I feel like that was a lot of, considering how long this game was, I was expecting a longer mic check, which kind of begs the question, what else were they saying that we can't broadcast here?
Well, it is RSG, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of things. For example, last week when they were asked about Todak, they were like, no Todak, only Homebois.
No Todak, only Homebois.
They still got their eyes on Homebois.
I mean, to be fair, they're just behind the bull. We'll check it out, but let's first break down the item builds overall, because Demon Kite, he did take a while, and I think he basically switched up his build in the middle of it. He was like forcing out damage, he was going for the Hunter Strike and stuff like that, and then he realized, you know what, I actually have more than enough damage, I'm just not living long enough. Turns the entire build around.
I mean, the game lasted long enough and we got enough money in total that was very possible. Just look at how much money Demon Kite has. 20,000 gold earned throughout the entire game. No one is even close, and that's including Lolil, who has already been farming at intense speeds this season. The fact that Demon Kite realized, I actually have enough damage. I am the only one that can truly threaten that back line. So let's just switch things up, get a little bit more tankiness, and then I'll be able to threaten, because Storm right now is not having a good time, and I love that.
It really isn't, and I think, you know, Chiku made sure that none of these final slashes were effectively going off at the right times.
Honestly, in that last fight, Storm got pushed so deep in, had his ult cancelled twice, and still managed to isolate Todak, which is, you know, out of this world. When we look at Todak's item build, this one is very straightforward. Zyme Senpai hits the late game, just tries to one-shot people. Ralph also had a fantastic game on this Brody. No one could touch him.
I am impressed, honestly. Ruff, he literally just came into this season halfway through, hasn't even been like a few matches deep yet, and yet his performance is still really strong. Yes, he needed a little bit of help in lane, but it's still quite a feat to be able to win out 1v1 against Lolil. His KDA is clean, Zyme Senpai constantly threatening the far side, probably the entire reason why RSG MY had such a difficult time at this game. But then things started faltering. Todak just went a bit too far, and then after that, it was a domino effect.
It's just a continuous domino effect, right? I mean, I'm looking at the fact that Momo playing on this group, could that have been something else? Draft-wise, it's tough to say. I do think that Todak actually had the better draft in this particular situation, and RSG MY have much tighter win conditions overall.
Look at the damage dealt. Rough by a mile, 152,000 total damage. Just no one can compare to him. But when you look at the side of RSG MY, Demon Kite and Lo Liao breaching the 100,000 mark.
Yeah, both of them just absolute terrors, which is impressive to say, considering that Lolil spent most of the game having to run away from abilities. He's still doing this much damage, speaks to how confident he is in his positioning regardless. Now, of course, I'm sure a lot of that damage was eaten by Momo overall, so it's understandable why the numbers would be so inflated, but it's still impressive. Like you mentioned, Gideon, the win condition was very narrow for RSG because of how much zoning Todak had, so their mechanics beating that is world class.
Well, good news is that our highlight reel is definitely going to be longer than our mic check. Todak in the driver's seat for majority of the game, getting their first ever goal lead. But with that being said, even when Todak was in the lead in terms of their net worth, it was never really out of control from RSG MY.
Yeah, it never felt like it was out of control. I will say there were definitely moments in this game where I think that even RSG overheated a wee bit too much, and Todak really started taking control, taking control over the overall map. But when RSG finally took a step back and said, okay, we can't keep throwing our heads against the wall and hoping that the same outcome will happen each and every time. Ruff is a difficult target, but if we can get that feathered airstrike out of Zyme Senpai immediately, as well as the Numenon Blast, ideally if Yubis doesn't have Flicker, that's the most ideal spot to be in, then maybe something can actually happen.
It's good adaptations from RSG MY, but I do feel like during the later stages, they definitely still overextended a bit too often. And it's only because that Todak made such a big mistake of diving this deep, thinking, hey, we're undefeatable at this stage. We've got such a nice goal lead. We'll be fine no matter what happens. And then they get turned around on. And this instantly removes any momentum Todak have by instantly wiping them out. Chiku guys, after that, for some reason, just walking up to the Lord Pit by himself and then getting taken out meant that RSG had a free path into the base and took it slowly enough to make sure that they wouldn't be caught out the same way that their opponents were.
Well, after this clean sweep by RSG MY, we're going to take a look at the standings, state of the group stage, because RSG MY, they are moving up pretty fast. Now tied with Homebois for first place, and the best part for RSG MY is that they still have 2 more series to play, whereas Homebois only has 1. Todak, on the other hand, didn't get any points. They will be stuck at 7th place for now with 8 points.
It's still pretty scary if you are in Todak's position. You only have 8 points, and yesterday you were able to secure a couple of points for yourself, but it still doesn't change the fact that if Lunatix win 2-0, if even Red Esports starts climbing up ladder as well, they still have a bunch of games to play. So it's anybody's ball game between the top 4 and the bottom 4.
And if you're talking about Lunatix and Red Esports, they are literally the matchup we're going to be watching after this. So Todak will have their eyes on that series to see who's going to be catching up.
And no, Todak's last series is going to be against Lunatix. RSG MY, their last 2 series is going to be against MPNC and Red Esports. So they have a good chance to rack up some decent points, but that's a story for future matches. For now, we're going to close the chapter in for this Todak against RSG MY match. Start to look forward to our final series of the day, which is going to be a nail-biter as well. Red Esports against Lunatix.
It's been crazy. It's been crazy. One video is all it takes, you know. Have a bunch of Jalog Milangs, a bunch of our Malaysian flags just listed around about, and all of a sudden we get one of the most polished games we've seen thus far here at the MPL MY. It's a good starting point, but I think we need to start considering about polish for the playoffs. It's getting closer and closer each day.
But well, if it looks anything like this, I am really liking our chances here this season. So I just love what we're going to be seeing, right? And we already discussed this, the last match of the day between 2 teams that really desperately need points.
And 2 teams that don't have the luxury of what RSG MY and some other teams have. Red Esports in the red zone, Team Lunatix close to that danger zone as well. And Red Esports, they are desperately looking for a win.
Yeah, they really are. They are, I mean, more so. For Red's position, from both Red and Lunatix's position, they're looking for completely different things, right? Lunatix, you know, they can sit in their spot and it's still technically okay, but for Red Esports to pull themselves out of that danger zone, it's going to not only require a lot of, you know, mental fortitude, but the fact is, they are making changes to the roster itself so deep into the league.
Yeah, even Exor, I believe, was moved to the analyst role, and that guy was kind of second mid laner for the team, right? He was in contention with Kim. In this case, I mean, Lunatix are in a spot where they can let the wind blow and take them wherever it is, and they will be fine with it. But for Red Esports, if they don't control the ship, they're going to sink.
It's risky to make such a big switch when we're this late into the league, especially with their position, but you could also say that this position necessitates a change, right? It's just not been working for them this season, and Red Esports has been an MPL mainstay for a long time, so there's a lot of pressure there.
And this is going to be one of the hardest series to watch, right? Brutal for both teams. Like you mentioned, they are both looking for completely different objectives, but one thing is certain, Red Esports needs a win, and Team Lunatix, they also need to scrape out some points to stay safe in the group stage. But that is coming up in just a little bit. For now, I think Red Esports and Team Lunatix, we're going to give them some time to prepare, and most importantly, allow them to kind of find that groove. Red Esports, a lot of pressure. Let's see if they can pull this off. We're going to go for a short break, and later on we'll come back for Red Esports against Team Lunatix, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection points. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku dah push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara
cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 Seru Saturday Hari Malaysia. My name is Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita dah ada dekat match terakhir untuk hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Red Esports yang akan menentang Team Lunatix. Dua-dua pasukan akan go all out untuk keluar pasukan dorang daripada elimination zone. I'm pretty sure dua-dua pasukan tak nak tak nak kena relegated. Sebab kalau tak, dorang kena qualify untuk musim depan. Alright guys, dengan transfer window, kita dah nampak perubahan dari dua-dua pasukan and I'm pretty sure perlawanan ni akan jadi sangat-sangat sengit because guys, let's be honest, siapa nak main dari bawah? Korang kena ingat kan guys, kalau pasukan korang relegated kan, qualifiers is only best of 1. So kalah macam biasa tanpa immortality, I'm pretty sure semua orang tak nak go through that. Lagi-lagi dua pasukan ni dah berapa musim dah main dekat MPL. Red Esports dah berapa musim? Lunatix juga. So, dorang kena step up untuk ensure that dorang takkan stay dekat elimination zone sebab minggu depan ialah last week untuk regular season kita. Ramai teams dah secure playoffs. So, pasukan mana yang akan teruskan untuk masuk playoffs dari dua-dua perlawanan ini? Alright guys, kita nampaknya supporters Red dah ada. Kita nampaknya supporter Lunatix dah ada. Caster pun dah tengah duduk. And I'm pretty sure kita nak end Seru Saturday kita dengan sangat-sangat seru because once again guys, ini adalah Hari Malaysia. Kita semua kat sini nak the best untuk wakil kita orang dekat M5 yang akan datang. Betul ke? Betul kan? Alright, and with that, mari kita jemput Red Esports ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Memperkuatkan barisan pemain untuk melayakkan diri ke playoff. Red Esports membawa masuk pemain baru Al dan Siti Nursana untuk memberi kesukaran pada Team Lunatix. Membawa pulang 3 mata penuh menjadi sasaran untuk memperbaiki kedudukan carta. Adakah kesesirian dapat ditunjukkan di antara pemain-pemain baru Red Esports hari ini? Mari kita nantikan. The Wolves of MPL Malaysia, Team Lunatix. Menambah baik pasukan dengan memasukkan pemain baharu. Team Lunatix hadir dengan membawa masuk AV dan AJ untuk mengunci kemenangan hari ini. Formula dan strategi baru pastinya akan dibawa oleh Coach C. Pasukan manakah yang akan lebih menyelah di perlawanan ini? Ayo kita saksikan. kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys. Dua-dua pasukan ambil player baru untuk transfer window. Oh my god, I can't even talk anymore. Transfer window yang last untuk musim ini. Dan players yang masuk akan make sure that dorang dapat slot untuk playoffs yang akan datang. So guys, I'm pretty sure semua orang dah ready untuk last match kita untuk hari ini. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you, Rose. As always, lovely stuff on the stage. But it's our turn and Red Esports plus Team Lunatix to shine. My name is Husky, and on the desk with me, I have my panel of experts. As always, it's Gideon Q and Sadafa.
It's good to be on the desk once again. This match is going to be important because these are two teams that are so close. One already in relegation, the others just hovering ever so slightly above it.
And for Red Esports, the fact that they are in the red zone means that anything lesser than 3 points is unacceptable.
Yeah, considering the positioning right now and how late we are into the regular season, both these teams really need to scrounge things up. For Lunatix, they're definitely in a slightly better position because they're outside the relegation zone, but considering that there are still a few games to be played all over the place, there's still a lot of shifting that can happen, so they can't just be sitting on their chair thinking, oh, we're fine here. They still gotta bring something to the table.
The craziest part is that after this series, they will both have one more to go. And guess what? For Team Lunatix, they will face off against Todak. And for Red Esports, they will face off against RSG MY. We're going to put that aside for the now and take a look at the standings because we cannot stress enough how important this match is for both teams. If you look at both Team Lunatix and Red Esports, they are just side by side, but Team Lunatix, they are in a safer position. Even a 1 point off of the series would put them in a slightly more comfortable spot.
Absolutely, and I mean, Todak weren't able to accumulate any points whatsoever, so if Team Lunatix are able to win that 2-0, they overtake Todak, and if Red Esports even claims a single game, it just brings them ever closer to Team Lunatix. So in this matchup, it really is dependent on who's going to be the sharper team, and especially with both sides bringing in new players to beef up their roster, I'm interested to see how it plays out.
Even with the introduction of new blood, though, there's not too much they can contribute other than making sure that their team will be staying in the competition overall, because the upper bracket is now completely out of reach. No matter how well they perform here, Team Lunatix is only going to be in the bottom 4 once we get into the playoffs. The same result actually for Todak as well after their previous loss, so we just confirmed that, just got the message that there's no way for them to go into the upper brackets anymore, but that doesn't mean it's time to stop fighting because they want to keep themselves alive here at MPL.
And the most important thing is that every single match matters. Even from week number 1, it's very important to get yourself in a good position, and all these spicy matches need something to accompany them, and we have just the remedy. It's Mr. Potato, our official snacking legend. And when you bite on one of those chips, you can feel the crunch while feeling that you are at the top of the world. So every time we think of a snack, it's only the legendary Mr. Potato snack. Enhance your gaming experience with the crispy Mr. Potato and crunch your way to become the MVP.
Just gotta nail it. They've got a lot of flavors, just in case you guys don't know. Some of which some may like, others which others would prefer. We have a ranking list amongst the casters. We'll get into it some other time, or maybe when this ad link comes up again. But in the meantime, at least we can kind of really dive into this matchup between Red and as well as the Lunatix, because it's been an up and down performance for the side of the Lunatix. I don't know what's going on with Red.
Yeah, Red Esports doesn't seem to be finding that synergy here, which is really weird because all of their players have a storied history here in MPL. Red Esports has been an MPL mainstay team. Sora Bayong has quite the accolades behind him, so it's pretty strange.
Yeah, the one thing that is not strange when it comes to being something that is a mainstay is the weekly diamond pass. And I've been having that for as long as I can remember because you can get a rebate up to 455% and you can claim 100 diamonds on day one of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days. The best part is that Layla has a saving box for you that saves those diamonds when you log in case you miss it out, and you will also get item rewards that's worth up to 280 diamonds. The main point is that get the weekly diamond pass is worth it.
Yep, you're just saving money. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, like if you always find yourself in a situation where you wish you had a little bit of a diamond top up to get that new fancy skin, but you don't really want to throw in the money for just a straight up top up, weekly diamond pass sounds pretty good. Just about as good as it would be if you were able to win our MVP predictor.
We have our first 2 series done, but we still have this one coming up. So scan that QR code down below and let us know who you think is going to be the MVP. Because if you get all 3 MVPs for today correct, you would be in line for becoming one of our, not our players, but our winners for the award at the end of the day.
Imagine if that was the reward.
Yeah, you just need to get MVP correct.
Yeah, you can just
then you
predict
join
it.
the stage.
MPL in the bag, qualified already.
They should make it a thing where if the person with the highest rate of MVP prediction gets to be on the panel.
Ooh, you know? They have a better success rate than any of us, so why not, right?
That's fair, that's fair. But today's hot topic is going to be the Battle of the Red Zone. And I mean, I'm not trying to make a pun about this whatsoever, but relegation is quite a big deal. Like Rose mentioned up on the stage, qualifiers is brutal. The fact that you have to play like a lot of, like a ridiculous amount of games over multiple days, and it's only a best of one. There's a very good chance that if you happen to slip up, somebody cheeses you out because you're not sure of a particular patch update that comes out around the same time, it could really hurt your chances.
And we've seen some teams kind of falter at the very last step, right? And in the season, we're very grateful to see, Team Hawk and Team Secret make it back, and Team Secret is the one team who are still in the red zone. But Red Esports, they are going to be the second team in that danger zone for now. And we're going to take a look at the lineup of Red Esports because like Team Lunatix, they made some adjustments. And right now, we have Amal, Kim, Al, Mal, and Siti Nursana.
They're putting Al in the goal lane, which is kind of interesting because Melboy, he had decent performances on the side of Red Esports, and I'm excited to see whether Al is able to kind of fill his shoes to become something a little bit more consistent for the team. Same can be said about Aaron, and the same situation for Siti Nursana.
Yeah, it's interesting here, considering that Aaron Rencuti has been the backbone, the mainstay for Red Esports for so many seasons alongside Mal. So it's quite a risk to take to change up such a pivotal player here. But if they need new voices and new faces, then, well, that's what they're doing here. But the same can be said for Team Lunatix.
With finding Hito, AB, Eshalhana, AJ, and Yuna, they also have made certain changes coming into the week 5, the last week of the transfer window, and this has to be it. And there were some conversations going on whether we will see Team Lunatix fall back to the double Roma, double support meta. This could be a possibility. We'll wait to go into the game to see if that is going to be possible. But for now, the head-to-head for both teams.
In terms of the head-to-head, obviously the game-win ratio is going to be a little bit better for the side of LTX, but I really want to focus down on the average KDA, right? With first tower rates only being a 3% difference overall, the average KDA is a bit more of a tell because Red has had some good performances, but more importantly, they've been fighting extremely hard matchups up to this point. So being able to kind of find their way to at a 2.5 overall, actually not that bad.
Yeah, all things considered, Red Esports, despite a poor performance this season, still has had moments of glory, which makes you really wonder why they're lacking on that consistency overall, considering their history here in the MPL. Whereas on the opposite side, Lunatix is a team that has been switching up rosters quite often here throughout their time on the MPL stage, trying to find whatever sticks, whatever works. And it's going to be interesting to find out whether or not this is the lineup that'll bring them far.
You see, we just saw Melboy in the stands, in the audience as well, supporting his team. This time, he doesn't really have too much control over it, but we did talk about this, right? Super Exort going from that mid lane into the Annon's role to work beside Sorapayo. It's definitely a very drastic change, but like Sadafa mentioned, maybe what has been happening so far calls for it, and perhaps this would be it. On the side of Lunatix, it's the same thing. Zakas, player to analyst.
player to analyst, it feels like that's the natural trend of things, while their players are from the side of red are going to be taking a bit of a back seat this time around. I am curious whether the newer players are going to be just as polished, if not better, which is what both organizations are hoping for.
It is big shoes to fill here. After all, I think Ren QT has already proven himself across many seasons in MPL. Melboy has been doing a great job as well. But we also have to talk about the junglers for both these teams. Yuna has been showing really deep pockets and really impressive performance, just needing a team that can back him up more consistently. Whereas Amal seems to be finding difficulty in the competition so far.
I think one of the main crutches for Amal is the fact that Red Esports, we've seen them crumble so many times without the communication, right? The jungler makes a move and you don't have the commitment from the rest of the team. And a lot of time, Amal finds himself in a spot where he just ends up getting ditched by the squad, which is pretty upsetting if you are in his shoes. But I think in this case, you look at Yuna, despite not having as good as a KD number, the overall impact that he brings for LTX is just a bit higher.
It really is. He has the mechanical prowess, and we've seen it actually work out before, especially when with momentum on their side. Which begs the question, for the side of Amal, right, are they actually going to draft something that actually helps him get into these positions to actually challenge Yuna in these 1v1s, especially when it comes down to retributions? Because if I see that Barats one more time from the side of Red Esports, I might consider walking up traffic.
I get you right there. It almost makes me feel like I want to get the Tonas welcomed at that point and just spit off the stage, because that's just not fun. You don't want to see those positions, especially since Amal is being limited in what he's able to contribute. So hopefully that's not going to be the case. We haven't seen it since, and I think we want it to stay that way as we go into the draft phase for game number 1. I think, personally, I'm going to have a lot of eyes onto this gold lane matchup as well, because there's actually a bit of history there. Finding Hito and All were both part of Team Hawk during Season 11, I believe. Yeah.
Yep, they were definitely options, especially secondaries. You saw during the fist bumps that both of them are well acquainted with each other. I'm very concerned, however, for CT Norsana up against someone like AV. AV and AJ both have history in the MPL as well. It's been a while since we've seen them actually play in a professional setting, but I think nowadays the fact that Team Lunatix were desperate enough to pick them up does tell us a story.
And we've seen, there has been the storyline, CT Norsana, kind of like the new blood, right? He's played in, I believe, 2 previous seasons of MPL with a season in between where he was inactive. You can say the same for AV, coming back after 2 seasons of Rust and playing in such a crucial match as well. It's not like Team Lunatix are guaranteed to make it to playoffs. This, he has a lot of responsibility to keep them in the league. Right now, you see the bans, the Lancelot, Yves, and Edith banned by Red. Team Lunatix focusing on the Kaja and the Joy.
Okay, pretty standard bans all across the board. At the very least, they recognize what they want Team Lunatix to, well, not really want, but more so deny them. AJ has been a Yi player for the longest time. Edith is just really good in the meta, and especially with how Aisha Ohana comes up with these lane ganks, can really skew the lanes, especially since Al is in such a precarious position.
Making sure that you have a solid mid-roam combo going to be very important here. Mal and Kim have a pretty good synergy, so we'll see whether or not AJ will be able to match up with Esha, considering that there is quite a bit of rust to shake off. He is definitely a notable player, though, being one of the, I believe, the rookie of the season back during his debut, so keep an eye on that. And if we're going to be talking about things to keep an eye on, Maniacs have happened in this season, but it's only Red and Todak that have gotten 2.
There's 2 Maniacs in a single game. If we just talk about Maniacs overall, Lolia also got a Maniac last week. I'll tell you the craziest thing. The game that Red Esports got double Maniacs in the game, it was by Amal on Martis, and they lost that game with a secret.
Man.
Doesn't sound as good when you take into account the result, but the Martis is going to be picked up for Amal anyways. And there's one more thing that I think would be a challenge for Super Exor in the analyst role, right? Because when we said, when he was playing with the team, it was communication breakdown. And now when you're put in the role as an analyst, you got to understand what your team is capable of doing, the tendencies that they have. It's a heavy burden to carry.
I mean, it's true, but also you're not having to do like I can't even say live communication, but real-time comms, especially when the team is in a high-stakes situation in the game itself. So I think that at the very least, Sorapang, he knows English, he can kind of translate it to everybody and get his insights on it. But as an analyst, your role is to help your coach. Your players can only, well, reflect what the coach is feeling.
I think it could work out overall though, because we remember talking with Shamilo and he talked about how Xzord actually fit in really well with the players when he started in, when he played with them during scrims, so it did seem like there was a rapport there, but then he kind of fell off when it was on stage. Maybe the pressure got to him, he just kind of stopped communicating. Now that he's in an analyst position, he's obviously a player with a lot of skill, a lot of knowledge about the game itself, and if he no longer has to deal with the stakes of being in-game and controlling things from a player perspective, perhaps he'll be able to contribute more.
Yeah, the different degrees of control you have, I think, is the best way to go around it. The drafts are shaping up for both teams. Seru Esports locking in the Kufra and the Gore to follow. Lunatix, they did get the Valentina Bruno opening, secure kind of their lanes for now. But they have that one last pick, and they've seen some of the cards shown by Red Esports. What Team Lunatix, what are they looking for right now? In my mind, I'm looking for a way to kind of match this jungle. I mean, the Fredrin is still up on the table if they want to go for it, but they go for the Paquito instead.
Paquito's interesting, right? Because again, as much as you want to believe that it is going to be a flex pick this time around, hey, man, didn't know that Hamahai had a Jalo Gabilang shirt this time, but with the Paquito, you're already playing into the Kufra, which is a bit annoying, I'm not going to lie, but I think this confirms my suspicion. They ban out the Terizla. I wouldn't be too surprised if they also decide to ban out any other tank-heavy engages, considering the backline might be open, they might go for Yuzong as well. That makes a lot of sense if you are playing Paquito in the EXP lane.
Yeah, I think it is most likely going to be Paquito in the EXP lane. We know that Yuna has deep pockets, but he hasn't really shown like fighter junglers as much comparatively. And I do recall that AV, this was one of his more comfortable heroes back when he was playing actively in the MPL. So making sure that he has a comfort pick on his first game back on stage is going to be good here. The Claude will get banned out as well, so some respect there over to Al. I imagine Hito will definitely have some insider knowledge about this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is our second professional game. I think he only played once as a sub.
I believe so,
actually. Team Hawk.
Yes, that is correct. I would imagine. Well, we'll see. We'll see once we get into the game. I'm just going to focus on the draft for now because right now the Assassins are getting banned out. Diggy gets banned out as well. Again, a lot of these picks that we've seen so far, basically heroes that we've expected Team Lunatix to eventually pick up later in the past. The Diggy, however, rather interesting. Not a lot of CC from the side of Team Lunatix in the first place, so why ban it out?
I wonder if, Red Esports have a lot of crowd control. Perhaps they want to take that Diggy away, right? The time journey. But at the same time, we've seen some variation where a Diggy plus an oppressive goal laner like a Bruno makes your laning experience just non-existent. You cannot lane at all.
It's the Diggy Bruno combo. It was quite popular in pubs a little while back, so it does make sense considering that Esha loves the hero. He just wants to throw auto alarm bombs at you all day. So we do see the Fredrin come out, confirming that this will be a Paquito EXP lane like we anticipated. But picking the Fredrin here is kind of weird, considering that Martis and Gord are actually really good matchups into the Fredrin, so Lunatix going to be drafting in a way that actually puts Yuna at a slight disadvantage.
Well, I get the Gord. The Martis, I think, is a little bit more 50-50. Both sides are pretty tough overall. It's just different power spikes in the game, right? I think Red Esports, at least now, they have the Martis to kind of feel out what the early game is going to be like, but we need to see some really strong side laners. Because if you don't have control, I mean, gold is going to be difficult enough. So maybe towards the EXP side, whether they can force prio, there's a possibility there.
I think just go Irithel. Actually, they picked the Ixia. I mean, we expected the Yuzhong to show up, but Ixia?
Okay. Whoa, okay. Now, Ixia has been picking up a lot of steam in MPL ID. They've been quite a few Ixia picks to kind of like 50-50 results, but this is the official debut of the hero in MPL MY. Ever since she was introduced as a hero, it has been ages, and we finally get to see it in the hands of, like you mentioned, Husky, Al, a player that, despite having MPL experience, is newer than a lot of the rookies this season.
Yeah, this will be an interesting game, right? Because a lot of these fights expect Al to not show up until all of a sudden he starts bombarding with his ult from afar to kind of set things up for the side of Team Lunatix. With that being said, Lunatix will lock in the Arlet finally at the end as their support. Rather interesting, at least for Asia Ohana, he's got his work cut out for him.
That's risky.
You have two stationary targets on the side of Red Esports when they use their ultimate, right? So there, I suppose, there are targets that Asia Ohana can go for. I don't know how I feel about this Ixia, honestly.
What personally worries me about the Arlet is that I don't know Esha as a player that has the mechanics necessary to pull off a roam hero like this. That's what concerns me. He typically wants to stand there, engage, and I'm not calling him out or anything, but sometimes when you don't have the micro, it's pretty obvious. And we will see here in this game, especially against an Ixia, like you mentioned.
It's not the strongest laner either. It's a pretty atrocious attack speed, doesn't do much damage without, you know, the Trinity, the golden stab +2. If you miss your ability to, especially your second skill, it puts you in a very vulnerable spot. And again, the ultimate makes it stationary, right? A lot of your damage comes from your ult, so a lot of things are being put on the back of big cooldowns on the side of Red Esports. We just have to find out as we hop into game 1.
All right, let's jump right into this. It's going to be Red Esports on the blue side with LTX on the red side. I mean, we got to keep an eye on how the gold lane goes, right? Because I've been hearing things about Ixia into this Bruno matchup whereby there is opportunities to actually punish the Bruno in the lane. And a lot of it just comes down to how Beatrix manage Bruno in lane, which is weaving auto attacks between his empowered kicks. So we'll see whether it's going to work out for Al.
So as someone who does actually play Ixia myself, probably more than I should, this hero is deceptively strong in early game trades because you get those 3 hits in, you siphon the Starlium, you get some extra regen. It's gonna be hard against a hero as oppressive as Bruno, but if Al plays this smartly, it's actually not too bad. You gotta do some animation cancelling because you gotta go auto attack into first skill into auto attack. That's the easiest, fastest way to get. Oh,
and they found
Vito.
There's
the damage.
Look, I mean, it's great that they're calling help from Mao as well, right? Just taking advantage of the fact that we saw this Arlet somewhere in that mid lane. He's not putting attention on top. They want it to be just a dead, uninteractive lane. So, like the approach from Red.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And considering that, you know, Ixia has decided to go, well, in Al's case, he's decided to go for Assassin Emblems. This early game, especially with a bit of the penetration, is going to help him out. AV going to struggle a little bit against Seru Saturday, but wait until he hits 4, he might be able to turn that around.
Xiaohana is going to try and stop Mao at least. Can find Hito some sort of a space, considering the fact that his flicker is still down for 80 seconds. So definitely needs some help. Bottom lane, Seru Saturday getting dove on, taunted by the energy eruption. Still dropping low, healing up with Black Dragon Tail. Still ends up going down. AV finds the first blood.
Nicely done, but Isha Ohana somehow surviving 3 members with the help of AJ nearby while he was rotating from top down towards mid side with that initial kill. This might be tough. Seru Saturday won't have Black Dragon form for this upcoming turtle fight, so let's see whether Red Esports can drag this out long enough.
Yeah, needing that level 4 in your EXP lane gonna be very important for this first turtle take, especially on a hero like Yu Zong. We see an engagement.
Stun onto AV. Isha Ohana just dashes back to Yuna. Continues to work on the turtle. AV. Lovely knockout punch to knock out, keep Red Esports away. Team Lunatix walks away with the turtle, no problem, but they get the stun to Isha Ohana, who just tried to go for the final slash, but great flicker from Kim to prevent that from happening, and they will take care of Isha Ohana to find the first kill. But Mao, he has a great angle, finds the slam onto AJ. They try to keep him in place. AJ flickers the safety, but Aima follows him over the wall, doesn't have the decimation reset. But the Mystic Gush from AJ is not enough.
Okay, good recovery. I think Red Esports could have played that a little bit more efficiently, especially for Seru Saturday. He decided to join the fight before walking over to his lane. He literally just needed 1 minion to actually hit 4, but back up top in gold lane, right? Al having the time of his life. He may not be getting every single objective, but
misses the jump. So finding Hito gets to live another day.
Feels bad there. It was literally just 1 pixel off from landing onto the Bruno, and that could have actually been a kill considering it was a 2-man rotation from the mid lane. So that's unfortunately not going to work out. And Hito, although he got bullied earlier, has already regained the EXP lead. That is the power of the Bruno in the laning phase. Lunatix with a slight net worth difference, but Red Esports doing a good job of keeping themselves in here. I'm still very curious to see when the power spike for the Ixia is going to be.
When does it come? It depends on what the item build is going to be, right? We'll see in a little bit. A lot of priority towards the top side of the map. EXP has been going pretty well. If it wasn't for that gank, towards the 2nd minute of the game, Seru Saturday would be a much better position. But I think as of right now, Lunatix, to kind of break this mold, will have to continue to bait fights around this Lord Pit. Ideally, we see this Arla try to get the engage on towards Al's side and force a kill, but it might be difficult.
Oh! Now they find the full combo. The full barrage is going to be there. Flicker forward from Al to try and find a kill. And with the support from Amao, he will do it no problem. Isha Ohana now on the run. Ema will not give chase.
Alright, not bad. Are they still trying to proceed? They do miss on that Tyrant's Revenge. So probably it's time for them to stop the fighting, but that gold shield is going to be taken entirely for All and Amal. That's really going to pump up their net worth difference.
Yeah, that really is. That was interesting, right? I would have imagined that Al would have walked up a little bit more than this. This is dangerous. What do they need to back up here. They really don't need this.
Rosana actually follows Yuna over the wall, leaves back, Furious dive, final slash cancel, but Shohana's going to follow up with the final slash anyways. Needs some damage to get the finisher though, but now he finds himself in no man's land. Just
did he plan for this?
I mean, a series
I don't
of
think
events.
so.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
They're wasting time.
Exactly. Bot side, bot tier 1 already destroyed, right? So at least they're finding kills back. And they got the Mystic Gutch this time round. Unless Team Lunatix are looking to punish the mid lane, maybe that's a bit of a benefit. But just finding Hito, getting the gold back, if it have to sacrifice Asia Ohana, so be it.
I feel like that was unnecessary. They not only use Mystic Gush, but they also use Petrify, so that's gonna be 2 skills on cooldown for a little while for someone who basically was already gonna be caught out anyway. Looking at the itemization, looks like Al will be going for that Corrosion Scythe, so most likely the typical Trinity here. Hito matching in terms of itemization. Overall, net worth is still pretty equal. So we'll see, but Red Esports having 4 kills will enable them a bit more of a foothold as long as they don't continue to use too many resources on a single player.
I wonder if Al is just going to use that full barrage with the flicker every single time, right? Eventually, it's going to come to a point where you just kind of want to sit back, be stationary, and work in tandem with him to find these picks.
And that also, he also needs to rely on his team to keep them in that full barrage cone. And I mean, you have Esha Ohana to set it up, sure, but you don't really have the tools to keep them in there for long durations of time. You know, Yuna doesn't have the most reliable ability, and AV only has these microsecond knockout with the ultimate. So Red Esports, they have a, I mean, well, actually not Red Esports, in fact, they have the tools. You know, what am I talking about? They have certain ways. Using Rosana in a very rough spot, we're able to get out with the Furious dive.
Yeah, pretty passive all across the board, right? Again, Red Esports trying not to make too many mistakes overall and playing towards Ixia as much as they can. Lunatix, on the other hand, poking and prodding Red Esports.
And what always works? Hold on.
Now, as they engage, final slash on Isha Ohana is just not sufficient. AJ can't even move in that fight.
Yep, nice catch, good combo, but this is what worries me about Red Esports. This is a team that tends to over-rotate. They always take fights and ganks when they're 3, 4, 5 man strong, and that allows Lunatix to get towers, but now Hito.
They need to make something out of it. Hito needs to go, and he will be taken care of by Sitting Rosana and Mao. So Ohana should be fine. Damage is just not there from Red.
Being very proactive here. Aisho Ohana, he will survive, but look at that mid lane, right?
Yes, final barrage makes the gush. Forced out Yuna to end up surviving. Team Lunatix keeping the structure alive.
Now, the problem with having an artillery marksman in this case is that your marksman in that full barrage form, you won't be able to hit towers. You won't be like taking structures with it, which is a little unfortunate. I do think that is a little bit of a design oversight, but I think it'd be very busted if you were able to kind of siege it all by yourself, utilizing your ult, and especially when you have the Mystic Gush as a secondary way to deter the Lunatics from moving forward in a traditional front-to-front. I think Red Esports have a very solid plan.
Yeah, it's a really good way to zone out a team that may want to play aggressively on you, and the AI winning prediction definitely likes that. We have seen this exact situation before though, with Todak drafting a lineup that wants to zone out a more aggressive RSG, and RSG was still able to delay the game long enough until they came online. The question is whether or not Lunatix can do so in this position, because they do have the heroes to achieve that. It just comes down to whether or not they have the same kind of skills.
Both teams are just trading turrets at this point. Top tier 2 down for Red. Team Lunatix will lose their bot tier 2 instead. Middle lane, there's their own isolated fight going on between Yuna and Sidin Rosana. I'm not gonna lie, this game is definitely slower than I expected it to be, especially for Red Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Red Esports, they're looking for opportunities to find these ganks, and so far they've been successfully able to do so. Like, I feel like Mal in this game has been very proactive throughout the map. I would say that Siti Rosana, he's a little hot-blooded, right? A lot of times he's looking to go into these fights, trying to save some unsavable situations. He just needs to take a step back for a moment, right? So far, AB doing a phenomenal job, getting his push on.
the thing is though, for Red Esports, I actually kind of like what CT Norsana is doing. It's a very different style to Aaron's style that we're used to.
Tries down on AJ, Xiaohan just swipes him to the side, so Mao have to wait for his cooldown and do it again. Let's have the ultimate and flicker. Team Lunatix is working on this floor very fast. Xiaohan tries to stop it, and they will secure the Lord, no problem. Yuna gets it done. CT Norsana dives to the back with a Black Dragon farm, looking for Hito, and will find him, but Yuna will start peeling for finding Hito. CT Norsana really wants to kill. Petrify has been used. Finding Hito still alive. They'll try to get him up. Finding Hito, dash into safety. Ama wants a decimation, will dive and find a kill. And Yuna now in a bad spot. Ama, we've seen this on this Martin. This is gonna get the reset for a double kill, and then Xiaohan might end up being the third. Ama finding a triple. Nope. Taken away by Al, but Red Esports will get 3.
Alright. I quite like this actually, and this is literally what I was talking about before that fight started. I like what CT Norsana is bringing to the table as compared to Aaron in the past, where Aaron, he's the backbone of Red Esports, but he tends to play for the team a little bit too much. And nowadays, having a bit of ego on your EXP laner may be pretty good. Diving that far back just for Hito alone, you would not have seen that before from Red Esports, and that was what allowed them to translate into 3 kills.
I mean, he's doing a good amount of damage. In terms of damage difference, AV has not been participating in too many of these fights. He's getting a split push on, but 34,000 compared to 8,000 is still a pretty shocking number.
Right now, we're going to see Red Esports actually have a pretty solid foothold over things. I also like the fact that because of the aggression, CT Norsana is willing to play away from the rest of the team. And that's allowing them to match up in terms of split pushing against a hero like the Paquito, which so far has been proving to be quite an issue for Red Esports in past iterations. But they are still definitely lacking a little bit of that macro pressure, which Lunatix is putting on them right now. So we'll see whether or not they're able to try and stifle that a bit.
Zoning them off at this point. Not really hoping that maybe Lunatix is going to bite onto them. I do see Mal in a pretty precarious... Oh, that's an interesting position. All right, now that he's by that purple side, and especially with Al so nearby, he could end up making a play. Mal's going to open the map even more, spots out AV, and now the Lunatix are curious.
Both junglers are going to be at the same level, so down to the red fight on the purple buff. Xiaohan, he's going to be trying to wrap around AV by his side, trying to secure this purple buff for Yuna, but you have an ambush squad from Red Esports in the bush, and Ama will win that retry fight.
Nice, not bad at all. Quite easy to use the retry there. Yuna actually did end up using it at the same time too, so the fact that Amal was able to secure it, gonna be a nice win for Red Esports since they didn't have to fight for it as well. Lunatix knows that right now, Red Esports are actually confident enough and have enough damage to go for the full frontal 5v5, which they cannot risk at this stage because they're already behind in farm, and they have to make sure that Hito is able to match up, which 0-3 on Bruno. Not your typical performance.
Not your typical performance at all. With no recalls, they're going to be sacrificed to bottom tier 2 this time round. It's currently 6 turrets to 4, and the Black Dragon form to find Hito.
Yes, Seru Saturday jumping on top of it, using the Petrify, finding Hito, does have the Winds of Nature, but can he finish off Seru Saturday, who is just relentlessly running ahead? He's going to try and flicker away, but now Mao joins the fight, and finding Hito just could not catch a break. He is gone. Xiaohan finished off by Ao. That's 2 dead for Lunatix. AV will try to buy as much time as possible. Team Lunatix, they want this mid-tier 1, but it's going to take them a while to get it done. Yuna will not be able to get it, unfortunately.
Good decision making. Shot calling is being seen here. CT Norsana using that Black Dragon form to find stragglers, and the team is willing to follow up here. And it's not to the point where they're just sticking together in the entire game to look for something. This does look like the new faces on Red Esports are bringing a breath of fresh air.
No, I mean, I would like to say the same for Lunatix, but it only feels like AV, who's about, basically won that 1v1. They are getting abilities out from Red Esports. Man, every time I see that full barrage, I get a little nervous.
And Yuna just gets completely zoned out. Can't even enter the vicinity of the Lord Pit to contest, and AV finally will have to expand that flicker to get out. And after all of that, the mid-tier 1 for Red still stands.
Yeah, I don't think AV needed to really test that right there. It was quite unlikely that he'd be able to get the kill on CT Norsana under the tower, and because of that, forced to use the flicker to make sure he's not caught out, which is a pretty important tool if he wants to keep putting pressure onto the side lanes. Looking at the items overall, CT Norsana, I can see why he's surviving now. Only the Hunter Strike and then full defenses, but now the Lord pushing it.
Ready Esports looking for the first inhibitor. They do get the knockback, catching Kim. Kim flicked to safety, expand his mix to Gush, but AJ will finish him off. He does have the decimation stolen in his steed. Hitler Sana this time will secure the mid inhibitor, but AV comes in from the side, looks for the flank, going for Ao. Ao needs to go. They will be able to control this Valentina. Ao uses the Winds of Nature to stay alive, and Johanna stuns him, and finally Finding Hito will get the kill, and Team Lunatix starts to run down Red Esports, giving Finding Hito a double.
Okay. Okay, it all goes wrong once Team Lunatix gets past that front wall. As soon as City Norsana is trying to start peeling back, he realizes he doesn't have the right amount of abilities or the right tool set to actually peel in this manner. And even for Amal, right, he knows he shouldn't be there. Kim realizing that, man, I need to be able to keep this front-to-front active.
Yeah, when you have 2 artillery DPS, you really need to mind your positioning, and Red Esports has been doing a good job of catching Lunatix off guard here, but they have to understand that the dynamic changes when they're the ones knocking down their front door. If they lose their positioning advantage and their backline gets threatened, it's very difficult for them to actually fight into Lunatix, because they do have a pretty bulky front line, and Esha and AV are definitely going to be looking for the squishier targets.
And even for the Valentina, not a lot of great ults to technically take, right? Even if she does take the Mystic Gush, there's always the problem of how do you lock down your opponents long enough, and the only people who can really do that, either AV or Aisha Ohana, both displace their opponents compared to Yuna, who keeps them right in one spot.
One of the sadder Lord Push advantage, a negative goal earned and XP. Not what you're really looking for in this case, but I mean for Red Esports, you look at that. The net worth, no more differential. We're back to square one. The advantage they do have is the mid inhibitor for Lunatix was taken out.
Yep, no mid inhibitor. I mean, I would say that the side lane inhibitors are just a little bit more important because mid is the shortest lane and the most manageable when you come down to the neutrals. But we'll see, because so far, I think this has just been like an overly slow-paced game. Nobody really wants to make that mistake, and considering how high stakes it is, I can understand the sentiment.
You gotta have a little bit more of that motivation, though. Being able to find these opportunities is important instead of waiting for them to be presented for you here, which is what we're seeing a lot of the top teams doing. I do like that Red Esports has a presence on the opposite side to try and see if they can get a cheeky inhibitor, but they will be showing themselves here. Lunatix knows they have the numerical advantage around the Lord pit.
Start rushing on the Lord as well. City Rosana pops the Black Dragon from Yuna. Secure the Lord, no problem, he says. Now the final slash can be used onto A-Mouse into Rosana. Completely out of position. AJ steals the Black Dragon Form and becomes one himself. Now the full barrage is going to be there. Instantly cancel, and Ao gets slammed down by Team Lunatix. But he's still putting out the damage unless Finding Hito gets him, and that is an inevitability. Finding Hito now has no one to stop him. Yuna as the brick wall. Team Lunatix starts to run down red. There's 3 dead for them. Amal and Mal on the retreat. Ishahana finds the stun in the bush. Amal drops. Mal will fall. Lunatix have just found a wipeout onto red.
They've done it! They've done it! And they should be able to close this out pretty cleanly. The closest wave is down by bot side, but that that inhibitor already so very low. Anybody coming up in time? Only
I don't think so.
Can he clear the waves in time with one full barrage? No, not with the Lord.
Impossible. Team Lunatix, they play it slow, they play it steady, but they close it out strong in this game number 1. That's the first piece of the puzzle that they need to find.
Yeah, a massive blunder there by Red Esports. A good attempt in the early game, but they gotta understand that as the game goes longer, the power dynamics will shift as your opponent hits power spikes. And while I did like the aggression that City Norsana was showing towards the earlier minutes, it was time to hold back and stop once you knew that Hito had some items under his belt.
Honestly, I mean, Irithel, man. The pick was right there. Red, whoever made that pick, I want to have a conversation with him. But clearly, that did not work out. When we talk about the weaknesses of having 2 stationary artilleries, and it got completely exposed out in the open, Lunatix took advantage of that.
They really did take advantage of it, and I think, Lunatix, unfortunately, in a lot of these situations, it's just like, man, we kept getting lane gang. We can't really come back until we get those items, like Snafa mentioned. But it's tough, right? Red Esports are making sure that they stick together as much as they possibly can.
The thing is, that's still a problem. I still don't like it. Red Esports sticks together a little bit too much. And while we're seeing them veer away from that a little bit with Siti Nursana joining the fray, he's a bit too aggressive. And Red Esports has this tendency, hey, if someone engages, we want to follow up. Especially since Aaron is usually the one starting the fights on the Black Dragon form. It's just usually not as far up as Siti Nursana does. So you can see they're a bit uncomfortable there. Then they put themselves in a bad positioning because they have artillery.
Let's go backstage to Team Lunatix side to see who the MVP for Game 1 is going to be. It's going to be AV, of course, and then Paquito in the XP lane. But I got to give some credit over to AJ as well, to Valentina, because it took him a while until he inevitably figured out that if I become the Black Dragon myself, I get to cancel the Gort and the X Ultimate.
A lot to save there. I mean, it's puzzle piecing. It's puzzle piecing when you're playing Valentina. But AV, he's still got it, right? After all this time, he's still just a nasty split pusher. He's really great on these 1v1s overall. And, you know, he's up to date with the meta. His loadouts are good. His item builds are straightforward. It's great.
You don't get to see the Oracle quite as often nowadays. It's a little bit more of a luxury pick since nowadays you do need a little bit more defensive opportunity. Otherwise, you go for damage if you really want to threaten people. But it's still pretty balanced, gives him some magic defense, allows him to stay a lot longer in these fights and actually win out against Siti Nursana, who is way too aggressive. But yeah.
Good to know that they've shaken off the rust of 2 seasons, especially for AV. We're going to tune into the mic check of Game 1 to see what Team Lunatix were talking about behind the scenes.
Yang air targeting yang
Nice bro.
Day 83 here.
Hey, I back. Alright. Aku tolak atas ah. I show ah. Santai. Ya. Santai ah. I cannot hit. Kill bro. We can bro. Hey, tolong. Kill him. And nice. Bro, let's recall ah. Let's recall.
Happiness and joy for Team Lunatix after the Game 1. It did take them a while. It was a very slow one, in fact. Red Esports, they put a lot of early pressure onto finding Hito. You see the Nursana diving the back line, but like Sadafa pointed out, as the game progresses, Team Lunatix, they just have more tools to close things out.
Yeah, looking at the items so far, I mean, the Ixia didn't go for the golden staff, instead just went for a more damage-oriented build with a tint of attack speed. Generally wants to survive as long as possible, proccing her passive, but having the Malefic Roar definitely was a leg up. I do think that the Magic Dagger came in a little later, but I don't know, not my most favorite build.
Yeah, hold on, I'm seeing favor on finding Hito, dire hit on AJ. Everyone is falling into the roam boost meta, but you know, there's a justification to that, right? Get some extra goal, I suppose. But wow, I didn't expect to see this, honestly.
Yeah.
Interesting, right? Hito having the roam boots himself indicates that he was having difficulty farming towards the early stages, which we did kind of see, but I don't feel like he would have ever fallen like to the bottom of this team's net worth, so it's quite curious.
No, not really. I think he just wants the extra gold that you gain off of it, and then if it so happens to be like, oh, it's getting close to actually activating, he probably switches it out for something along the lines of dire hit, or at the very least encourage, because that even works for himself. Either way, I do think that, you know, Lunatix, they still played a strong game. It's great that, you know, Hito is able to hold on to his own. I think that Isha Ohana, rather surprising, he does have the mechanics for the Arlet.
In fact, he's been able to find some of the big openings as well, right? Especially hitting the back lines and, you know, canceling crucial abilities from Kim and Ao. In this case, we see kind of the gold lane matchup in particular. Both gold laners going for the tenacity just to make sure that they have a decent experience in the lane. We see the Trinity build for Ao. Actually, he doesn't have the golden staff in this case.
Yeah, deciding not to go for that. I guess it's fine here because he realizes that he's not going to be pelting down Lunatix very often anyway, so going for burst might be good. Now, there are definitely alternatives. I personally actually play like with a Hunter Strike first item just to have a little bit more damage in lane, since we already saw the trading is actually not too bad, gives you some movement speed, but going for this means that Al wants to be able to dish out damage more consistently. The problem with that is that Lunatix has so many options to displace the artillery, and Al and Kim tended to stand really close to each other, so that made them quite vulnerable.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, I gotta sit on this Ixia for a little bit more. Looking at the numbers, I mean, it's not that bad. He ends up out damaging Finding Hito at the end of the day, especially with the full barrage. Like, you get so much value from it. I do like that Siti Nursana, 52,000, able to kind of keep up with the rest of the board.
And he has been able to find all these dives onto Finding Hito. He's been keeping AV at bay, and a lot of times we've seen this use his body as a shield. But that was the mid game, right? Once he goes into the late game, we see him lose that efficiency. He starts to take even more and more damage from Finding Hito, who is constantly building up that output. And it's just so hard for him to hold on. Even Amao in this case couldn't really help his team to peel away from Lunatix.
I think what happened here for Red Esports was that they failed to adapt in time. We see a lot of teams go for these aggressive plays, and then they get punished, and then they adapt, they change. They realize, okay, we can no longer take these front to fronts. It's time to stay a little less aggressive and look for opportunities. But that didn't happen for Red Esports. Siti Nursana, again, I liked his aggression, but the moment it stopped working is the moment they needed to find a different way of going about it. He was already split pushing. Why not have him split out a lane, bait some engagements on the opposite side, set up ambushes? But no, it was just front to front the entire time. And once Lunatix realized that, figured out their positioning, it's pretty easy for them to counter.
And the craziest part was that Red Esports actually had a sizable lead, right, from the 11th to 14th minute. It capped at, 3.7k goal advantage. And suddenly it just plummeted at the Lord Pit when they decided to just run into Lunatix and realize too late that it was not possible.
Especially if they're not able to kind of hold on, for Red Esports especially, if they don't hold on to their battle lines, it's very detrimental for them because again, it's like an awkward amount of range that you get from this full barrage. It's not like crazy long where it's like far, so you can be anywhere, you can hit people from mid all the way from your purple buff side, but it's not it's not long enough to even be able to go from like Pixel Brush up to the river. That's like as far as it goes. The flicker is what enables it, especially if you want to get momentum forward. The flicker is also what gets you out. It's too many resources on the board, and if they wanted to play a composition designed around it, I would imagine that they probably wanted other things that abuse Ice Queen Quan other than just the gourd.
Yeah, Eve was still open in the pool. Would have been a great combo, real-world manipulation into the full barrage. Even if they don't stay in it for very long, the stun on the edges would have been enough. Was it actually?
It was banned. It was banned.
Right? Now that I suddenly recall it, yeah.
It was banned in the first place because of AJ. AJ, not AV.
It's pretty hard to keep them in the cone anyways. And it's just so weird that you have a marksman that wants to hit people often, has some sort of crowd control with the Star Helix, but at the same time has an ultimate that kind of plants you on the spot, right? You really got to find your moments, and they are far and few in between. You look at this replay again, Red Esports, they had some very shiny moments. Early to late game, nothing much to say about it. Siti Nursana creating a lot of space for the team, and then Lunatix finds one good fight, and that was it.
The early game definitely went pretty well though for Red Esports. Some good ganks, good pressure, being able to combo stuff, getting Amal 3-0. Mal getting some very active pickoffs as well. It was looking really good for Red Esports, especially since they were able to play off of the aggression and the map being opened by Siti Nursana. But then as the mid game came around, fights became a lot messier. Red Esports didn't seem quite as synergized, and their fights were taken a lot further apart, which left a lot of gaps for Lunatix to dive into.
I mean, the positions that they're fighting in, right? It's just, there's just a lot of corners to worry about. There's a lot of things that they traded in this game to try to get this one fight to work for them. But even then, right? When you're too close together, when you're too clumped up together, especially when you have two types of artilleries basically looking to do the same thing, it becomes easy for people like Esha Ohana to catch you off guard and for Yuna to get on top of you. But I think more importantly, for AV to actually initiate these fights, just threatening both Gord as well as Al.
And the moment, like Sadafa mentioned, when the front line falls apart for Red Esports, your back line has nothing on them that can save them, right? Gord will not have his cooldowns, Ixel will just have to pray that she somehow runs away. Which is crazy considering that there's a Yuzhong, there's a Martis, there's a Kufra, and they can't peel back for the team.
They used way too many resources to start the fight. Like, Siti Nursana instantly Black Dragon forms, used all of his abilities, Petrify to start the fight, which is fine, but then the rest of the team needs to use abilities to catch up. And after that, there's no way of getting out because you're expecting that you've already won the fight through artillery, better positioning, but that was never the case, right? Even in the earlier stages, it was because they were outnumbering, because they were ambushing. I feel like once they really started to force team fights, things started becoming difficult.
I would say things started to become real messy, to be fair.
Yeah, as messy as my face before I got my hands on the Guardian Man Acne Fast, because I had a lot of comments that my face wasn't the best, but just now our makeup artist said that my skin condition was perfect, and it's all thanks to Guardian Man. So when you want to find a real MVP for good complexion, it's Guardian Man Acne's nemesis. Win in life, use Guardian Man.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that one. Really, people commenting there. I was wondering what you and the makeup artist were talking about back then. Makes sense now.
Yeah, she was like, you have good skin condition, and I was like, I'm happy to hear that, because when I first met my partner's mom, who does facial care, and she was like, you look ugly. The criteria to date my daughter is that you gotta have good skin condition.
Wait,
is this too much information?
I was paraphrasing. Ugly wasn't what she used, but she said you look horrible. I didn't have the best start, but don't worry, I got it done.
Hi mom, this is my boyfriend. You look ugly.
I wasn't ready for that one.
It's the weirdest segue in segue history, but guess what? The Fredrin and Lilian Niobe skin are still available. The event is still ongoing, live from the 5th of September to the 4th of October, and you can enjoy the 30% off on your first 10 times draw, and a 50% off on your first draw every single day. If you haven't gotten the Niobe skin for Fredrin or Lilia just yet, don't miss out on it. Keep drawing, because I have been pretty lucky recently. I got the Fredrin emote.
Wait, you got the Fredrin emote?
Ooh, I got that too. It's very cute.
Yeah, we're on the same team now.
Sad.
You'll get there soon, don't worry.
I only got coins, man. I don't even have enough coins to redeem it from the event store. So it's like, I'm not winning.
You haven't drawn today's share, right?
I have, as a matter of fact, and I still didn't get it.
It's okay. Eventually you'll get enough currency, then you'll be able to grab it yourself. That's the benefit of rolling, right? You always make sure that you're gonna get something at least.
Well, we'll see. Eventually I'll accumulate enough to get one of these skins. Hopefully it'll be worthwhile. But we need to talk about adaptations for both Red Esports as well as Lunatix. I don't think Red played too bad. I think, Lunatix in this position finally found that answer towards the later stages, but the idea, the plan that came from Red Esports, honestly, it was pretty straightforward, right? I just felt like there was no real flexibility.
It's kind of crazy when you look at the individual stats for someone like Mao, right? In that roam role, he has pretty decent GPM KDA, and especially the kill participation. He's 11th overall, but for someone who's put in his position, it's actually not too shabby.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure that Red Esports will have pretty high kill participation overall, because this is, again, one of their biggest weaknesses, I feel. They're way too coordinated to the point where it's very obvious how they're going to move. They're always together, which means they can't play the map macro. Whenever they take a fight, it's pretty obvious how they're going to start and how they want to take it, so it allows for other teams to flex around, to adapt, to look for different angles of approach, while Red Esports is just gonna approach every single battle the same way.
Interesting. Okay, I was wondering, it was like too coordinated?
Yes.
That's a bad thing?
Yes.
I think it is quite the tell. It is quite the tell, and I think, they're trying to improve upon it. And I think, Asia Ohana, what he does great is lane gangs, right? I think he's very smart with the way that he kind of approaches the lane, and I felt that Mal himself actually took inspiration from him, utilizing the Kufra in the same manner to try and get the Ixia ahead in game number 1.
And I do wonder, a part of me wonders if we would see kind of the other side of Asia Ohana. Remember, at the start of the league, when Zakas was still playing with Lunatix, we had this double roamer dynamic, right? Asia Ohana in the middle lane, and they brought us some pretty interesting combo, the Matilda being one of it, the Franco mid. And I do wonder if there is a universe where we see Asia Ohana kind of pull out some of those picks for himself. Matilda in particular.
That would be the universe where it actually worked. The problem is this is not that universe. So yeah, we're probably not going to see that, considering that they were able to get victory in game number 1, going for the more typical style, and Lunatix has definitely been performing more consistently after shifting back into what other teams are bringing to the stage. So there is a reason why meta is meta in the first place, and although I do welcome some experimentation, there are limits.
I do. It kind of depends, right? I think Matilda is in a weird spot where it's like not really. Oh my goodness. Not really like not really a hard engage. It's one of those supports that help you move across the map with the mobility, but more importantly, not even her heal isn't that big as well. So it's like, well, in this case, a shield, but like it doesn't change the fact that Favor is great, but you're never going to be a Florent. You're never going to be an Estus.
Yeah, I mean, after observing, these teams for 5 weeks, I think we see a bit of after image of Team Secret in Red Esports, right? Early game, pretty solid, but once they start falling apart, it just keeps crumbling like dominoes. So this game too, with Red Esports on the red side, they're going to have the tools to respond to Team Lunatix in terms of draft, Edith, and Joy to open up the ban.
I do think that Red Esports overall, their team fights haven't been as clean as it should be, especially in the early couple of weeks, right? Before that, I was like, oh, macro issues, but when they fight, it's actually not that bad. And then the opposite happens where, oh, okay, maybe their macro in the earlier stages of the game is actually pretty decent, but then they're not executing in team fights. So it always feels like it's a lose-lose situation.
I think the answer to that question is because they are reacting to what enemy teams are throwing at them. In the start, they were strong early, and then they lose out in macro. So teams realize, okay, let's play the macro. Let's focus on that. So Red Esports decides, okay, we're going to play the map. That means that they're more split up, and they start losing team fights. They have to pay attention to the rest of the map because that's one more thing on their minds throughout the game that they're not used to. And that's the problem, right? This is a team that seems to be lacking a certain degree of adaptability in a meta where things are shifting very fast.
I think you also need to set the conditions for yourself when you go into a game, right? What is the condition for us to fight? We have a front to back. Let's just pick heroes that make it easy for us. Irithel, Beatrix. But when you put yourself in a position like game 1 where you have artilleries and then you have a front line that wants to dive, I think there are a lot of things that Red Esports needs to consider, but they couldn't really pull it off. So maybe when you narrow down the criteria to make a composition work, that probably would help them out.
Well, simplify. We'll see whether they're going to do just that, but Team Lunatix going to be banning out the Paquito on their side. They're still going to be on blue. The Kaja and as well as the Joy both been taken out, with Red Esports banning out the Edith as well as the Yves plus Bruno.
I'm pretty sure Lunatix wants Claude here. You ban out the Kaja, you ban out the Paquito. It's pretty evident that they want to give Hito one of his more comfortable heroes. And Red Esports will not ban it in this case, so I think that's pretty safe overall. I don't think anything else really needs that first pick priority.
Either it's, well, I don't know. If they go for first pick Claude, I think it's jumping the gun a little bit. I do think that they can flex things out with the Fredrin, something that both Yuna as well as AV can play. It's not a bad start, but instead they're going to go Martis. Fair enough, sure. They didn't get it the last game, but I think this time around, at the very least, Yuna is going to be able to participate and make a bigger impact in this early game.
You also make Red Esports a bit uncomfortable, right? You're taking away one of Amal's more proficient heroes that he has been consistently getting, high impact kills. In this case, Amal will be forced on something else, and if he takes Fredrin, you put him in a kind of a losing matchup in this jungle.
I do hope that we do see Amal play his assassins once again, right? I do feel that's where his strengths really lie. Playing for the team and really getting shafted in a lot of these drafts, saying, hey, all right, I got to play the Fredrin. I got to be able to be, I got to be the guy who soaks up the damage. And Martis is that sweet spot where you can make the impact, but at the same time almost feel like you're a carry in the earlier stages of the game.
Now, what worries me about the answer coming from Red Esports here, the Claude makes sense. If they don't pick it up at this point, Lunatix are definitely going to be snapping it up in the next phase. But I feel like it's a bit of draft manipulation here, where the fact that Lunatix didn't first pick it means that they were prepared. It's almost as if they were wanting Red Esports to grab this. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be bringing out now, considering that the Bruno is already off the table. I don't feel like the core needed to come out this early, if you ask me personally, but if Kim feels confident in that, we will see.
And even the Valentina is still on the table, and yet Red Esports decides to look past it. Team Lunatix, they're not in a rush. They pick up 2 bulky frontliners, Terizla and Kufra.
I like this. I like this a lot, at this stage of the game, now we see whether Red Esports wants to lock in their support or EXP, and it needs to be a little bit either. I don't think it's going to be as peely, but it definitely needs to be along the lines of maybe Rock, along the lines of, so they decided to go peely. I'm thinking they got to stop the potential artillery scaling mage from the side of Team Lunatix. Not entirely sure how they're going to do that now. I'm expecting these bans to come through.
Okay, we do see the X-Borg. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen the X-Borg, even though he was one of the most hot picks in the first couple of weeks here. But I think it's a great option. Not too bad against Terizla, definitely good against the Kufra, and should be able to create a good amount of space. Kind of curious how he'll perform with Siti Nursana this time, considering how aggressive he was in game number 1. This is the kind of hero where you do want to step back a little bit more. Already Esports will ban out the Farsa. Considering they have the Claude, I feel like it might be wise to focus the goal lane a little bit more. Get rid of things like the Harif, which are just hard counters in lane.
And Lunatix, they get rid of the Grok, so one of the most efficient roamer to kind of open up the map. That is now out of the picture. It does narrow down what Mao can do, and this game isn't really the game that you want to go on the Arlet. You're not Storm. I think that's the easiest way to put it. What else is there on the table though for in the roam role? There's nothing much left, I feel.
I mean, there's Franco.
Diggy.
There is Diggy as well. I don't know if they're going to ban either one of those. I do. Oh, Red Esports decides to get rid. They decide to get rid of Valentina when Candida was probably the better option, because I would assume that they want to deny ultimates. I don't know what other ultimates Red Esports want to pair up with, especially in that second phase. But since even in the last game, they're not stealing the Mystic Gush, and it needs to be set up at the same time. It's not like an independent ult that you immediately get value on, so it's kind of strange to see it ban.
This is definitely leading more and more to a Harif goal lane for Team Lunatix. They ban out the Baxia. They already drafted the Kufra early to make sure it won't become a counter. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Leonin coming out from Lunatix. For Red Esports, still going to be looking for that roam and jungle position. And I'm wondering, I feel like it has to be an assassin. If you go Fredrin right now, it does put a weird spot. Yes, you have the X-Borg, but I'm not sure if it's still going to be enough.
You know what? Team Lunatix, I have a suggestion for the mid lane. The Novara is still open. And you have heroes that would love to have the Novara on their side.
I think that's fair. Increase their hitboxes, especially with the hard engage that you actually have. Nobody has to kind of face check to open bushes to find the engage. But then we see Red Esports, they lock in the Cho for themselves. Ooh. This is, wow. This is interesting because that would mean that they have to get a tank as their jungler, right? Are they going to play Barats again?
Oh boy, please don't.
Tank jungler.
Like, Xbox flags, sure, but Barats?
I feel like Lunatix were onto something with the Baxia ban already. So
it could still be X-Borg jungle.
It could still be X-Borg jungle, but really, what are you looking? I guess, especially when you're up against the Martis at the same time.
Get him out to play against Assassin, right? Lancelot is still available if that goes into consideration.
I think that wouldn't be too bad. We'll see what Lunatix will pick up here. They get the Iratel, so we were talking about that previously, and it is going to be that Kadita. So Gideon going to be hitting it right on the mark here. Really solid option, especially against an artillery mage. You see the Mystic Gush come out, you just dive on in. Not too bad against the Claude either.
Yeah, I would have expected to see Beatrix instead of the Iratel, but okay. The concept is very, very similar. You want to be able to kind of wait for the ultimates to come out from inside of Red Esports and then run them down individually. We'll see how they complete their composition. I am curious about this Cho as well as X-Borg. I feel like I get the Cho. You want to find that single target lockdown, especially with the displacement if you kick somebody into your team directed towards the marksman. But the X-Borg, still no clue where it's going to be. Does well into Terizla, does well into the Martis as well in both of these roles.
Not the easiest team to find a kick on also, right? They have Kufra prevents the dashes, you have Kadita with invulnerability frames, you have Martis, as usual with the Mortal Coil. Esmeralda will be the last pick. So we see Amel in the jungle with this X-Borg, a slightly different approach.
Interesting. Okay. All right. So with Esmeralda, what's interesting about her is that she'll eventually outscale everybody on the side of Team Lunatix, well, probably except for, but not excluding, the Iratel. It just takes a little bit longer.
It does seem like they're just going for comfort picks here. Because I also remember that the Esmeralda was one of Siti Nursana's go-tos back then when the meta was around the durable EXP lane. Nowadays, not quite the same. Esme actually can go quite aggressive in the EXP lane, but against a Terizla, that's not quite as simple.
Yeah, once you get the talisman, that's where you really come alive. And it also comes down to kind of the emblems, right? What does Siti Nursana go for? We've seen a lot of the Impure Ray to give you some laning advantage. And when you're laning to someone like the Terizla, it's not going to be an easy start. Game 2 kicking off between Team Lunatix and Red Esports. And man, Red Esports, they missed the window for 6 points, but there is still a chance if they can pull this off.
Yep, this is going to be a high-stakes game right now. Red Esports already 1 game down. If they lose this one, their chances of relegation going to be looking ever stronger. While Team Lunatix going to be sitting pretty, looking to strengthen their position on the charts.
We have Yuna from the side of LTX on the purple buff with, on the opposite side, a Mal starting off on his purple. They'll end up on opposite sides of the map. And this is what you want to see, right? CT Rosana doing a very good job finding these trades despite having to deal with a fast 2 start coming in from the Lunatics.
Johanna jumping onto Mao. AV will be by his side. Very early pressure coming up from Team Lunatix. Mao gonna get the knockout the Rikundo onto AV, but AJ will be there. Satan Rosana poking and prodding. He's gonna start running into Team Lunatix to try and deal damage. AV not in a good spot. They gotta somehow find distance. And lovely Mystic Projectile stun from K for the first blood. Hana now flickers to safety.
They just keep getting multi-hit by City Norsana. That's why he's sustaining so long. He's not designed to be this sustainable this early on into the game. Just let Rizla handle her 1v1 and it would have been okay.
Literally the oldest trick in the book, how you play against Esmeralda 101. Looking at the emblems here, we do see very defensive setups from Red Esports. 3 tenacities, 4 agility, so they definitely want to have more control towards that early stage, and we're definitely seeing it. They're moving around, good, better rotations as compared to before, and I do like that they're putting pressure onto the side lanes.
Thoughts on the Master Assassin coming in from AJ's Kadita, like specifically looking for isolated picks and not just, multi-hitting whenever he can.
And most likely going to be aiming for Kim and Al, which he expects will be isolated overall, but definitely a bit of a tall order. You wouldn't usually see that nowadays on the Kadita, but hey, if it works, why not?
Yeah, I would imagine like pull yourself together or something, right?
Big penalty zone from AV, catching on the 3 of them. Kim starts to retreat. Hana does leap in, Mystic Gush forcing AV back. Last insanity from Ama will finish off Hana, but Team Lunatix will get a turtle in return.
Oh yeah, LTX, they're feeling confident. They're feeling confident now. Despite giving away those 2 kills early, macro-wise, they notice that Red Esports really aren't taking advantage of any of the situations they've developed for themselves.
Yuna doesn't get the decimation reset. He will be sacrificed. Tries to get away with the Monoquo. Mao trying to chase him. Now Yuna actually somehow buys enough distance to get away. Can't raise, but at least get AV. He's healing up with the Brave Smite to get the knockout from Kim, but it's not enough. Hana almost getting a knockout with the Mao, who should post to safety.
Dang, that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I didn't expect it to escalate until that deep inside enemy territory, but hey, Team Lunatix, they walk away, no casualties.
Yeah, my butt is so sweaty after watching that, but the fact that there's no casualties there is very impressive. Team is definitely showing what they're capable of, but also very scrappy here. This is not the typical, more refined gameplay we're seeing from the top teams of the season. Both teams just kind of trading hits.
Well, as long as it doesn't be a repeat of game number 1 where they basically traded turret for turret every single time and then dragged out the game 20 minutes to find that one window, rather than poking and prodding your opponent, hoping that they would inevitably make a mistake, I would imagine that Red Esports is the time now. Is the power spike coming at the first item, or are we looking closer or later towards the mid game?
We'll give you guys a bit of a good news for the XP lane. AV is 1 minute wave ahead compared to CT Nusarna in terms of experience at least. So he's been able to do this Esmeralda pretty well. Hana fishing for Ao, can't find him. CT Nusarna is going to pop the sprint, trying to get away. Poking AV a little bit, taking out the Cyclone. Not too much Team Lunatix can do about that.
He is behind on XP mostly because he is roaming the map right now. I'm pretty sure he'll catch up if he starts taking more waves. And we are seeing some good defense from Lunatix. Amal not going to be able to re-engage now that his armor is dropping real low. And the turtle is coming up here, so they got to be able to regen on that.
Let's just slowly open up the map. Red Esports will have the turtle going to the side. See if Mao can find some sort of a kick. AV. He will kind of take control of that bush. Turtle gets resetted. Hana puts his body in the midst of things. Rosana is going to be there. Hana now finds the engage onto Mao. Petrified. He's going to finish him off. Lovely stuff from AJ. And now last standing from Amao. Needs to pick a target. Chooses to go after Hana. So that will allow Lunatix to get the turtle again. Hana happy to give his life away.
Yep, I think he's more than happy. He's just doing everything that he possibly can. This is going to allow people like AV, finding Heat or AJ to actually get a significant level, well, at least start increasing their level lead against Red Esports. And more importantly, Yuna is already two levels ahead of Amal despite how the early game went.
Kick onto Yuna. Get the purple buff. Nope, cannot. Kim secures that.
Okay, that's nice. A little bit of a consolation for Red Esports there, but that was a pretty good fight overall. It looked really bad for Lunatix when they landed that 3-man Falling Star Moon into the last Insanity, but the way they split up was great. Esha was just, in that precise moment, he's like, I'm flickering this way, leave me be. And it was beautiful. It was just a perfect split, and he even bought so much time before sacrificing himself too.
You know, speaking of which, we are finally seeing the first couple of items start to roll in for everybody.
Oh, there it is, Panty Zone. Rosana will be able to get away from the combo. Now with Falling Star, we're re-engages. Team Lunatix can't get rid of him.
Yeah, I was going to mention, CD Rosana with the Dominance Ice is going to make it really tough from Ava from this point on to actually win out on the trades. As much damage as he's capable of pumping out, eventually CD Rosana is going to out-sustain him just from the get-go. It will become a very frustrating matchup.
Now, kick onto Yuna. Damage to finish him off though, but the Mortal Core will get him out. Meanwhile, Lunatix coming in for the pincer. Ishohana will try to find a slam, only getting on the Amal though. Braga armor will break. Amal starts to retreat. The pill will be there. Penalty zone used by AB to keep them in place. Amal gets decimated, and Yuna now has to reset. Ma's going to be the next on the chopping block. A double kill for Yuna.
Nice collapse there from Team Lunatix, going for the pincer play once again. Red Esports just overextending into places where they should not. Wow, that is a lot of damage from full health there with the decimate. This should be a free tier 2. CD Rosana still doing a good job of holding the lane, but Red Esports does need his presence in these fights.
They really kind of do, but I mean, he's doing his job, right? He's technically holding on to the lane for as long as he can. The fact is, a majority of the red members end up whiffing their abilities to try and get this engage off, and honestly, Lunatix punished well.
Ishohana leaps onto Amal. Still gets to keep the Faraga armor, but Lunatix, they have cracked the mid-tier 1 open. This turtle is going to be theirs to take.
We do see the Ice Queen's 1 completed for the X-Borg, so that's going to be pretty big for Red Esports to make sure that they apply it all on Team Lunatix. It will give them more freedom to decide how they want to move around the team fight. I do wonder whether it's too late though, because Team Lunatix currently 3k ahead. I'm imagining a good amount of that going to be on finding Hito, since the Irritel still going to be 000 and out EXPing. Oh,
wow, penalty zone used very early by AB, trying to keep Red Esports in place. Amal pinning back with the Ice Queen's one. Ishohana, who's he gonna find? Not in range to get Sidin Rosana, and Amal just spinning fire and falling back. But Team Lunatix get a top tier 2. What an awkward interaction in the jungle.
Gideon is just losing years off of his life every time he sees those abilities miss.
It's it's not about the abilities miss, it's fundamentals. Great engage though.
There it is, gonna find Sidin Rosana. Oh, the destination almost gets rid of him. There is going to trade something back onto Amal. A bit of a salvage onto our eyes at least. Mystic Projectile is not going to land. Yuna with the Mortal Core trying to get away.
Oh no!
Pew absolutely destroyed!
What happened?
And Mao is going to be next to go. AB with the penalty zone. On top of the flicker, Amal ends up dropping. That's 3 dead for Lunatix. The respawn timers will bring them back. What? Why are you even there in the fight in the first place? Red Esports, they got to back off.
What happened to the Cyclone Eye? What happened to the Cyclone Eye? Did he get stunned after it? Did he just like point it in the direction of the wall? Huh?
The only 2 answers I can think of were that the angle was wrong and he was directed at the tick side, so it didn't go through, or the slow somehow had something to do with him being able to actually reach the wall in time. Either way, we can't say for certain, but looking at the items here, yup, it's clear that Hito is ahead, already finishing that Great Dragon Spear as the 3rd item, while Al's still going to be looking for that Trinity. But the Claude hasn't died yet, so the scaling can still come into play, and we do have the 2 Ice Queen's wand, only 1 Radiant armor on Lunatix, so that could actually end up being a problem. Their positioning is not good.
Honestly, I
trying to blow up Amal, but he does have the Fraga armor, so a lot of resources expended on that. Amal happily go for the recall, but that means Red Esports can't really contest the lore, so they gotta give it over to Team Lunatix. Ishohana can somehow stop Red Esports from still attempting to contest this out, stacking out the Art of Thievery. Is finding Hito will get the lore for his team. Mao now finding himself very deep in. Flicker conceal. Team Lunatix trying to catch up on him. Lovely stun. Kim, the Mystic Gust, trying to look for Ishohana. Flickers away from the penalty zone. The awareness is impeccable. Now Amal will get ran down. AV in no man's land. Mao should be able to get away. Sidin Rosana, the 1 versus 4. But
Are
easily
you-
Dr.
Did
knock
you-
up
that just happened.
Red Esports. Somehow trading 1-for-1. They still want to go. Team Lunatix can't catch up at this point. We are on our feet, gentlemen.
I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this anymore.
Mr. Petrify.
Point blank. He missed it point blank. He knew he was walking into that bush. Yes, he had sprint, but that doesn't change the fact that how do you whiff
He
that?
used it
too early.
Yeah, the easiest things are the hardest to do, people. It's like
Oh my
washing
God.
dishes, all right? Some people can't wash dishes right.
I can't. My blood is
And now
boiling.
I'm getting extra wrinkles too.
Oh, this is making me so mad. Well, I mean, first of all, you're not going. The fact that he's decided to go. You know what? Helm. I'm gonna get Helm. I'm gonna build the Fury Hammer, and then I'm just gonna go straight into the Blade of Despair. Like, who are you kidding here, right? Have you not learned from the last time?
I don't even know what we're supposed to be learning from this game overall. It's just a scrap between these two teams. But Lunatix still having the clear advantage. Lord pushing down bottom. 5k goal lead. They're looking for an inhib.
Oh Lord, put them out of their misery. What a movement from Mao
That
to
was
find
nice.
the cash. Love to see that. AB not out of position. The bottom inhibitor from Red doesn't even go down. Lunatix switches their attention to the top side. Mao is going to be there to try and
He's
find
still
some time. The
alive.
stun doesn't connect from Kim. Now Seru Saturday falling Star Moon onto Hito. Hito, can he get out from this? Gotta try and peel him away. Yuna doing a great job. Seru Saturday now dropping low. And with the help of finding Hito to get the decimation kill, Yuna now getting peeled back, slows down. What is happening in this fight? What I do not understand, people. What is this?
It's so funny. When I say don't go back in, I'm not talking about Hito. I'm talking about the rest of the members of Red Esports because they've already whiffed their abilities and Hito's sprint was about to come up in about 2 seconds. He just needs targets to crit. Remember, Ha's Claw gives crit, attack speed, and a chunk of life steal. It is so good.
Yeah, they really gotta respect that. They think they can finally catch him, but he's just gonna walk away, and then he gets a heavy crossbow back up. AI still definitely predicting Lunatix, but that's only because Lunatix is somehow playing less sloppily here overall, and they do have the scaling potential. Though, again, the Claude is still there. Al hasn't died yet. He just needs to find a better timing to go in.
Shohana finds the slam, but the Citin Rosana, AB finds the penalty zone on the back line. Citin Rosana will run out of there, no problem. As Amao easily peels back, AB ends up going down. They find the kick onto Shohana, who flickers to safety. Lunatix, I don't think this is the fight you want to continue fighting, but Yuna is going to try at least. AJ, gotta retreat. Red Esports have just won that.
Lunatix, they need to decide what exactly are they looking for, right? They're looking for quote-unquote kills, but if they keep chasing people like Citin Rosana halfway through after the sprint happens, when do you come back into the fight? It's just battlefield awareness for the side of Lunatix. They know they're ahead, but I don't think they realize that that gap is closing very quickly.
Shohana, he's gonna walk on forward like that. This Lord most likely will be gone. If Yuna can somehow get there, he does have higher level, but he's gonna get kicked back out, trying to work on him. Oh, massive damage from the Irithel with the nation to protect him. Meanwhile, Shohana has bought enough time. Yuna can't enter the fight, though. Citin Rosana ends up falling thanks to AJ.
way!
And now the Lord is in range!
I swear to God.
I cannot believe that this just happened in front of my eyes. Yuna fights the Lord. Lunatix starting to find the confidence to run down Red Esports.
Oh
Is
my
this
God.
reality even? I cannot. I want to pull my eyes out from my eye socket.
You know what? We need to start signing petitions for maybe looking for a third relegation spot at this point. Like this is painful. This is like there's everything wrong with this game, and there's very minimal things that are going right.
Is this the real life or is this just fantasy?
I
right
feel
now?
like Hito is getting away with way too much here.
He
Like
is, I mean,
absolutely getting
you
away
guys
with too
asked
much.
like, what can we learn from this game? Everything that went wrong, right? Just learn not to do those things.
Just don't do
This
it.
is just an example of what not to do.
I mean, if Lunatix ends this game right now, I don't even know if I feel good about the win. But hey, the Lord at least will be taken care of. The mid inhibitor is still up. Red Esports hanging by a thread at this point.
There we go. Okay, second Lord wave here. Let's see if this mid inhibitor. Let's see how many resources Red is going to dedicate and keep it alive.
Right, so mid inhibitor falls.
Okay.
Red Esports now has a
Take it
empty
slow.
base. AB force
Okay.
back. Keeps his ultimate.
Oh.
Shohana doesn't find a knockup. Mao still has the moves in him. Last Insanity blown out already. Team Red Esports, your base is kind of open and you're not really in position. Citin Rosana is just going to lead Lunatix on a wild goose chase. Oh my god. I cannot take this anymore.
Okay.
How do you miss that? But I mean, Red Esports, they're still holding on.
To be fair, Citin Rosana kind of fast. I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of fast.
He does have sprint, yes.
He does have sprint, and it's a ridiculous amount of movement speed that he's actually getting here. Let's not forget that he actually gets more movement speed when he activates the Frost Moon Shield. So if we're just going purely based on what Esho Ohana is used to, which is regular split, without the added bonus movement speed, I think that's a lot more forgivable.
It's Malaysia Day, right? Gotta stay positive. There is still
Whoa!
a chance.
Stay positive,
for it. All right?
boys.
There is a chance. There is a chance.
If it's a chance to end, I'll take it right now, any day. Where's the big red button?
Make it painless, they say.
Make it painless. I don't know whether Team Lunatix has a vendetta against Red Esports because, again, there are a lot of opportunities to actually close out this game relatively easily, right? There's a lot of times where Al truly is being disrespectful with this BMI and nobody's doing anything about it. Esho Ohana, he is actively looking for the second part of the BMI. However, it's usually hidden in a bush or Mal is blocking him, or worse yet, Amal is sitting with the Lord in front of it.
You can say the same about finding Hito. He is just running in with the sprint, and he's somehow able to get away with it.
I mean, the fact that he's able to get away with it is fine, right? At the very least, we are seeing that he's being able to enter, he's being able to exit, and Red Esports overcommitting is allowing him more space. The Lord is coming back up. They get a tower up top, which is fine. I feel like it might be good to actually threaten the macro here instead of going for the fight. I like that this is what Al is doing.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to this at all. Yeah, surely they will find the Lord, right? Surely they will find it. Oh, thank goodness they found it. Sitten Rosana actually gets blown up by AJ, so he somehow needs to run as Al now joins the fight from the backline. Blazing to it's going to be there to get rid of finding Hito. That is the start for Red Esports. Sitten Rosana is still alive in the fight.
To be fair, if there were just a couple more minions on that top side pushing in, Red Esports could have gone for the back door here, and I don't think there was anything Team Lunatix could do about that. Look at it. Al, he's fully scaled up, right? He shouldn't have gotten to this point in the first place. Lunatix, on the other hand, they are letting go of their macro. I think they've come to a point where, you know what, we've had enough fun in this game.
All they had to do was make sure Esha was staying with the rest of the team instead of trying to finish off City North. I have no words!
Right?
No words!
No way, right?
No words!
No way he goes down, right? Please!
Please
kill him!
just kill him!
He doesn't die!
Oh my god!
Oh no! Oh no! Not like this! It's falling apart, guys! It's falling apart! It's absolutely going down the dumpster! Red Esports like 2 kills! The base team in danger. They should be able to clear this out. You know what, guys? Lunatix, they got the Lord. There is still a chance in this game.
I'm gonna need a new prescription for my glasses.
All right,
after
it's
this.
fine. Take your time. Let's breathe a little bit.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I have never seen so many whiffs happen in one game before, and more so, it is coming out of people who I expect a lot more.
Is there anyone we could expect more from at this point?
Honestly, I was thinking that Kim, he shouldn't be whiffing like very clearly
He's still
bad
zero
balls.
deaths.
I mean, true, but then again, like considering the way that Team Lunatix, nobody is punishing Kim. They're like, I want either Al or, well, for some reason, City Norsana all the time, but like that's beyond me.
Asperona is pretty juicy.
I don't even know what to say overall.
At a certain point, Team Lunatix are going to be, like, if it keeps going on, it's basically actively throwing the game. And I think even for Red Esports, they can kind of identify it as like, yes, we played bad, but to this extent, it's a different level.
It's just who plays worse.
I was about to say that.
Oh, dude, look, check it out. City Nosara, he's got 568 gold, more than AV.
Ooh, that's the win condition right there.
That's crazy.
You gotta hit the 568 gold timing.
AV is about to max out his item.
That's not gonna do anything. City Nosara completely outscales him.
Oh, okay, gets away.
Oh my god, the regen.
Now finds the kick onto AJ. Where's the follow-up? There it is. Finding Hito now starts dealing damage, but he's gonna be basically boxed out by City Rosana. A-Mouse starts pinning away Nesha Ohana, who gets out. AV finds himself in a horrible spot as Yuna is not even in the fight, so now AV will flicker to safety. City Rosana dies on the finding Hito, who also gets out. Lunatix, please do not go back. You have already gotten yourself out of the trouble. Please do not make it so much harder on yourself. Thank goodness, they're out. For now. Unless AV...
Oh wait.
No.
Hold on.
Wait, no.
He's 3 for 3.
Alright, no, he got the slam. Finding Hito. Tries to move forward. Breaks the Fraga armor. Now falling star will be Rosana.
They're about to all die.
And finding Hito is gonna die.
Going to a
It's done. It's done. It's so painful. It is so... Set us free
Look at
from
the
this
minions,
misery.
though.
Ready, Esports, they're gonna find the kills. The base in danger.
They have to go home.
I mean, man, you gotta start clearing it out. Who can end the game first? Is it gonna be Red or Lunatix minions? I don't even know. Winter Truncheon used to keep AV alive. He walks away, and Shahana is there with him. AJ back in the fight. It's not over yet.
Wait, how many seconds until Hito is back up? 28 more seconds, right? 28 more seconds. Mid-wave just blew up. Top side is in favor of Team Lunatix. Bottom side
Should they
is
go
gonna
for Lord or
continue
push?
I think you just go Lord, right?
You should go for Lord, but with these two teams, I don't goddamn know. They can do whatever they want, man. They can't do anything wrong, apparently.
Put us out of this misery.
This is miserable. It really is.
We literally talked about this before the match. Like I sure hope we don't have any misery we need to get put out of
I
here.
mean, at least no one is there to steal the Lord.
Who knows? Who knows, man? We'll see in about 50 seconds whether Esho Ohana is going to be 4 for 4.
Hey man, the Lord spawns and just turns around and beats the crystal or red, right? Who knows at this point? I mean, look at this. Look at the damage dealt difference. It's all in favor of Red Esports, except for the Romans.
It'd be a mercy killing if that were to happen. It really would be. I think it, like, what else could you possibly do, right? All the win conditions have been thrown out of the window. Team Lunatix are not focused on the team fight at all and split their attention to City Norsana, who isn't the main target. They've gotten Purify out of Al so many goddamn times, and yet they can't finish off these kills because they don't commit everything to him. They kind of dabble in it and then pray for the best.
Let me tell you the win condition is that if someone's respawn timer is long enough, the game will eventually end.
I mean, it's 21 minutes, so it is like a minute long worth of death time.
All right, the Lord's gonna crash on the top side, and Inhibitor is gonna blow. Benito. He's gonna have a lot of tasks on his hand to get rid of this Lord. AV and Yuna, and they somehow stall this out. The style will not be there. They do blow the Firaga armor of Amal. That's the rough ways used already. Red Esports tries to work on the mid Inhibitor right now. The Lord will be finally taken out. Crystal is gonna get threatened. There's still a wave that Lunatic needs to get through, and now he's gonna miss the penalty zone. Good BMI
Nice
from
reaction.
Al. All three inhibitors on the side of Lunatix have gone down. AV will flicker the safety. Yuna with the mortal coil to get out, finding Hito, dishing out the damage as Red Esports. It's not time for them to end this game just yet. Lunatix are still holding on. Mighty fight. Ishao finds the knockout. Oh no, they're sure as well. Puts them out of position. This is a big disaster.
Wait, stop fighting, stop fighting!
He's still dishing out the damage. Run, Red Esports, run. Mao is back
Why
in.
did you
Gets
go
knocked
back?
out. He's dead. Immortality is gonna pop AJ. Run,
Someone stop him!
misses. Are you kidding me, AJ? How could you miss that skill? Yuna finds the decimation, ends up getting traded back, finding Ito once more. Isho misses the lead. Red Esports cannot end the game just yet.
All right. My takeaway from that, Isho he's not 4 for 4. He's not 4 for 4. He did not whiff it that time. At least he uses for his flicker for honest reasons.
But a question. All inhibitors are down. I don't know how to put this. If Red wins, is this considered a comeback?
No. I think both teams are actively trying to throw this fight. Like again, these are not human behaviors at all.
The only loser of this game is us. To having to watch it.
I mean, it's what else can you really say? I'm just extremely disappointed that this is what it's come to, right? Coming from a really hot game on a Seru Saturday to this, and you're just like, wow. If only there's just a redact button to take it all back.
Bleep out the full game too.
I mean, at least game 1 there's some very clear holes there. People are doing normal behaviors. People are making sure that they're not overextending on these fights. This game, however, it goes up and then back down, and then it goes up and back down for the first 12 minutes of the game. After that point, it just went straight downhill.
I can't see anymore. I have tears in my eyes.
A roller coaster that never ends. It's a horrible experience. Hey, guess what, guys? Brace yourself. It's Lord number 5.
It's Lord time. Who's gonna get it?
Dude, Red, just backdoor him. Al, you can do this.
He honestly can. He should.
It's easy.
Look at finding Hito. He's trying to do it.
Yeah, Kim is gonna start the recall, and now Lunatix is gonna look to pounce. Hito might just be able to end the game at this point. Can they get to him? They have Season Rosana there, so Hito can't do it. The Lord is low, Ishao try to keep it alive.
Oh, the Lord!
The Lord is not dying.
The Lord is picking sides!
Unbelievable! The Lord is carrying into the thing! There's no medium way!
Please end this!
Please end this!
Please end this!
He can!
They're coming back! They're coming back! What are you doing?
No, not like this! Oh my god! What? In the 9 hells is happening in this game?
Oh, what? Wait, how does that not kill? How does that not kill?
That should 100% kill. That
That's
should
BS.
100%. It was supposed to kill Mal there. That is so very unlucky, but the Lord is on the side of Red Esports. Oh my god, we're going to go to game 3,
I am
aren't we?
on my
Oh,
knees.
please. Oh, please. I can't do this anymore.
God with his
I can't do
grace.
this anymore.
Get me out of this.
I need medical attention.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's purgatory, alright?
I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see because we're not playing over the PA. Because if we were playing over the PA, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a lot of mad producers in the back. I'm curious about the BM side, how they're holding up. Because man, this is something.
The question is this going to finally come to an end?
Probably not, I think. Unless like we see a big mistake being made here. Hito will be back in 10 seconds, which is more than enough to clear up the Lord. Doesn't seem like Red Esports is interested in pushing since Al only just came back up and Amal's not around. So we'll get a little bit more of this game. Hooray!
Hooray! It's a celebration.
What's the longest game in MPL PH? I think it was like, what, almost 45 minutes? Are we looking to break that record? Can we get a check on that from our producers, what the longest game was of all time?
I'm going to believe no.
I mean, it's a long shot, but hey, if everything goes wrong for another 15 minutes, we're going to get there.
Look, I'll tell you what though. If we are able to break the record for the longest game in not only just MPL MY, but the overall ecosystem of MLBB history, I will at least say that at the very least, it's a fun watch.
I mean, it's a fun
It's a good
game,
time.
Depending on
There's no analysis happening anymore because
No.
there is no explanation for what is happening on screen.
Pull something out of your backside. How are the teams going to win this game? How do they win this?
Look, it depends on who's going to throw harder. That's the honest truth at this point, right? We've seen, again, there's too many moves in this game where it's clear that you shouldn't be doing, but you might as well at this stage of the game, right? You want this to end, but you can't make it end at the same time. I feel, at the very least, Red Esports, like, for Al, it's clear that he clearly wants to win, right? He is purifying and BMIing at the same time for some pretty crazy engages coming out from both AV and as well as AJ. I'll give him that. Everybody else, though, it's kind of up in the air.
I'm just surprised that Kim still hasn't died at this point, considering how scrappy everything has
That
been.
is true.
He's still 0 death somehow, despite everything. The Lord is back up.
All right,
Red,
kids, strap in. Lord 6.
Red is in control of the river.
I can't wait.
The waves are pushing in their favor.
You know what? We're going to do this differently. We're going to let silence play it out.
Is silence going to
It's time to stop casting, and we see what happens.
Let's give it a moment, right?
Let's give it a moment.
Let's give it a moment because we still need to see whether there is going to be a backdoor attempt. I think it's definitely possible, but at the same time, we don't see any marksmen from either side showing up at this Lord. There is no information to be held.
Shohana will be spotted, so just give Amal the confidence to go for the Lord unless Yuna somehow gets it. I mean, the top wave is pushing in, right? If Lunatix wants to go for it, they definitely
Keep
can.
an eye on the
Yuna
gold
might
lane.
get kicked away. Lovely stuff from Mao.
The gold laners play a huge role here. Whoever dies first.
These waves
The waves are
Look
stacking
at
up.
Esha. He's behind.
There's
Esha's behind.
There's no way you missed this, right? No way you missed this. Does get the game. The Eye of Cyclone pushes him away. Of all the things that doesn't work in his favor, at least they will get Kim, right? With the trunk.
Where's Hito? Why is he alone?
He's going to come back to life, finding Hito. How is he isolated in this fight? Kim goes down, finding Hito, traded back. Yuna now starts to retreat. Amal with the last Saturday trying to run down Yuna, who does have the Winter Trunket, finding Hito. It's gonna die. Amal loses his immortality, but surely this time, Ao is gonna be able to clean it up. Surely there's no way Homebois needs to come back from this. Surely there's no way that Red Esports can lose this game unless they do something like they do massive damage. Lovely BMI and Purify to get out of this. Lunatix have 3 more members to hold the fort.
So many questions. Why is the most important member of your team left alone? Why is Hito fighting 2 members by himself?
Their brain is mush right now. That's all you can say. Their brain is mush.
Officially the longest game this season in MPL MY, by the way.
It better be.
Yeah, I mean, Paris Zone is going to be cancelled. Now, Falling Starman in and Shohana doing everything it is possible. Mighty Being will lose that immortality finally. Blazing Duet has been
Surely
used.
they
Now
end with
Saturday,
this.
Amal looking for the end. Red Esports, thank God, put it out of this misery. But guess what? It has not done just yet. We got one more game to go, people. We got a game 3 coming up. Isn't that fun?
Woo!
go!
I can't do this anymore.
I need more games.
The happiest people is actually Red Esports.
This is
are actually Red.
actually a battle of who is playing what. You know what? Maybe for game 3 we'll get a reset, right? Maybe we'll actually go back to good old MLBB instead of whatever this was.
They need to breathe.
It can only go up from here. That's the good side.
Yeah, I mean, they got to do what they got to do. Watch some TikTok NPC streams. Just flush that out as much as you can, right? Fill it up with something else. Oh, at least for Red Esports, they're still in the running at least to get out of the red zone. If there was a time to whip out some subs, now's a real good time.
Honestly, they could have picked Boraz that game, and I wouldn't have blamed them.
You're right. You're actually so right. Oh, it's so true. It hurts.
We need a brief as well.
What a great time it is. No, this is the happy Malaysia Day, everyone.
What a great time.
What a great, like, you know, it's you gotta end the night with a party, right? No one is lucid anymore when you're at a late night party.
You know, a party is usually fun.
I'm sure it's fun for some people.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's maybe it's not my shtick right now. It is a tough game to watch, but at the end of the day, at least there's one winner. And let's go jump over backstage to see our MVP of this match. Give it over to Al.
Hey man, when you need him to step up, he stepped up.
You know, I think he deserves it.
I think he deserves it.
He is the one that was like legitimately trying.
The only guy who wants to win.
This is... Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Woo! Great. I mean, you got to give it to him. At least he's got the mechanics down. And by far, one of the most important one is if you are caught by that Kadita, you don't want to take any more follow-up damage. And he knew for a fact that at the very least, he isn't going to get one shot that hard. So the Purify BMI has been saving his life.
I mean, it got to this point where he has a Haskell, all right? That is abnormal. But you know what? There is still mic check for winning teams. Let's listen into the mic check for Red Esports in game number 2.
Clear lane ke apa ke? Kalau benda tu tak betul, cakap lah tak betul.
Alright, okay.
Ingat Josko masing-masing. Aku tak boleh kontrol semua benda tau.
Boleh tak tepuk dia? Team aku duk.
Aku Boleh perang guys. Aku boleh dapat editor tau. Boleh. Bunuh. Alhamdulillah. Boleh end. Tahu.
Hey man, I guess we were right about Ao. He really wants to win.
He does want to win, and he's not the only one. Kim as well. And I mean, I think now it becomes evident and a lot more clear why Red Esports was struggling so much. There's a lot of voices in this game, and I think, you know, especially since Al is going to be the direct shot caller in this match itself, with the help of Kim, he can't micromanage everybody.
You can only go so far here in the end. Red Esports had the scaling. I think that's all it really came down to. Esme is a beast late game. Claude is a beast late game. As long as they're not just actively throwing, then it should be quite easy for them to actually just push in and end the game. And it certainly helps that their opponents look to be actively throwing. What with them leaving the most important marksman alone, trying to constantly burst down Siti Norsana of all people. Esha Ohana deciding to fly to the opposite side of the planet. Yeah. Very nice ingredients for a wonderful recipe.
For a wonderful game, that is. I mean, the anomaly is the Haskell, right? That's probably the only thing I can...
I mean,
how many items have they juggled this game?
I mean, a good amount of items to be juggled. I mean, if you look at Kim's side, he's selling and buying items as soon as he gets them. I think, you know, at the very least, Mao was smart enough to say, you know what? Twilight Armor is probably a good buy here, and that is a huge buy, in a matter of fact, considering the amount of burst that Iritha was pumping out. Even though he does have the Blade Armor, it doesn't necessarily mean that Cho has the base stats, scaling base stats to compensate compared to someone like a Grok, compared to somebody like a hard true tank. Cho, not in that category.
You want a roamer that have CC immunity. Aside from Grok, Cho is probably your second best option, right? Just needs a bit of that, you know, timing. Credits to Mao, amidst all this crazy chaos, he has been finding some pretty good timings to avoid the Tyrant's Revenge from Esha Ohana. On the side of Lunatix, I'm gonna let it happen.
It's just, you guys can't see it, but it's just hand motion. That's the answer.
Right on Esha Ohana, and I don't know. Maybe he just wants to max the damage. Yeah.
I don't know. Personally, for me, considering how Team Lunatix were playing this game, like they could have easily closed out this game, no problem. By the 14th, 13th minute, it should have been a quick 2-0. It really should have.
I want to see the numbers. I want to see how ridiculous the numbers are going to be.
Yeah, let's have a look here.
Oh my god! 3 members from the side of Red Esports breaking the 100,000, and even considering how long that game went and how many engagements were there, I'm surprised that only Finding Hito was able to break the 100,000 mark.
Hey man, you gotta understand, he's hitting a lot of tanks. they build up.
He's the only one actively doing the damage. He's the only one running around threatening Red Esports. All Lunatix needed to do was play around him. That's all they needed to do. Why are you looking for the engage? Red Esports is going to dive into you. They have the comp that wants to start the fight. Just go for the counter. It's been working for you. It just doesn't make sense.
Hana took like 273,000 total damage.
He took so much damage.
Guy taking a beating in real life and in game.
I imagine we'll have a lot of beating for him, considering how many times we saw the Flicker times Revenge miss there.
3 times.
Yep, 3 times.
Three
Very
times
nice.
in a row.
3rd time's the charm, right?
It's not the easiest to hit, you know. Admittedly, it's not the easiest ability to time and hit, but man, not to this extent. You know what? I have something fun for you guys. The goal graph. Look at this.
It's beautiful.
Dude, if this game went any longer, if it went up to 40, I think by like the 45th minute, the numbers will be too close to each other to identify anymore.
We have 6 lords this game.
We have 6 lords, and I can barely tell how many towers are all stuck together down by the 16, between the 16th to 17th minute.
The towers are actually really neatly split in half, right? First half all blue, second half all red. It's a nice split.
Red Esports played like what? 13 minutes of not having their base.
That's true.
You're right.
That's
yeah. True. They have been playing more than that, actually. 15 minutes. 15 minutes in total.
Oh yeah, 15 minutes.
The same amount of time Hito had to play without his team.
Wait a minute, that's crazy. So that means LTX and Red could have gone for a best of 5, and it would have already been done by now if they just played properly.
If it was a 3-0.
If it was 3-0.
That's one thing that Red Esports did is that RSG just came back from a empty base. Well, they somehow did it. Also,
man, these turnarounds. Oh, the game highlights. Okay, this is gonna be good.
We have some pretty nice comeback today, right? We have 2 of them, just of different degrees of entertainment.
Different degrees of enjoyment, depending on where you're from.
The game starts off, Lunatix decides we're gonna 3-man the Esmeralda, create the most perfect situation for him. And then they start coming online, you know, really good engagements, really nice rotations, feeding Yuna, giving Finding Hito a lot of space because for some reason Red Esports decide, I want to keep fighting here even though I don't have enough damage.
I mean, a lot of these plays in the earlier stages, when I say earlier stages, the first 15 minutes of the game from the Lunatix honestly weren't that bad. They were really punishing Red Esports' mistakes. I will say that Yuna was, going a bit overboard to a certain degree, but I think he's allowed to when you have that much of an overwhelming lead.
Okay, I know who else is enjoying this game aside from the 5 Red Esports players. DJ White, gleaming. He's going to be clipping a lot of this.
Oh, that's fair.
I sure hope we see clips of this because we'll just get to see ourselves falling apart on the desk.
We're falling apart faster than the teams.
It's really painful. Like, there's just so many things where you need to cut your losses, and I think nobody wanted to back down. It was literally the meme: never back down, never give up.
Hey man, even the Lord was like, Lunatix.
I'll help you out.
Time.
Like, maybe if I give him a hand, the game will end, and I won't have to. I keep like passing the torch to my descendants.
The game ends, and the Lord was like, "God damn it, we have one more game."
How many times are you gonna have to beat me up again to get this over with? I think it's a mental reset. Both sides are it's very clear that they are tilted. It really affects their performances. And as much as we joke around here up on the desk, these teams are still in the danger zone. And I think for Red Esports, as they were walking back, you could see it is a very big sigh of relief. Despite playing as bad as it could get, bottom of the barrel level, you go back in, you see Exor, you see everybody else, and they're all just
Every point matters at this stage, right? Even if you don't end up winning this series, getting that 1 point gives you a better chance of getting out of that red zone. And even if it's not bright, you still want to keep that chance alive because that's all you can really cling to at this point.
The realistic expectations that they can have, right? It's not to make it far, it's just to do enough to not be relegated.
Yes.
And we all know for a fact that Team Secret is probably going to get relegated. They have a tall mountain to climb. But for Red and Lunatix, one more game to go. One of them will walk away with 2 points at least, and Red needs that 2 points.
Red really needs that 2 points. And if, well, a big if we do see Secret try to make a miracle run, they're going to have to win the next 2 games 2-0, and then they can actually have a chance to overlap Red.
Whew. I mean, we gotta take a breather also. We'll come right back later on for the last game between Red Esports and Team Lunatix. Don't go anywhere.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara.
Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 12. It's Week 5, Day 2, Seru Saturday. And what a way to end things, because we have one last game between Team Lunatix and Red Esports. And as usual, my name is Sasuke, and alongside me I have my very perplexed panelists. I have Gideon Q and I have Sadafa.
Good to be back on the desk once again. This is the very final game, and this is going to predetermine who makes it through, because there's not many games left to play here in week number 5. And more importantly, with two teams so close, one already in the relegation zone and the one hovering just above it, it's, I don't know, these have been abysmal games.
Abysmal is putting it lightly.
Is a means to an end. At least it's going to end here, regardless.
Well,
it's just gone past abysmal and into the realm of not being a game.
Honestly, you know, good news. Did you know that the MCL is actually happening tonight? You can watch it live on your kids.
I'd be very happy. My expectations. Where do I start?
Yeah, look.
As long as I don't get waterboarded like Game 2, I'm happy.
I think, all right, to be fair, I do think that Red have a very legitimate chance here, considering that, you know, from this, like, game number 1, you can kind of understand that it is a bit of a struggle to actually find the space and time to actually extend that game. But game number 2 definitely was no excuse for the side of LTX, for sure. I think in game number 3, considering that this is a long, arduous game, the younger players probably have a leg up on their opponents here. Like, Al is very clearly motivated.
You look at the season calendar. After this, next weekend, it's against RSG MY.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that Red Esports are in a much more dangerous situation this season, considering they're already in the relegation zone. And then their next match is against what appears to be the strongest team this season, just based on how they've been performing against some of the other MPL Titans. So they really need any points they can get here.
For Lunatix, they will face off against Todak next Sunday, which will be our last day of our regular season. Both teams have a mountain to climb, and at least by the end of this, one of them will outlast the other, hopefully. But props to Red Esports, right? One of the shining points is that at least we know that someone is the voice within the team. Clearly, Al, very motivated, he's been making calls, and you can see in the mic check from Game 2 that he clearly wants his team to communicate. If something is a no-go, just tell.
And that's good. It's good to hear it from these players from the side of Red. That mic check really kind of alleviates a lot of the fears that I had towards them. These are very young players, and to be making moves like that is very unnatural, because all of these players have played in the MPL one position at a time in a very, very long legacy that is the MPL MY. And even the same from the side of LTX. So it's crazy to me to see the quality and the level of this play being closer to a tier 3. And I would even argue a tier 4 at that point. Do we even have a tier 4? I don't even think we have a tier 4 at this point.
It's not even tears anymore. It's just tears from our eyes.
You know, I want to request, can we just crack open that pack of Mr. Potato?
No, I'm kind of tempted, man. I actually kind of want to, especially since the draft phase is brought to you by Mr. Potato. Maybe it's time to break this open, have a bit of a snack, considering that we're going to have a show ahead of us.
Yeah, we'll see how long this game is actually going to go. Match number 3. Let's find out.
We're going to hold it hostage. If this game goes past 30 minutes, we're doing it.
Yeah, I'll hold you to that. Let's do it.
I swear, our FM's going to look at us and be like, guys, you weren't supposed to crack that open. It's like, no, you don't get it.
If LaFell can do it, we can do it too.
I don't think we have the same privileges. That could be a deep betting. You take it as how you should. Red Esports going to be banning out the Eden as well. Again, pretty much same exact bans. They're going to ban out the Bruno almost immediately after. Team Lunatix the Joy. Okay, so the Kaja is the only one. So it's Kaja and Bruno that we're questioning whether or not it's going to be the bans.
Yeah. I feel like Team Lunatix, they might just leave the Kaja open and see what Red Esports wants to first pick, right? We saw them first pick that the Martis for Amao. And if Facial Hana, he's been struggling with all these fancy, fire engages with heroes like Kufra. The Kaja is probably the easiest one to pull off.
I disagree.
You
Southern seas are my
cannot muck that up.
You can muck that up. You can flicker and just not be in range. So eliminate all the possibilities.
Happened before.
All right, so
lock in the
Bloody
glue.
I am the power of light
Lock in
and
the glue,
current.
and you might have a really good chance here.
That is
just
true.
expand your surface area.
Yeah.
You can't miss if there's that many of you covering that much space, right? We do got some players there. We got Demon Kite, MVP of the last game. Can be sticking around and watching quite an entertaining match right here to end off our Seru Saturday. But with the Kaja and Kadita banned out, Red Esports will grab the Bruno.
I respect that. I can respect that. I mean, Al was playing a strong game in game number 2. He could have had a better matchup in game number 1, and I think, that's really the pushing point for the side of Red Esports.
Well, Lunatix now gets to respond with their opener. The Martis is still on the table if Yuna wants to go for it. We saw them go for, like, I believe the Cho was actually on the side of Red Esports. They did open up with the Kufa Terizla also in the first phase. But this time they're going to switch up a little bit. They will give the Lancelot over to Yuna, get AJ the Farsa.
Alright, the Farsa has been consistently banned out before AJ is able to grab it for himself, and there's a reason for that. This was one of his signature picks back when he was active, and it seems like Lunatix have had enough. It's time for Yuna to go on those assassins, make sure that they can close things out, have some playmaking capabilities, so I like this. But we'll see what Red Esports has to respond. Same old picks, things like the Kufra, like the Terizla, still going to be open, pretty good at stopping that momentum. But the Gord going to come out for Kim.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Terizla if they do decide to go for an EXP later. Wow, they don't even go for one of the three supports that I had in mind. They just completely ignore it, go straight into the Martis, go straight to deny, but I mean, they've already seen the Lancelot, so I guess they just want to play towards the early stages of the game.
Which was something that they are very solid on. We see the Yuzhong go over to the side of Team Lunatix this time. We saw Team Rosana play in Game 1, and now it'll be in the hands of AV.
Interesting. Definitely a good choice when you have something like the Gord around. Black Dragon formed in, disrupt the backline, but it does definitely take away your ability to split push as actively, because it does require you to be there to start the fights and make sure you're able to frontline for your team. So we'll see whether or not that does play a role. They do have the Lancelot though, so that could make up for the difference.
Terizla gets banned out, very straightforward from Lunatix. Red Esports, they did run the export in Game 1. I mean, there's still sort of a window if they want to go for it for the XP lane. Red Esports, what are we looking for? Probably look at finding Hito's hero pool right now.
I think he still has like a lot of matchups that he could play into the Bruno at the very least. We'll see what it's going to be in a little bit, because number one, you've already got Farsa, right? This hyperscaler will outrange everybody with a feather airstrike, so it makes sense. Now it's about defense. How do you kind of peel for this Farsa when the time comes? This could be just a hard dive comp from the side of Lunatix. They have the Lancelot, they also have the Yuzhong. I'm expecting like either Kufra, Grok, or something along those lines to be banned out. Why is Red Esports banning it out, though?
I mean, if the Kufra is open, just let Esha Hana take it.
Are they doing him the service?
Sort of.
We have to respect it, you know? He missed 3 times in a row, but he hit the 4th.
Hey, he was the one who
always
gave
have to be
Kim,
afraid of the 4.
Kim's first death was because of him, alright? Give him some respect.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Let's see how Lunatix is going to manage this. They see the Kufra already gone, and it's like, okay, we could get rid of more EXP picks that could really be annoying, or they could just ban out the Boxia like they did prior to it.
They can even ban the Esma rather if they want to at this point, so that you don't have this random wild goose chase going on, but they will ban out the Cho instead, because Mao, he did make some pretty impressive plays in the game 1. In Ready Sports, they don't ban out the Grok. I'm seeing it getting picked up by Lunatix. There's a high chance that goes through.
Yeah, it does make sense here. Not a bad option considering what we are seeing. Grok would definitely be a good choice for Red Esports as well, since it obviously would be able to cancel out the Feather Airstrike if played correctly. Otherwise, Mal was also known for being pretty okay on the Franco, which surprisingly not seen a lot of that hero these days, probably due to the lack of AoE abilities, considering how much fighting is happening here in MPL MY. So we'll see which one Red Esports will prioritize to ban more.
10 seconds left. Let's see what it's going to be here.
Come on,
it'd be strange if
Dexter.
they get
It's
rid.
our showtime.
Okay, they get rid of the plot. Finally, we see the safe pick get taken away from the side of Team Lunatix. Second phase begins. They have priority and will get this first pick.
I think you just keep Hito's hero for last at this point, right? Just give him the best possible scenario to function in.
I suppose. Here's an argument that can be made. I feel like he can go for Beatrix here and then set up for a potential Lolita afterwards just to make sure that Bruno doesn't get good shots off, but at the same time have a way to actually stop the pull, stop the Mystic Gush. I don't mind the Grok. At the very least, it's one of the counter picks against their Farsa, which is one of their big win conditions.
And you get to dive onto the Gord as well, right? You have guaranteed dives with the Yuzhong already. We've seen the Lancelot, you can easily hit the backline, and with the Grok supplementing that, it does make it very straightforward what Lunatix wants to do.
All right. Looking a lot more balanced here from Team Lunatix. I like the options they have. Their team has pretty good fighting potential, so that should allow them to take these head-on battles against Red Esports. So a little bit of that peeling gonna be very important here, because as you guys mentioned, there's gonna be a lot of dive from the Grok and the Yuzhong, so making sure to keep that backline safe is gonna be very important. A hero that can just stand there and protect the Bruno, gonna be important. I think the glue, not too bad, and that does sound like the Franco right there. All right.
All right, so Red Esports playing Protect the King, has a strong early game here, can scale towards the later stages. They will get outranged by the Farsa, but at the very least they have answers towards it. Lots and lots of peel for your boy All.
So Lunatix, they're going to be looking at finding Hito's hero at this point, and some Irithel, again, not looking the worst, right? Irithel, Beatrix.
On paper, Irithel would be pretty solid here, since there's the glue. But previously, Hito was just left to his own devices. I don't know whether Irithel runs away too fast or anything, but we'll see. Team Lunatix go for the carry. Not sure I like this very much.
Huh.
I mean, if his team is going to leave him out to dry and he's hitting tanks, might as well pick someone that can
Except carry needs more protection than Irithel.
Yeah.
It's pretty ironic, right, when you think about it.
It's kind of ironic, but it's become clear that Team Lunatix are playing around this Farsa more than they are going to be playing around the carry at the very least, right? They're hoping that the carry can take care of the glue all by herself eventually once we reach that point in the game. But until then, it's just going to be a lot of punishment here. Strong side for Bruno. We'll see what they can do with that advantage.
All I want to see going into game number 3 is some clean gameplay. Doesn't matter who wins, doesn't matter who comes out on top, as long as both teams show us why they are on this MPL stage, I will be happy.
Redemption arc.
Yep, redemption arc.
It can
We
only
need
go
that.
up from here. Mistakes can be made, but please just don't magnify it. I think that's what we're asking for. Game 3 coming up. It will end one way or another. Red Esports against Team Lunatix kicking off right now.
The Land of Dawn beckons. The last time we were here, it was quite a painting. We do see the hook from Mal, unfortunately not on the buff, so that'll be totally fine for Team Lunatix. Yuna on the Lancelot did pretty well the last time we saw it, so I'm excited to see whether or not his mechanics will match up to that of Demon Kites, which were absolutely insane in Game 2.
What? Oh, with just flickers for that. Okay. All right. And he's losing out the trade.
Okay. They get the fast 2 here. The zoning has started from all. He's got to be careful, right? Because he can't be too close to finding Hito, because if he falls in towards the spinning light wheel, there's a good chance that he's going to die from it. Wait, finding Hito? He decided to go for Flicker. Okay, so it's not Inspire. That's my bad here. Do we see Pull Yourself Together from the side of blue? No, we do not. Not at all. So it doesn't really matter, right? He just wants to scale. He wants to hit level 2 as quickly as possible and bypass a potential trade at level 1.
About surviving in these fights. Now, Mao is going to be in the bottom lane. Mao going to walk out to finding Hito. Can't find a hook. Good instinct to just flicker to safety. Not taking any chances. This time will not connect. Finding Hito puts himself in range, and that's it. First blood for Mao. AJ, he's going to die also. Team Lunatix is just a very odd start.
Apologies for the sound effects here. I am not
AJ's
doing those
level
on purpose.
2, but
I'm just like, really? You let that happen? Hito way overstayed his welcome. He should have realized. Level 4, that becomes a threat. And then AJ dies too on top of that? That's just sus.
It's a little sad. I do think that it is unfortunate.
Hold on a moment!
Oh my word.
Yikes. That's a big yikes. That's a big yikes. Lunatics are losing this early game, and they're losing it really, really fast.
They're just straight up tilted at this point. This is a mental... Oh!
Yep.
Beautiful.
Can
they kill him? They can kill him, right? They can kill him.
He's gone. There's no way. Mao's gonna walk out of this, surely. AJ's not even for it now. His 4. Okay, can he find a snipe? 1, 2, 3. Misses. Oh! We'll find it again. Thank goodness.
They find one back at the very least, but Al, he can't be more happy about the entire situation. He got the entire goal plating. He is about to destroy this turret at the same time if nobody does anything about it. First line about house call, yeah, it's very
this
traditional.
early?
Yeah, I mean, he's rich. He's really rich.
Man, that's not going to be good for Luna. Look at AJ. He already has to fly. The tower is down pre-3 minutes. This game is already running away from Lunatix.
Oh boy, and guess what? He's going to enjoy another set of plates up on that top side of the map. So we'll see, you know, Siti Nursana, he should be fine. He's level past level 4, so at least with the split, there's a guarantee that he's not going to get executed.
Game going to be proceeding apace for now, but a 2.5k lead 3 minutes in is kind of insane. Where is he? Siti Nursana going to be walking pretty far off here. I guess it's fine. He's already shoved out the wave. Unlikely that AV will be unlocking from that very easily too soon. Amos still threatening. Level 7 up on Yuna. Level 6. Turtle not going to be up for a while. So Red Esports have taken such quick control of the game that they actually can't do too much for a bit.
Yeah, and worse yet, even if they get to this tier 2, it's just going to eventually clear the minions, right? And it's also got its protective shield. So at the same time, I feel like the time is probably better well spent.
And Hito is gonna able to get away, but he is so weak. He is so weak. Yuna will find himself in the back line to try and kill off Kim at least. Can he at least find a kill? Nope, not possible. Amo finds a double kill for himself. At least they get rid of Al, but AV, can he get out of this predicament? Sure as heck can.
Yep, and the lane swap is going to commence here. And this entire time, I thought Red Esports were trying to set up for this lane swap in the first place, right? Why is Al down by the bot side of the map? Why are they looking for this tier 2? I guess they want to force Lunatix to actually respond and try to put them further behind. But when you're this far ahead, like you have a large 2.5k lead. This is not like a small one in the later stages. This is a whopping lead.
Yeah, I think they were greeding out a bit. I think they were seeing if Al could get potentially oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's dead. No other way to go about that. Just get the corrosion scythe on there. Finally getting his first item. Almost 5 minutes in. AJ, we have to surrender this. We have to give up ground.
At this point, Maul's name should be finding Hito, because he's just finding him every single time. 63% accuracy on that. Yuna nearly dying in a 1v2 to Siti Nursana. Oh my goodness.
Smart.
What is happening?
Yeah, give it to them all.
Yeah,
give it to them.
Do it now.
Do it to them.
Gloves are off. You can taunt. After game 2, you can do anything you want, honestly.
Yeah, and so far, they're taking all the tier 1 turrets 5 minutes into the game, 3-6 as well. This is only the third turtle, and honestly, they are taking this game away really quick at like an astounding rate.
It cannot go wrong from here.
him just styling on them there. He is so comfortable this game. He can literally stand in front of their tier 2 when all 5 members of Lunatix are in the mid lane, and they know they cannot engage on him. There's no possible way to punish. They're still keeping up the net worth difference. Look at the items right now. Only 1 item complete on most of the Lunatix cores. A 2k lead on Al as compared to finding Hito. Understandable, considering the carry has not been having fun.
I mean, he is 0-4, right? He is like, what, 3 levels behind Al. And
Bro has a Berserker's Fury pre-8. He had 6 minutes, he's got a Berserker's Fury.
Okay, flicker from HL Hana, gets the wild charge. If they try and at least find something in return underneath the tier 2, AB, the Black Dragon form, just doesn't have the follow-up from the team. They have no damage.
Not strong enough. Not strong enough just yet. First item's not going to be enough. You're going to need your second items. In the meantime, at least Yuna is still finding farm across the map. Amal, he is keeping this level lead on Yuna. Honestly, I thought it was going to be a little bit more, but keep in mind that the majority of this goal is coming from Al and nobody else.
Yuna tries to time the iron hook. It doesn't really matter too much. Turtle goes over to Red Esports, so all 3 turtles given over to them. Amal wants to contest his orange buff. It does not have the retribution, so Yuna should be able to get this no problem. AB will try to push Mao away. Hito will also be there by his side. Red Esports now commences the siege on the mid tier 2 again.
I don't know. Okay, so without the feather airstrike, he can get a little bit awkward.
Okay, a bit out of position. Gonna be dull. Surely he goes down. Great awareness from Lunatix to punish him this time.
Yep, great opening coming in for AV especially, right? He knows that Kim doesn't have his flicker. He used it earlier on, so very nice punish. But keep in mind, Al, he is main win condition right now. He's got the lead. He's got all the gold. Let's see whether he's able to get this tier 2.
If they can find the Bruno, it'll be good for Lunatix. They're looking for it. 4-man up top.
The hook does miss, but Lunatix, they don't really have a reliable follow-up. Actually, Hana doesn't have his ult, which means the Red Esports, they have space to work with. There is the Black Dragon, though. They're trying to get some space. Black Dragon coming in from AB. And use the conceal to try and get out of this. AB, is there going to be a target for him? No, unfortunately not. He wants to kind of lead back in to pitch for something, but unfortunately, there's just no opening for Lunatix.
Got a big ult. They're able to get the tier 2. Now they got to work on the mid tier 2, right? Big ults are still gone. The only other problem now is swapping over back into AJ, who has the feather airstrike off a cooldown.
It's not like they have no chances at this point, but I feel like they're trying to force fights when it's clear that they cannot take them. Why not like spend a little bit more attention pushing the map, which is what Yuna is doing, so that's good. Needs to be a little bit more here, because Red Esports are still taking this fairly slow, even though they've got such a resounding lead.
Yuna opening up the side lanes, that is the first step to at least give his team some breathing room. All things considered, it's not doom and gloom yet. It's just a 68% win chance for Red at 8 minutes.
Meantime.
Okay. Wall charge. They're going to try OB things. Sitting Rosana tries to flicker with the split. They're able to get out. Yuna able to dodge the stun. Lovely stuff. Until the Phantom Execution not enough to get rid of Sitting Rosana, but it did get his ultimate and flicker out.
They're going to start initiating the Lord at this point, right? Because Yuna can't really do much about it. Even if he dashes in, he has to make the skill of a lifetime. He is even level with Amal, so there is an opportunity to do so. But I think with the lead that Al has on his hands, like I think he just 2-taps Yuna in this case.
I think he 2-taps almost anyone at this stage. Al is performing so well. A lot of this net worth lead going to be on him, but Yuna is definitely doing a good job. Right now, he's basically the only person that can extend his reach to the rest of the map. Got the War Axe, got the Endless Battle, actually going full damage here. Respectable, considering that they're gonna need it right now. They just don't have enough DPS to fight Red Esports. Looking at things, Malefic Aurora completed already for Al, and that does look like a Wind of Nature. So if that's the case, I do like that he's still making sure to play it safe.
Look at finding Hito, man. He's just sitting on the first core item still.
He's not finding any gold. It's difficult for him to actually walk out of his base without being under threat constantly. The Golden Staff sounds like a great idea, but without that DHS, he's not cutting through people like CT Musana, Amal. Like, it's great. You want the attack speed to proc your passive, but right now you need it to do just a wee bit more damage.
How much damage can Red Esports do to the base? Trying to find out. Iron Hook does go wide, so Team Lunatix, they have a window to breathe. Now, still got to be careful though. The damage from Finding Hito might not be there, but AJ, he's trying to put out some output. Lord will be shredded very, very fast. He's going to take care of that. Yuna darting around with the puncture. The hook is going to connect. They find suppression instantly. And Xiao Hana is going to be dead. Black Dragon from AB to the back to buy some time. AB needs to get out of this, but it's not possible. Amao finds him with the decimation. Red Esports looks to run them down. Yuna will be able to get away. Actually, Seru Saturday sticks onto him. He's going to die in front of his own base. Finding Hito will at least get a trade. But they need to buy 10 seconds for Xiao Han to come back, and Red Esports will at least get 2 inhibitors. If they want to get ambitious, they might try to end this. AJ needs to somehow hold on, but a hook from Mao is going to force the flicker. Red Esports going for the end. It is done! It is done! Finally, 11 minutes, and Red Esports close it out strong.
Well, I was hoping for a clean game for the final game of the day, and that's what we got. One of the fastest, too, 10 minutes in. And look at that, Al, the new blood for Red Esports, showing us a little bit of that taunting spirit on the MPL stage.
He's allowed to do it. He's friends with Hito. It's clear that both of them are pretty close. Good job coming in from Red Esports. That is the clean game that we were talking about.
Oh, at least we end on a high note. And you know, he was able to give it back to Hito. When they were given a fist bump, everyone was fist bumping each other, and Hito just decided to shove out a little bit, you know, on the shoulder. Yeah, he deserves that celebration a little bit. I know we said no taunting, but you know, let out have the moment. Red Esports finding 2 crucial points for themselves.
This was a really important match for them as well, and this is going to at least get them into a better position. Look at the brothers there, that's sportsmanship. Well done, boys.
That's nice. Some friendly rivalry from the former teammates last season. Esha showing some love as well. Even though that was quite the endurance battle, in the end, Red Esports gonna be keeping themselves up here. 2 points gonna be huge to try and get themselves out of the relegation zone.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time looking at backstage, right? Behind the scenes, Red Esports coaching staff just completely crumbling internally. Finally, we see them celebrate for once in a very long time. We're gonna pass it over to Rose on the stage to talk to Red Esports about that win.
Dengan kemenangan ini, Red Esports is officially safe dari the red zone. Wow, ni match yang I rasa sangat I could say very important untuk dorang sebab transfer window dorang ambil player baru dan juga dorang menang lawan Lunatix. Alright. Okay. I rasa I nak tanya coach dulu. Coach. Okay, Sora, usually Red Esports akan hold position dalam regular season kita macam nombor 5 or even better than that. Untuk musim ini kita nampak that Red Esports memang struggle. Alright, sampai almost masuk red zone. So, apa yang menjadi actually dan macam mana korang bangkit semula untuk improve for this upcoming playoffs?
So nak ikutkan sebenarnya mungkin disebabkan cara saya coach dari season lepas, season ni berlainan sebab saya mengharapkan Red Esports boleh menjadi lebih baik. So sekarang saya sedar yang sepatutnya saya kekal dengan cara saya coach season lepas. So patutnya dekat sini saya tak berubah. So disebabkan itulah Red sekarang dekat red zone lah.
Alright, okay. Kita pula tanya Al. Sorry. Pening. Alright. So, Al. Tadi, Al pergi side Hito. Apa tu?
Sebab season lepas kan kita orang satu tim kan. Lepas tu sepatutnya saya main tapi saya tak dapat main. So hari ni saya buktikan kat dia yang saya lagi better dari dia.
Wow. Alright, and obviously a question yang I nak tanya. You masuk Red Esports. Ini adalah debut game awak kan?
Ya.
Apa perasaan tolong Red Esports menang game ni yang sangat-sangat penting untuk korang?
Saya rasa bangga tapi tanpa kepercayaan coach kita orang dengan teammate saya pun saya tak boleh buat semua ni. So terima kasih kat coach dengan teammate saya juga.
Alright. Okay, so kita punya MVP dah ready. And macam biasa, korang yang akan announce MVP. Sekarang, siapa tengah rasa hype? Siapa paling hype? Exhort? Exhort, okay. Pinjam mic. Thank you. Exhort. Okay, Exhort. Ganito yan ha. This week, players yung nag-a-announce ng MVP. Okay, so you're gonna do 3, 2, 1, tapos lalabas yung pangalan on screen, and then after that, you will ask the MVP a question. Okay? Alright, let's do this, Exhort!
3, 2, 1.
Our MVP is Al! Okay, nagbigay ka ng tanong kay Al. Tanungin mo siya, anything. You can ask Al anything. Okay, English. You can say it in Tagalog. I can translate. Don't worry. Ini adalah pertama kali Exhort pegang mic atas pentas. So, korang kena hype here.
I speak Tagalog.
Okay, Ken.
And so, gusto tayo sa kanya kung ano yung feeling niya na parang ngayon week 5 pumasok siya and siya yung isa sa mga dahilan ko ba't nanalo yung Red.
Okay. Soalan dia lebih kurangan saya. Tapi okay, kita akan translate anyways. Dia cakap, minggu kelima transfer window, apa perasaan Al masuk Red Esports macam tadi I tanya, and you are one of the key winning factors untuk hari ini.
Okay, sebenarnya saya nak cerita yang kemasukan saya ke Esports ni tak jangka pun sebab time tu pukul 2 pagi saya dapat call tanpa try out pun. So saya terus macam saya rasa saya free dan saya datang. Okay. Sebab saya masih ada passion saya lah untuk dekat ML ni.
Wow, kantoi lah Mamba tak bagi orang tidur je. Kacau je Mamba, apa ni? Alright, I think I should give the last question kepada Kim. Kim, through to the end. Alright, so Kim, I'm pretty sure you tengah rasa mixed emotion sekarang kan? Sebab untuk line up Red Esports musim ini, change daripada Kim, Exhort. Kenapa Kim actually tak main banyak sangat untuk musim ini? Ada reason ke tak? Ke korang memang tengah eksperimen dengan line up?
Sebab awal-awal tu saya fokus study dulu. So saya bagi Exhort main.
Oh, okay. Now semua orang tahu that Kim actually focus study. Alright, so I think that is it for today. Do you guys have any last words untuk semua orang yang sokong Red Esports? Okay, last words. Let's go.
Okay, so thank you kepada yang dah datang support game Red Esports dan juga kepada fans Lunatix, thank you sebab datang, and korang teruskan datang dan support kita orang, and thank you kepada Cik Su juga yang telah menjaga kita orang dengan baik. So korang terus support kita orang untuk game minggu depan lawan RSG. Thank you.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Red Esports guys. Once again, a round of applause dan selamat Hari Malaysia. So saya rasa kita dah boleh throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game last kita untuk hari ini. For the last time today, casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose. Let's go to our MVP. First is Al. No questions about it. Motivated guy, got a call at 2 a.m., decides to join, filled in a very big role, and won the game for it.
I think it was a worthwhile investment, you know? I think he took the opportunity and ran away with it.
It's really impressive what he's been able to achieve here, considering that, like we mentioned, this is literally his second match ever on the MPL stage, despite being around last season, only got subbed in for 1 game and honestly didn't perform all that good. But now showing us what he's capable of, beating his former teammate, finding Hito. Game 1, his Claude was basically the reason why his team was able to scale up and win out that late game, despite the endurance battle they had to go through. And then in Game 2, the total opposite. The Bruno just got so out of hand that there was no chance of catching up.
He was just collabing cheeks. This man getting greedy with his build almost straight away, right? Haas Claw, Resurgence Fairy, Malefic Roar in to Rose Gold Meteor. Interesting way to take it.
He reached a point where he knows that he just cannot die, right? Well, what are you going to do about it? He is the boss of the team. And, you know, Red Esports able to close it out very, very cleanly. And I'm pretty sure that the comms are going to be as clean as well. We're going to check in on the mic check for game number 3 for Red Esports to see how they finish up Team Lunatix.
Aku boleh ni dulu.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Kau duduk situ weh.
Kerasan. Mampus!
Jangan.
Nice, alhamdulillah.
Aku ada keluar. Aku dah zone.
Bantai je Zong.
Aku dah zone. Bantai.
Nice. Boleh lagi. Dia Lo.
Dapat.
Nice. Boleh.
Enak. Try.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, who'd have thought this would be the fastest game? 10 minutes and 58 seconds. Second fastest was Team Huck against Secret, I believe. But, whew.
The fastest game right after the longest game, too, this season. What a series!
They are making
this has been.
histories, right? They have the game with the most lore, they have the longest game, and they have the fastest and most dominant game.
This is a sick joke. This is just cruel. Just cruel. I mean, to be fair, Red Esports, they did play a very strong game. And honestly, trying to punish Lunatix for their mistakes. Oh, yes, you have a sloppy rotation. Instantly clapped out on that gold lane side and securing the red victory pretty early on with a snowball of that amount.
When you have a lineup with a Bruno, with a Martis, you typically want to achieve a certain degree of snowballing. And then you maintain that lead, and then you end the game early. A lot of teams try that, a lot of teams know how to counter that. But we've never seen it succeed to this extent. The fact that Amal and All got so much gold off of those first couple of kills, and then the entire gold shield, just instantly destroyed any early game potential that Lunatix may have, and by putting a lot of those deaths onto Hito, there was no way to scale up either.
And it reached a point where for Kim, it's like, I don't think I need to do too much damage, right? If I can just get the stun off, if I can just keep Lunatix in place, my team will do the work. Amal gets the reset of his 6-0-2, out. He's 2-1, but he was able to find such a big lead thanks to Red Esports, sending Amal, sending Mao to the bottom side to really shut down Finding Hito.
And let's not forget about the item progressions that we see from everybody on the side of Red Esports. So instantly we see second items coming in. Sidun Rasana wanted to get the Dina shield, and it's really important that he does. Same goes for Amal. Same goes for Mal to rush it as quickly as he possibly can, because the only other person who really is going to make the difference in this match is going to be that Varsa.
It's nice that they do go for that, right? You typically don't want to invest that hard into Athena shields because that is going to be only one source of magic damage on the side of Lunatix, but they recognize that this hero is going to scale the most since Yuna and Hito have already been put down as hard as they were previously. So it does make sense. They're basically adjusting based on the situation. Yuna still once again going for full damage here, which would normally work, but when you're put that far behind, it's obviously not going to work out. And this time, I am going to judge that Oracle purchase from AV. Why?
It would make sense if he has Quantum Charge, making more sense, but he has the Impure Rage, I just realized.
I mean, he does get 1% back of his HP, but even so, like, you probably will get more out of your Quantum Charge. I guess it's like a way to trade more effectively against the glue overall, but even then, Rapid Boots probably would have gotten you more value.
Yeah, I was thinking the same as well, right? Do it how Ripple does it, right? Perhaps you will find more success. With that aside, let's look at the numbers for this game. Very quick, very straightforward. Red Esports is running away with almost everything.
Definitely expecting the GPM to be higher this game, considering it's the fastest and biggest stomp we have seen this season, but it's still 869, not quite reaching the top of the charts right now, which I believe are 900 plus, but definitely a really high damage dealt for how short the game was. Al definitely running away with things. Kim doing a good job supporting from the backline, once again not having a lot of deaths to his name. That's because Team Lunatix were just getting absolutely bodied.
I mean, they were getting bodied, but at the very least, Team Lunatix were actively trying not to die, which is, again, I wouldn't expect to say this statement, but after game number 2, I think it's fair to say, because Red Esports, as much as they want to snowball harder and harder, Team Lunatix can also deny them. We saw them make a couple of good moves, a couple of interactions to kind of even out the score, which I hope to see in the highlights here.
And it was something that we know that Esha Ohana can pull off, right? Like, maybe sometimes he was just trigger happy, doesn't communicate to his team, but he knows how to find those moments. And we've seen it in the early stages of Lunatix. There's some of faded into obscurity, kind of mid-season, and I'm glad that we are seeing remnants of that, even though we ended up in the loss. I'm glad that Esha Ohana is still actively trying to find openings for his team. But the early game was just atrocious if you are Finding Hito and AJ. You don't get to play the game.
Yeah, you really don't get to play the game. I think worst of all is even for AJ, right? After that initial death at level 2, he just falls behind Kim, and you need him to go at least even, or at the very least, be able to secure your first 2 items to help you scale.
And I do question again the choice of the carry. Yes, on paper it works against tankier heroes, but this is a hero that needs even more protection than the Iratel before, which, well, 0 and 4 on the carry, Mal landing multiple hooks on the enemy gold laner, just created such an easy path for Red Esports to end the game early. I'm really surprised we don't get to see more of the Franco. Mal was pretty cracked on it.
Well, with that settled and in the dust, let's take a look at the overall standings. Team Lunatix still safe from the red zone. Red Esports, they got 2 points, so the last series that these 2 teams will play next week and will determine who gets relegated, which is a pretty scary thought because Team Lunatix will cap at 10 and Red Esports will cap at 9. And that is assuming that they get a 2-0. Lunatix got to fight Todak. Red Esports, they got to fight RSG MY, who are currently tied for first with Homebois.
Yeah, that match is going to be so very important. And even for Todak as well, they kind of like, okay, as much as we would like to believe fun and games, it doesn't matter whether Team Lunatix or Red Esports wins, it really does. Because if Todak lose their matchup and Lunatix overtake them, that's one thing. But if Red Esports wins hard enough, that might just allow them to overtake and beat them out in the head-to-head.
Scary.
If everything goes wrong, Todak gets relegated.
Who would have thought that that would ever be a possibility, right? So many MPL mainstays right now not performing to the same degree we expect. Red Esports at risk of relegation, in fact looking very likely considering their next opponents. Who would have ever thought that we'd be in this position?
And we're not done just yet for week 5. We still have one more day, which is the Super Sunday, starting with Selangor Red Giants taking on Team Hak. Team Secret will have to face the Demons of SMG, and RSG MY will take on MPNC.
Team Secret versus Team SMG, man, that's gonna be a brutal matchup. But I am excited for SRG as well as Team Hak. Again, teams that have a lot of potential in their lineup. We're seeing when the polish is going to get added as an extra layer as we are getting closer and closer to the playoffs.
And of course, RSG MY are win streak slayers versus MPNC. Although they did lose their previous game, we're seeing a lot of momentum from them and potential that we'll see whether or not they'll be able to run away with here. So another exciting day.
And also we get to see Lolia finally face off against Zaf, because last week when they beat SMG, Roasted asked him, no, not Roast, Storm asked him if he considers himself the best goal laner, or which the goal laner that he wants to face off. He says Zaf is the man. Well, they get to face off tomorrow. Exciting series coming up ahead. But for all of you guys out there, if you have correctly guessed the MVPs for all 3 series today, your name might be flashed down there. So find your name, log into your game, and get your reward.
Yeah, I don't know how people were going to be able to pull this one off, but well done to those who did guess it correctly for each and every single one of them. This has been quite the day.
You guys are definitely smarter than we are, and at the end of a very long day, you definitely have more brain cells than we have left here on the cast. But it has been a great time, some entertaining matches, some intense series, and some things that are better left and not said or repeated as we end the day.
I mean, good or bad, I'm just very happy we get to celebrate the Malaysia Day together, right? We had some very entertaining, very, very fun games to watch, and there are still more to come tomorrow. Any last words from you guys?
Yeah, I think, Malaysia Day has been great. Like any party, your 2 brain cells are doing great, and then eventually they're competing for 3rd place at the very end, but it has been an overall wonderful game.
And we remember back to the celebration before game 2. Very emotional, very heart-wrenching, and it really makes you want to go further on the international stage.
With that being said, that concludes day number 2 in this 5th week. We're going to call it a day. I'm Husky with Gideon and Sadafa. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. Goodbye.